Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Luffy ate Yami Yami no Mi 2 years early than Nika? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the FawnTheFox for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Luffy hated the dark and the cold in the basement where it was always dark and cold. But one of the worst things about it was the smell. It smelled like pain. He had first smelt it months ago when he had met the interrogator. The man had hurt him so bad he thought he was going to die, and then he wished to die, and then he actually died. And the entire time all he felt was pain, all he saw was darkness, all he heard was the man's voice and his own screams, and all he could smell was blood and the cold dampness. And he hated it. And then, they had locked him all alone in the dark basement cell, where he wasn't allowed to talk to anybody or see anything, and all he could smell was dankness, blood and fear. And the entire time he knew that that man was down there, somewhere in the basement. Luffy knew this because he could feel him. He thought it was his imagination at first. But the longer he spent in that dark room, the stronger the feeling got. That feeling of fear and terror, the man who smelt like blood, he could tell when he was near just by the shivers that went up his arm. It mostly happened when he concentrated. Losing his sight and his hearing had snapped something in him, and he just knew stuff sometimes. Stuff he shouldn't be able to know. There was this odd sort of tugging at the back of his brain. He ignored it at first, too sleepy to pay any attention. But then it got stronger, like something was growing nearer. Something bad? Luffy shot up from his place, and it took him a second to remember where he was again. It was dark and the dank smell was overwhelming. For a moment he thought he was back in his cell. But that wasn't right. Sabo lay beside him, his arms hugging him tight against his chest. Luffy moved on to his side to look at his brother. He was still here. He had said he was going to go save Ace. How long ago had that been? Luffy had fallen asleep again. He was starting to hate when that happened. He was losing time too. But he hadn't told anybody that yet. Especially not Sabo. He knew the other was worried enough about him already. He risked peeking over Sabo's shoulder to look at the others. They were mostly asleep. Only Marco was still up, keeping watch over the others. But he wasn't paying attention to them right now. Luffy lay back down, listening to Sabo breathe out and in. He was still alive. Everyone was. Sabo's hand was laying a few inches from his face. Luffy grabbed it, locking his bandaged fingers clumsily around his brother's. Sabo made a nose as he tried to pull back, but he didn't wake up. Luffy tightened his grip. Sabo was smart. He knew what he was doing. He always knew what to do. He didn't get scared or hurt or sad. He wasn't weak or pathetic. Not like Luffy. He hated being so, whatever he was, with so many strangers around him. Strangers who could use anything they could against him. Whether they would or not was still to be determined. But the thought stressed Luffy out, and he wasn't someone who usually got stressed. Probably because whenever he felt this, he would just go do something about it. It was like he was restless, but he was too tired to be restless. So stress was the result. With so much at stake, Luffy was useless to stop any of it. And that made him feel so something, so lost. I don't know what to do, he told his sleeping brother, keeping his voice to a whisper. Help me! But Sabo neither heard him nor woke up. Luffy moved a bit, resting his cheek on the other's shoulder as he settled back down. He heard the occasional footsteps of Marco as he paced. Everyone else was sleeping. He wanted to go back to bed too. But there was that tugging feeling that stopped him. What was it that woke him up? He decided he didn't care as he closed his eyes, feeling himself start to slip off again. And right when he was about to fall asleep, he felt it, like an alarm at the back of his mind, telling him that someone was coming. His breath caught in his throat at the thought. Him? Run. His instincts told him as his muscles tensed on reflex. Run and hide. Do it now! No, Luffy shook his head, trying to rid himself of the impulse. Stop it, stupid brain. He couldn't keep running away every time something scared him. That wasn't who he was. Besides, he didn't think it was like that this time. Something felt different. He closed his eyes again, trying to hold the feeling in his head until he could feel it stronger. It wasn't a warning kind of feeling at all, not like it usually was. But it felt familiar. Like warm and safe, and nice. Something good. Something. Luffy shot up suddenly, ripping himself out of Sabo's arms. Before either his brother or Marco could register it, Luffy had sprinted across the room, stumbling midway across when his legs refused to work. But he pushed up again, taking off into the hallway like a bullet. Marco came back around the corner just in time to see Luffy disappear into the hallway. "Luffy!" he called in alarm. He scanned the room trying to see what could have set him off. There was nothing in either direction. Just a whole lot of darkness, 3 sleeping pirates, and a no longer asleep revolutionary. Sabo had been roughly awakened from a dead sleep when Luffy practically trampled him on his way to the hallway. At first he was confused, not remembering the situation enough to understand why 90 pounds of something just stepped on his rib cage. Then he heard Marco shout and the pieces fell into place. "Marco!" he called, the noise beginning to wake up the others. "He went down there." "I'll go get him." "No," Sabo said, already on his feet. "I'll get him." He didn't think Luffy wanted to be chased by Marco down a dark hallway. "Sabo, people are coming," Marco warned him. "They're far but not for long. Damn it, Luffy, your timing still sucks." Sabo cussed under his breath as he followed his younger brother's path. Luffy was injured, which slowed him down. But he was surprisingly fast when he wanted to be. In the darkness before him, Sabo reached the main hallway just in time to watch Luffy barrel around the next corner. Who knew where he intended to go? "Luffy, stop!" Sabo called to him as he raced after him. Marco had said the Marines had finally begun to check the tunnels. The last thing they needed was Luffy running right into him. How close were they really? He could find out. Sabo finally clued into what Luffy was doing right before he caught up to him. It took a long time for someone who was usually pretty perceptive of his surroundings. But he had been disoriented from sleep. The better question was how Luffy knew. "So," he said, rounding the final corner. "You're not dead then?" Ace looked worse than when Sabo had last seen him. His arms were locked around Luffy, holding him close. "Guess not," Ace muttered into Luffy's hair. "I didn't ask you to do that." Sabo had been worried half to death about him. But he had also worried that his interjection would only make things worse. "I know," Sabo sighed as he leaned against the wall, crossing his arms over his chest. There was no point at being mad at his brother's recklessness. Especially when he got like this, already beating himself up over everything he thought he messed up on. "It's okay," he told him. "I understand." Ace nodded slowly, looking down to Luffy. "Are you okay, Lou?" Seemingly remembering himself, Luffy pushed himself out of Ace's grip, shoving his arms away. "You left me," he growled. "I'm sorry," Ace told him gently. Still angry, Luffy shoved him with bound arms. Ace had to use the wall to stabilize himself as the sea stone came into contact with his skin. "With doctors," Luffy said again as he shoved harder. Although the force was so weak, Ace barely felt it. Frustrated, Luffy shoved him again. "Stupid jerk face," he hissed. "Told you not to." "Oh, you're in trouble now," Sabo said, and Ace rolled his eyes at him. "Luffy, I am really sorry. We were surrounded. I needed to make sure you guys got out of there. Plus, I was worried about that one." He gestured at Sabo. "Did that scare you?" "I'm not a little kid, Ace," Luffy snapped. "I'm not scared." "I know," Ace told him softly. When he had left, Luffy had still been one. But he didn't know what he was now. At least he seemed better than when Ace had first found him. He was talking a bit more now. He was even getting angry again. He looked less like he was about to die. Thanks to Sabo and Marco, no doubt. His skin had been cleaned and his bandages had been replaced with fresh ones. When he didn't try to shove him, Ace risked wrapping his arms around him once more. Luffy didn't push back, but he huffed in anger, turning his head away. "What did I miss?" Ace asked, looking to Sabo. "We need to talk," Sabo told him. "And I'm still his best." "Best what?" Ace asked, looking from Luffy to Sabo, who just shrugged innocently. "I sort of wanted to see him punch you," he admitted. God knows he had when they first reunited. Sabo had been expecting that a bit as well. But Luffy had always been the sweet one. "Talk about what?" Ace asked, but Sabo just shook his head. "Later." Ace nodded, hugging Luffy tighter to him at the sound of footsteps as the others arrived. "Oh," Marco said as their eyes locked, and he understood. "You're back." "Yeah," Ace said, not knowing what else to say as he looked beyond Marco at the other 3 pirates. He didn't want to do this right now. He didn't even know what to say other than, "I think the Marines are starting to look in the tunnels. I tried to throw them off my tail. It was only a matter of time," Marco said. "We'll move. You guys are all acting so serious," Thatch told them, rolling his eyes. "Ace, I'm glad you are okay. We were starting to get worried about you. Especially Sabo." Ace caught the blonde's eye and he turned away. "Okay," he managed to say. "I'm sorry he trailed off. "It's okay," Marco said. "You helped us get away." Thank you. We needed to leave anyways. Where? It's long past time we find Jozu. XXX. The sleet rain fell from the sky outside. It was bloody cold on this miserable outpost. And if it was this cold up here, one could only imagine how cold it was in the frozen tunnels underground. You would think people would freeze down there, or at least starve. But no one had frozen yet, not as far as Teach could tell. Sir. One of the lackeys knocked on his door. What? He snapped, turning around. Did you find them? Not yet. The man looked scared. Then why are you wasting my time? The Admiral wants to focus efforts on the underground. He says if we don't find them. I know. Teach seethed, sending the man scurrying away. Is it too much to ask that they die down there? He muttered, hesitating a second before storming off as well. He continued down the corridors, Marines and outlaws alike scattering at the sight of him. He was not someone to be messed with today. He barged into one of the rooms in a huff. Find them! The man looked up at him, interest gleaming in his eyes. He had, up until that point, been sitting in the dark polishing his knives, both of which were personal choices. I'm sure my bosses will not be happy with you. He smiled. After all that you've lost them. Nobody's lost. Teach snapped. They're right damn here. And if any of these men were half competent, we would have found them by now. But this is what you do. Go down there and find the kid. The man shifted in his seat, putting the knife down to give Teach his full attention. Interesting, but what is in this for me? Things will look a lot better for your boss. I suppose so, but the Admiral kinda didn't lose them, that was you. He is overseeing this mission on behalf of the Marines. Besides, I thought you enjoyed tormenting the brat. Oh, I do. The man said. I really do. He screams in such a fun way. He is so terrified of me it's heartwarming, really. How scared can he be? Teach asked. You failed to get a single thing out of him. The man's face turned in an instant as he slammed the knife down, the blade sinking into the table. He didn't know anything worthwhile. He snapped. Everyone knows that. But you failed to get anything at all from him. Not so much as his name or his age, you know, the things we already knew. Which is weird. They told me you were the best of the best, that your success was guaranteed. I mean, you've never failed before, right? The knife lodged itself straight into the doorframe inches from Teach's head. Teach looked between the handle and the man before cursing him out. Why you? He snarled, pulling the knife out. I ought to, it's the truth, no. You failed against a child. The mission was an interrogation tactic. The interrogator replied. The information was irrelevant. Sounds like an excuse to me. If I failed, the man said, rising to his feet. It was due to you. There is only so much I can do to a half-dead prisoner. It's not my fault that his heart gave out before I could complete my objective. Those were your boss's orders, not mine. I thought I felt you skulking about. A cold voice interrupted the argument. Teach rolled his eyes as he crossed his arms over his chest. Oh, and where have you been? We are dealing with a crisis, Admiral. The man stood to attention. So, you think you can command my men without my knowledge? Akaina asked Teach. Well, someone had to do something. Why haven't your Marines found them? I wasn't the one who chose to inhabit a base that was made for people to disappear in. And wiggle all you want, rat. The blame for this falls on your shoulders. It was your plan that let them escape. If I had been there, they wouldn't have managed it. Oh, right, Teach said. It was just your men that were there, and they failed to capture a single one. Besides, you were being played Bibby, that other one. Just like they wanted. Teach finished, glaring at Akaina, who looked downright murderous. The Admiral took a step closer, the heat practically pouring off of him. Don't tempt me, pirate scum. For now my superiors will find use for you. But the second that ends, I'll see you hanged. Don't fail again. We will see who ends up hanged after all of this, won't we? Teach said. Besides, we will find them. It is only a matter of time. After all, there are hundreds of us and only 7 of them. They can run and hide, but for how long? Long enough for Whitebeard to arrive to their rescue. Akaina snapped. Without the captives, he can't be controlled. We will get them back then. Teach turned to the man before them. With your permission, that is. The words physically hurt him to say. Fine. Akaina snapped. Find them. Bring me Dragon Spawn and one of the Whitebeards. I don't care which one. And the others. I suppose the world government would like to make an example out of Portgas. Recover him alive if possible, along with the blonde-haired criminal, one of Whitebeard's allies? Teach asked. Unlikely. I have reason to believe he is with the revolutionaries. I need to question him further. Kill the rest. I understand, the man said, nodding to the Admiral. I will bring them back. Don't fail again, the Admiral said as he left. XXX, you! The pirate snarled. Ace froze. He had really hoped he wasn't going to be the first to run into yet another of his old crewmates. The plan was to find their way further into the tunnels. At least that way their chances of hiding were better. But before they did that, they had to find Jozu. Haruta and Izo had left him behind a few days ago. Jozu had served as the final line of defense in case the other two were captured and ransomed, which they had been. But now it was time to regroup and move on, so the group split up, each taking a different tunnel. They would rejoin once they found him, or in another hour, whichever came first. But of course Ace was the one to find him. Fate was having its last laugh. Ace held up his arms slowly. I'm sorry, he told him. Not nearly sorry enough, Jozu snarled. Do you have any idea what you did? I know what I did, Ace told him. He would forever have to live with the knowledge of what he had done to the people he owed his life to. I know you'll never forgive me but ... But what? The man's eyes narrowed. He was seriously pissed. You tried to kill our captain, you. Marco, no, I know what you think. But Marco's not dead, Ace said. Stop lying. Jozu snapped, reaching out to strike the wall with a diamond-encrusted fist as the entire tunnel shuddered. Ace had never seen him this angry. Everyone thinks you're dead. And yet I find you here, following Teach's orders. What a loyal crewmate you are. Jozu, please stop, Ace told him. I know you're mad at me. You have every right to be. But I swear to you, shut up! The man screamed. I told you stop lying. From the moment all of this started, no before, every word out of your mouth has been a lie. I thought we all thought you were too loyal, too kind-hearted to do any of this. But you're as bad as he is, I know, Ace told him. I might be. Hell, he might be worse. Unlike Teach, he knew the difference between right and wrong and chose to do them anyways. What could he give you that is worth all of the hurt you caused? Nothing, Ace whispered. Jozu yelled, angered by the answer as he slammed his fist into the wall again, this time sending a network of cracks into the stone. Where are Izo and Haruta? He was almost yelling now. They're here. What have you done with them? Please. I don't want to fight you. Then you will die for what you have done. Listen to me, Ace yelled, trying to be heard. I haven't done what you think. Your friends are looking for you right now in these tunnels. I can take you to them if you just let me. Lead me straight into a trap. You aren't to be trusted. You have burned us twice already. Let me try to make this right. You can't, Luffy. Ace breathed as his eyes locked with his brother's from across the room. He was staring at the two of them. He wasn't supposed to be here. They had left him in one of the rooms while they searched, so he wouldn't get himself into a situation like this. But apparently, he had followed Ace with, well, it seemed like Conker's hockey wasn't the only thing Luffy had picked up. But that was nowhere near the top of the list of things Ace needed to deal with right now. Luffy, get out of here, he called to him. Get the others. Jozu turned, his eyes fixing on Luffy. You won't get the chance to bring reinforcements. Luffy looked the man over, very tall, hulking and intimidating. With an obvious devil fruit if the diamond fist wasn't a giveaway. And he himself, someone who was gravely injured and very small and skinny in comparison. And somehow Luffy's brain calculated those odds as reasonable because he charged at the man with an angry cry. What the kid, stop! Get away from him! Ace snarled as he too charged his old crewmate, reaching him first. Jozu was distracted by Luffy and didn't see Ace coming. He stumbled back a step before recovering. He ripped Ace away, sending him crashing into the wall. Something seemed to snap in Luffy, and he attacked Jozu with everything he had. He grabbed a rock from the ground, smashing it into the man's head. Violently enough to severely injure a normal person, but Jozu crystallized before the rock could touch him. He moved quickly, grabbing Luffy's wrist, lifting him off the ground. The rock fell from his hands. Luffy kicked his legs weakly as he tried to free himself. Leave Ace alone! Kid, stop! Let him go! Ace screamed, and without meaning to, without even realizing it, the hallway lit up with his fire as his anger manifested itself. Luffy cried out in surprise as the fire overwhelmed them. Jozu acted quickly, dropping Luffy, his skin crystallizing to protect him. Ace! Stop this! Ace ignored him, barely even hearing the warning as he ran to Luffy. He crashed to his knees, pulling his brother to sit up. Lu? Luffy gasped, his eyes widening when he saw Ace. He looked scared. Ace? He whispered. It's okay, I've got you. You're on fire! Oh right. Luffy screamed again as he scampered back. Help! Help! He looked around frantically as if a bucket of water was going to materialize. This would be funny in any other situation, but Ace did not have time to explain this. He hauled Luffy up, practically carrying him as he pushed back against the wall, all the while keeping Zoro in his sights. The man was glaring at him from across the barrier of flames he had made. Ace? Luffy breathed in shocked surprise. What now, Ace? Zoro asked. 2059, Chapter 47. What now? We're okay. Ace promised, holding Luffy firmly when he tried to break away again, his instincts trying to push him away from the fire that surrounded them. Luffy, stop, Ace told him, tightening his grip. It's just me. I'm not going to hurt you. He felt Luffy still at the words, but he didn't relax. Stressed about the situation, of being attacked, and stressed about once again being on fire. Ace hadn't really had time to explain it yet. He turned his attention back to Zoro, who was watching them from the other side of the flame barricade, waiting for the moment it faltered, for Ace to make a misstep. And then he would be right here. So this is what it comes down to then? Zoro's voice was powerful, and it held a great deal of anger. Anger at Ace for killing his family, for betraying them, for what he had tried to do. Killing me won't solve anything, Ace told him. Not right now. Just let me show you. Stop lying, he yelled. I'm tired of the circles you spin. There is nothing you can say that I can believe. Now stop hiding behind that kid and your flames and come face me like a man. We'll see just what it solves then. In his eyes there was nothing but hatred. Ace knew the feeling well. He felt it whenever he looked at Teach, pure, unhindered betrayal. Ace deserved this and more. But there wasn't time right now. Apparently Luffy was thinking along different lines. With a furious push, Luffy tried once more to free himself from Ace's arms. This time driven by anger and not fear, he broke free. Ace scrambled after him, catching up right before the flame barrier. Luffy still managed to pull Ace forward a step as he tried to get to Zoro. Shut the hell up! He yelled at the man, his voice breaking in the middle, but Luffy was too angry to care how pathetic he sounded. You don't know anything! Luffy, stop! Ace said, and in that instant the pirate attacked. He fortified his arm with another layer of diamonds before plunging it through the flames to grab them. His hand snatched at Luffy's wrist, trying to pull him away. Ace acted instinctually, lashing out at Zoro's head, which was lesser protected. He felt the smack and the man staggered back. In the same moment Ace's concentration wavered and the flames flickered before falling away. When Zoro charged forwards again, Ace pushed Luffy down onto the floor, putting himself in between the two of them, just in time to take the full brunt of the attack. And that was how Izo and Thatch found them. Stop! Thatch called in horror. What are you guys doing? Zoro and Ace looked up but didn't move, not willing to turn their back on the other one. Izo reached them first, putting himself between the two of them. Thatch followed him, grabbing Luffy. He wrapped his arms around the younger boy's shoulders in a half-comfort, half-restraining hold. They're done now, Thatch promised him. See? Easy there, Izo told Zoro as the two of them separated. Ace took a step back, but it seemed the larger man was far from done with him. You're here? Zoro said as Izo put his hands on his shoulders, trying to get him to take a step back. We're all here, he promised his brother. Me, Thatch, Haruda's here somewhere. He pointed to where his brother stood with Luffy. Attacking them will accomplish nothing. Ace is trying to help us. You're working with him, Zoro said in disbelief. He's the one who killed Marco. No! Zoro, I know what you think, but Marco's. He trailed off as his gaze drifted to the hallway ahead of them. Right there, he finished. Everyone's attention, except Luffy's, who honestly did not care, snapped to Marco. Zoro's eyes grew wide as he looked Marco up and down, the fight slowly ebbing out of him only to be replaced with shock. You're here, he finally stammered. But how? Teach said that. Teach is a liar, Marco told him. He seemed to be saying that a lot lately. You can't trust him. And without a word the large man crossed the hallway. Wordlessly he reached out, putting his hand onto Marco's shoulder. He gave it a rough squeeze. But Pops said Ace betrayed us. He betrayed you? Ace tried to save me, Marco told him. No, I didn't, Ace said, speaking up at last. He looked at Marco. That's not what happened. Marco just rolled his eyes. Always the hard way with you, isn't it? Ace's eyes were cold, unreadable. He said nothing and Marco fought back a sigh. This was going to take a while. We can talk about it later, he added for everyone's benefit. The unspoken message of Ace will explain everything was clear. For now it's great to see you, my friend. Thank you for stirring up some more trouble for me as you always do. He said that part with affection, but Joseph surprised him by reaching down to wrap him in a large hug. Marco's smile softened a bit more as he returned the gesture. He had been away from home for a while, but it had been longer for them. I miss you too, he said. Whitebeard will not listen to the nurses without you. He thinks he has a free pass or something today. Drink. Joseph told him. Marco smiled at that. It seems like all his hard work had been forgotten in his absence. We'll have to fix that when we get back then. Joseph let him go, stepping back to look at Thatch. And you, he said. And me? Thatch parroted with a smile. Not like you haven't seen me in a while or anything, huh? He gestured at Marco. Ignore me, I don't want to interrupt your moment. I've been having the best year. Good to know your jokes still suck, Joseph said as he took a few steps towards him. But when he got too close, Luffy growled, pulling against Thatch. He was clearly not ready to move on from what had happened. Remembering him, Joseph glanced down. So who is the kid? This is Luffy, Thatch said, putting his hand on Luffy's head. What happened to him? Teach, Thatch said abstractly. Luffy tilted his head back a bit, looking up at him. Luffy, this is our friend Joseph. Remember I told you about him? You did? Joseph asked in surprise. The story about the diamond dude, and all those windows? Thatch said to Luffy's confusion. Prisons really changed you, Joseph told him. Yeah, I made friends with a 15-year-old and we're starting a gang. Thatch mocked. Well, are you guys alright? You don't look great. We will be right? He asked Luffy. Luffy said nothing as he eyed the large man in front of him. Size ing him up. Distrust in his expression. Joseph. Izo broke the silence, calling the man's attention away from Luffy. The Marines are following us. I think they're getting closer, and we still need to find the others. Others, you mean Haruta? You've been learning these tunnels? Is there anywhere we can hide away from them? He thought for a moment. Yes, if they don't know this place very well, I think I know somewhere we can go. We should hurry, before the tides come back in. Some of the side tunnels reflood. Marco nodded and Thatch finally let go of Luffy. That turned out to be the wrong thing to do. After the adrenaline left his system, he had been a bit lightheaded. Thatch had been one of the only things keeping him upright. Without the support, Luffy felt his world tilt a bit, and he put out a hand to the wall to steady himself, but he misjudged the distance and ended up collapsing against it. Thatch cried out in alarm, catching everyone's attention to Luffy's disappointment. But before he could fall further, Thatch's arms were around him again. He felt himself being gently lowered to sit on the ground, a supporting hand on his back. I told you not to overdo it! Marco's voice scolded him from above. Is he okay? Izo asked. They were all crowding him now. Luffy wanted to move back, but when he tried, he just ended up collapsing. He felt Marco's hands on him once more, calm and collected as he always was, feeling his forehead and the unnatural warmth there. He will be fine, he just needs to rest. I don't have time to look at him right now. So what really happened to him? The new pirate asked. To Luffy's dismay, he was right next to him, close enough to reach out and grab him if he wanted. The thought worried him, but there was nothing he could do about it right now. To his relief, he felt Ace push through the super close touchy-feely pirates, who all kept trying to touch him for no reason. Or at least Luffy felt like they had no good reason. It wasn't like he went around poking people for nothing. Ace was soft but insistent in his motions of moving the others away as he kneeled down in front of him. Luffy, are you okay? Luffy wanted to get up, away from all the people pressing in on him from all sides from the darkness. And the air smelled damp just like it always did. The scent mixed with blood. His blood. And pain. He wanted to fight back, to make them leave him alone. But he couldn't even sit up. He felt Ace gently work his hands under him, lifting him off the floor. You got him? Marco asked. You're not looking so great yourself. It's fine, Ace said, and Luffy felt him adjust his grip. Let's find the others so we can. The rest was lost as Luffy passed out. XXX. When he woke up, some time had passed. He didn't know how long it had been other than their location had changed. His cheek was pressed against something warm. It took him a second to realize that it was Ace's back. He relaxed again. Whatever had happened, Ace would keep him safe. So maybe he could go back to sleep. They were arguing. It was what woke him up in the first place. Fighting off sleep for a little while longer, Luffy tried to pay attention to what they were saying. The shiny man from before was still angry. At Ace of all people. Luffy didn't like him. He didn't like most of them. Marco was a doctor, which meant he was no good. The other two had lied about Ace. They told him Ace was dead right during the moment when Luffy could not handle anything else, and then the smaller one had started saying all this stuff about Sabo trying to kill Ace, or something, and being evil. But Shiny was the worst by far. Luffy wanted to keep an eye on him in case he started attacking Ace again, which could be at any time, but he had fallen asleep. He thought that should get better friends, but they seemed to make the man happy, so Luffy held his tongue. They made their way down a shorter tunnel. This one was beginning to flood. There was water on the floor that came up to everyone's shoes. Luffy didn't feel it, but he heard it as they began sloshing through it. He caught the shadows on the wall as they passed 8. Were there really 8 of them? More awake now, Luffy grabbed a handful of Ace's shirt, trying to sit up despite being carried. Sabo was walking near them, staying close to Ace. When he noticed Luffy was staring at him, he smiled at him. "Welcome back," he told him. Behind Sabo was Thatch and the other pirate. Haru something. Meanwhile, Joza and Marco were in front, guiding the way, a small flame in Marco's hand. Why was everyone always on fire today? They came to a stop at the end of the hallway. There was a small room hidden behind some broken crates. This place seemed to be nothing but long hallways, small rooms, and long forgotten crates that smelt like alcohol. Luffy didn't really know what bootlegger tunnels were, but everyone kept repeating it, so he guessed that was what this was. Wait, so Ace was following Teach's orders? The man was arguing again. Luffy blinked, looking around the room. It was dark and cold and made of stone just like the rest of them. But he couldn't hear the trampling footsteps of the Marines overhead, so he guessed they were safe for now. It's not as simple as that, Marco told him, putting a calming hand on his shoulder. Yes, it is, Marco, the man said, his voice a bit softer. You're either with us or against Teach. I'm not an idiot. I stand corrected then. Sabo crossed his arms. Luffy could tell his brother liked Sparkly as much as he did. But Ace just pushed Sabo's shoulder, silently telling him to knock it off. Luffy closed his eyes again, feeling a sudden sickness wash over him. The adrenaline he felt earlier was long gone, leaving him empty and dizzy. And this wasn't helping. He touched Ace's shoulder. Huh! Ace turned his head to look at him. Are you okay, Luffy? Luffy nudged his thigh into Ace's hip, but when his brother didn't get the message, he said, Let go. Ace lowered him down so his feet touched the floor. Luffy held onto his shirt until the floor stopped shaking beneath him. Lou? Ace asked again, this time drawing the attention of the others. Which was the last thing he wanted. He ignored them all as he shakily walked over towards the wall. Halfway falling and half kneeling, Luffy sunk to his knees, pressing his forehead into the stone. It was cool and damp, and it felt good against his flushed skin. Usually Luffy liked it when the world threw him curved balls. He liked excitement, action, and the unexpected. But right now he wished it would all stop. Luffy felt like he was getting worse. He felt himself slide in and out of the present, and his head stopped working sometimes, like he was watching everything unfold behind a sheet of glass, disconnected from his body. And he was wandering through a dream. An odd one. And then there were moments where the fog lifted and he was slammed back into reality, like before. When he found himself surrounded on all sides by fire. And he wished it could all just stop. Up until a little while ago he had nothing but blackness. He couldn't hear or see anything, and nothing ever happened except the guards forcing food into his mouth, the doctor visits, and the occasional torments from him. Luffy hadn't been happy there. In fact, he couldn't remember a time in his life when he had been unhappier, but it was predictable. The real world was less so. And he loved that about it. But right now he was too scared, too pathetic to keep going as he had been. Not that he had told any of this to anyone. His brothers were worried about him enough. And he didn't want them to worry. Whatever time he had with them, he wanted them to be happy like they used to be. They promised they were going to save him. He believed them. But he just wasn't thinking very far ahead anymore. Luffy felt hands on his face, gently pulling him away from the wall. That was no good. He liked the wall. Luffy? Ace tried again. Are you okay? Luffy blinked at him, the world shifting back into focus. And then at the others beyond Ace's shoulder. They had stopped their conversation to look at him. He wished they wouldn't. He turned back to Ace, blinking slowly as he searched for the words. You're a candlestick? What? Ace's face was genuinely confused before it clicked. For a second, he looked like he wanted to laugh. But he didn't. Yeah, I guess. I ate a devil fruit, a fire one. Sorry that I surprised you. Oh? Luffy figured that made sense. Ace was always kind of fire. At least he had been to him. But he didn't think Ace liked devil fruits. He hadn't when they were kids. He always told Luffy how dumb it was to have a pirate that couldn't swim. Why? It was an accident, Ace told him. You said dash? Luffy began. Yeah, I know. Ace cut him off. I gave you such a hard time for doing that. It turns out you were right. It is a lot easier to do than I thought. Told you. Yes, you are incredibly wise, Ace said as he reached out to feel his forehead. You're hot. Are you feeling all right? Luffy shook his hand off. Where are we? In the tunnels, Ace said. Same as before. Joseph found this place earlier. He thinks we can stay here for a little bit while the Marines go past us. He doesn't think they will start looking in the boarded-up tunnels until later. But a lot of the hallways off this one are flooded. No wandering off, stay close to me? When Luffy didn't say anything, Ace turned around to look at the people behind him, specifically the one he had just fought. I have to go talk to him. Stay next to Sabo, alright? Luffy knew that tone. It was a warning. Ace didn't know how their talk was going to go. And all of a sudden, he was sick of this, of always being on edge, of the endless damp slate-colored stones. He caught Ace's arm as he turned to get up. Ace looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Can you take me home? Whatever Ace had expected, it wasn't that. What? He asked. When Luffy didn't answer, Ace shifted onto his knees in front of him. Where's home? He asked him softly. Luffy didn't really know. He didn't know anything anymore. Somewhere on their island, maybe? Somewhere in the East Blue? He didn't even know which ocean he was in right now. Now that he thought about it, he didn't care as long as it was far away from here. Somewhere where he could see the sky above him and the ocean in front of him. Ace felt Luffy's fingers loosen as he tried to let go. But Ace chased his hands, holding it in his own, careful to avoid the sea stone on his wrists. Sometimes when he was really upset, Ace had a hard time reading him. He didn't like that because when Luffy was upset he did some stupid things, even by their standards. And right now, Ace had no idea what was going through Luffy's head. What is it? Ace asked him. Luffy looked over his shoulder at the wall, his eyes tracing the dark stone that covered their surroundings. He followed the curve of the ceiling to the opposite wall where the others sat. Most were staring at them. Lu? Luffy turned back to Ace. He was wearing that look again. Luffy knew it was because of him. Because he was being weird. He didn't mean to be, but he didn't really know what was normal right now. Are you going to leave again? He finally asked. Ace didn't say anything, but he didn't need to. Luffy had his answer. He pulled his hands free and Ace let him go without resistance. Luffy pulled his knees against him. He expected his brother to go talk to his sort of friends. It was obvious they were waiting for him. But Ace neither moved from the spot nor did he look away. When Ace spoke again, his voice was different, soft, and shaky. Luff dash. He tried once more, reaching out to touch him. Luffy backed up on instinct, pressing against the wall. When he was really upset sometimes, he wanted to be left alone, especially lately when alone started to mean safe, but he immediately regretted it by the look on his brother's face. Ace dropped his hand, sitting back on his heels. Luffy, Ace said, his voice lowered to a trembling whisper. I am so sorry. And for the weirdest reason, he looked like he wanted to cry. But Luffy had to be mistaken because Ace never cried. No matter what. Honestly, at this point, Luffy didn't think he even could cry. But he moved all the same. Pressing away from the wall onto his knees, he clumsily wrapped his bound wrists around Ace's neck. It's okay, he said, hugging him tight. He didn't really know what Ace was apologizing for, but he didn't care. Luffy didn't understand why everyone kept telling him sorry. He had never been interested in apologies from other people. Ace was the same way. Only maybe Luffy could understand this time. Earlier, when he had been acting stupid, he had been desperate for Sabo to forgive him for everything. But Sabo hadn't done that. He said that Luffy didn't need to apologize because he hadn't done anything wrong. Even though Luffy knew that was a lie. In the last few months he had failed in every way possible. Everything he was raised for, trained for, and lived for was unattainable to someone as weak and pathetic as him. He didn't know why Ace was so upset. Whatever he thought he had done, it couldn't possibly be as bad as what Luffy had failed to do. But if Ace felt bad too, then Luffy could try the whole apology thing again. It's okay, he told him again. I'm not mad at you for leaving anymore, I promise. I absolve? That wasn't right. I absolve you? He settled on. Ace pulled away from him, ducking under his arms. He still looked a little sad, but there was a small smile on his face, and he seemed like he might actually laugh. Luffy didn't know if that meant it had worked or not. Dissolve? He nodded. Are you actually trying to make me feel better? Luffy nodded in honest. He had thought that was obvious, and suddenly Ace didn't seem amused anymore. He did that thing like he was holding back a sigh. "Thanks, Luffy," he said, standing up. "You're too nice." He had heard that one before, especially when they were younger. Ace hadn't said that in a while. "Hang tight with Sabo," he told him as he left to go talk to their other brother. Luffy just blinked after him. He had done it wrong then. Why would someone apologize if they didn't want to be forgiven? XXX. "There's something wrong with Luffy," Ace said as Sabo rose to his feet. "Ace, there are multiple things wrong with him right now." "What did you expect?" "No, I mean something's bothering him, something else?" "I tried to talk to him but I just made things worse." "Yeah, I saw that," Sabo told him. "At least he's not mad at you anymore." Ace shook his head. "I'm no good at this." "Can you?" "Sure," Sabo told him. "But can you handle the— It will be fine," Ace said, looking over his shoulder at the group. They had been pretty patient with him. Not like they could go anywhere. "Ace, are you sure? Because I know how you get when— Just take care of Luffy," Ace told him. "Fine," Sabo said. "How you two managed without me all this time I'll never know. I had to be nicer to him," Ace said somewhat hesitantly. "I bet that killed you." "A little bit." Ace smiled softly at his brother. "Thank you." "Of course, Ace. But I'm right here, okay? If you want me to, I'll fight all those guys for you." "Well, maybe not that. That would be unfair. But the rest I got your back." "I know," Ace told him. "I don't know how I survived without you either. Sometimes life wasn't an amazing adventure, sometimes it was hell. And you did the best you could even when it felt like there was no way you could possibly bear to deal with another day. But you did, and you survived the next one and the one after that, and eventually it got better." Right now, Ace thought it had to get better. Because eventually the universe had to run out of bad. XXX. Ace left to go talk to the pirates, and hopefully explain enough to get the big one to stop yelling. Sabo knew this was the last thing in the world Ace wanted to be doing right now. And he sympathized. Ace had never been very good at talking about his past, any of it. And this situation was impossible. But Sabo hoped that at the very least the pirates would think twice before they continued to throw accusations at his brother. Especially since they didn't know a damn thing about the things he had done to protect them. Sabo was feeling rather protective of him right now, of both his brothers. The new pirate had only managed to piss him off. But he tried to ignore the feelings now. Ace was right, Luffy needed him more than Sabo needed to vent. Luffy sat against the wall, looking small and scared. Sabo approached him slowly, sinking onto the floor beside him. "Ace thinks something's bothering you," he said, and Luffy turned to him. "Something's making him sad," Luffy said. "He's dealing with a lot right now," Sabo told him. "Everyone is. That's why the pirate guy seems so mad." He gestured a little ways away, where the man was talking through yelling. It was clear the noise was stressing Luffy out by the way he pushed back into the wall. Like if there was any way to get further away from the noise he would. Sabo contemplated moving them a bit, but he decided against it. He wanted to be close by if things did go bad. So instead he risked calling out to the group, interrupting whatever angry thing the man was about to say. "Let's use our inside voices," he told him. "And who the hell even are you?" the man asked. "If we're too loud the Marines are going to come running," Sabo said, seeing the second warning look Ace sent him that stopped any snide comment he had. "He's right," Marco agreed. And although he looked like he wanted to, the largest pirate didn't argue. But his eyes did linger on the two of them. Sabo figured he was trying to get a read on them. That was fair, as he was doing the same. When the pirates resumed their conversation at a normal volume, he turned his attention back to his little brother. But Luffy's attention was no longer on him, nor the pirates. His gaze was looking just over Sabo's left shoulder, staring straight at the wall. Or rather, like he was looking right through it. "Luffy?" Luffy didn't say anything, his eyes narrowing. There were goosebumps on his skin and his shoulders were raised, he was tense. "Luffy!" Sabo tried again, looking behind him where Luffy was staring. But as far as he could tell, nothing was there. And then Luffy moved, his eyes slowly tracking along the wall, as if following an invisible bug as it crawled across the stone. But there was nothing. Nothing at all. "Lou!" Sabo reached out to grab Luffy's shoulder and he jumped slightly, looking at Sabo wide-eyed. "What's wrong?" Sabo asked him gently. He looked back at the wall. "Is there something there?" Luffy's frown grew as he shook his head. No, Luffy had always been a terrible liar. But he seemed more confused than anything. It was as if he honestly didn't know. Ace was right, something was up with him. Something new. Before Sabo got the chance to ask him, Luffy spoke up. Why is Ace worried? A lot of stuff happened, Sabo said after a moment. That's why we were so slow to find you. Ace is dealing with some of the fallout. He was being purposely vague. The last thing Luffy needed was this. But he seemed to understand all the same. It was stupid Teach, right? Yeah, Sabo said. He does stuff like that. Luffy looked down at his bandaged hand, flexing it back and forth. Stuff like what? Sabo asked him gently. What did he do to you, Luffy? He did all of this to hurt Ace, Luffy said, avoiding the question altogether. Sabo changed tactics. I don't think Ace wants you to worry about us, alright? Because you guys will be fine? Luffy asked him, and something about the way he said it made Sabo worried. Of course we will. Sabo would make sure Ace was going to be fine. And you will too. Luffy looked up at him, and Sabo knew he didn't believe him. Come here, he told him, and Luffy hesitated a moment before pushing closer to him. Sabo wrapped his arm around his shoulder, pulling him against his side. He waited until the younger boy stilled a bit before he asked, What's wrong? What are you afraid of? I'm not AFR- right, concerned then. I know you, Lou, I can tell when you're freaked out. I might be able to help, he added when Luffy didn't say anything. He shifted under Sabo's arm, tucking his legs in as he leaned against him. How do you know if you're crazy? Huh? Whatever Sabo had expected, that wasn't it. He looked down at Luffy in confusion. Why do you think you're crazy? I can feel things that aren't there. Luffy told him, his eyes moving to rest in the corner of the room. Things like? Bad people? Who? Sabo tried. Who's bad, Luffy? Teach? Luffy shook his head before he began to nod, and then back to the shaking. Not him, he said. The Marines? Not them. I can't help if I don't know what's wrong. Luffy pulled away from him a bit, sitting up to look Sabo in the eyes. He looked really serious. You'll never let anyone kill you, right? You're too strong for that. I mean, no one's been able to so far. That has to mean something. Luffy didn't look comforted. But really? You won't let some stupid person beat you, right? Even if they're really strong? Or Ace or anyone? I'm not invincible, Lou, Sabo told him. But they would have to be pretty damn strong to take on all of us. This was not the answer he was looking for, and Luffy huffed, his attention drifting back to the far corner. You can feel things, Sabo said when it was clear Luffy wasn't going to say anything. Like you knew that Ace was coming back? That did the trick as Luffy turned back to look at him. Does that happen a lot? He pressed. I don't know, sometimes. Well, I can do it too, Sabo told him, watching Luffy's eyes get larger. Really? He nodded. Ace too, but just between us, he's not that great at it. He smiled. Marco as well, I'd bet you some others too. I'm no expert, but I can show you one day if you want. Really? I promise. Sabo held out his pinky and Luffy took it. Is that why you think you're crazy? No, yes, I don't think so. He huffed again, only this one bordered on something much deeper. Luffy wasn't just frustrated, he was terrified and confused and too exhausted to be dealing with all of this. Sabo, my head hurts so much, Luffy told him, his voice a bit shaky. I don't know if it's still working right anymore. Ship. Sabo tried to calm him down before he spiraled. He pulled Luffy against him again, hugging him tightly. Luffy, you're not crazy, he said. We know all that already? You do? Luffy tried to look up at him. Of course, I honestly have no idea what you're running on, because it's not food, it's not water. I don't think you have a ton of blood left over, but I still have my brain stuff. You don't lose that, right? Sabo actually laughed. A weird sound in the chillingly quiet room. In front of them, the pirates continued to talk in low voices, although Ace looked over at the noise. It's a package deal, Luffy, he told him. If your body's really sick, then that means your head is kind of sick too. You won't be actually yourself until we can properly fix you up. I know it sucks, but bear with it for a little while longer. You're really smart, Luffy told him. Only compared to you, little brother. Sabo teased him lightly. Rude, Luffy told him, his attention going back to the damn corner. Do you feel somebody over there? I don't know, Luffy said, pushing a bit further against him. Sometimes someone would watch me. I couldn't see them, but I always knew they were there. It felt like they were shouting at me without actually making noise. He pressed his palm into his forehead in frustration. What happened? Sabo asked him. Who did that to you? I got really good at knowing where they were, Luffy said, ignoring Sabo's concern. Even if they were far away, I could tell, but now I don't know. It's different, Luffy, Sabo said, doing his best to keep his voice clear of the anger. You have to tell me what happened. This was the closest Luffy had come to voluntarily telling Sabo what had occurred with his captors. But as much as Sabo wanted, or needed to know. It was clear that today was not going to be that day. Either Luffy couldn't or didn't want to talk about it because he ignored the questions altogether. "When you guys brought me in here," Luffy said after a long pause, "I felt like somebody was nearby." He looked back at the corner. "Really close. Like just on the other side of the wall? Someone really bad. But I didn't really realize it, and then it was gone. I feel like something is watching me, but when I focus there's nothing there." Sabo sat up a bit, looking around the room, focusing on the corners with his haki. "The Marines are getting pretty close," he told him. "God's willing, they would pass by as expected. But they're still a ways away. No one is there, Luffy. So I'm crazy?" "You're not crazy," Sabo told him again. "You're stressed. We're not going to let anything happen to you, okay?" Luffy was looking at the corner again. Sabo put his hand on his cheek, gently pulling his attention away from it. "You have to trust us. Please?" Luffy nodded slowly, his eyes large and owlish as he turned his attention to Sabo. He knew Luffy trusted them, he always had. Implicitly. "So maybe you can trust me when I tell you that you need to eat something." Luffy shifted in his spot, clearly not liking the direction this was going. "I know," Sabo told him. "Those people forced you. You're really sick and food is the last thing you want. But if you don't start eating, your body is going to shut down. Please, Luffy," he added after a moment of silence. This was the last thing he ever expected to have to beg Luffy to do. Everything about it seemed so wrong, so alien, but here they were. Luffy moved a little bit, leaning deeper against the other's shoulder. He didn't look happy about the idea, but he nodded. Sabo smiled back at him, thrilled by the small victory as he wrapped Luffy into a tight hug. Luffy only made a surprised noise as he pressed his forehead against his knees until Sabo let him go. He broke up a few pieces of a protein square for him before crushing it up and mixing it with some of their water so Luffy's stomach could handle it better. Sabo doubted it was very tasty. It tasted like chalk on a good day, but he also knew nothing would taste good to Luffy right now. He finished most of it, although not as much as Sabo had wanted. But he didn't push him beyond another few sips. "Are you okay?" Luffy nodded as he leaned back against him once more. He felt full and maybe a little sick, but ultimately better. And Sabo was warm behind him, and something about him was so nostalgic. Like a feeling Luffy hadn't had in a while. Especially not while he had been here. He was still trying to think of it when he started to drift off. He felt Sabo shift him a bit, never letting go of him. The word came to him hours later. He had no idea how long he had been out, but sometime during his sleep the pirates had given up their discussion and gone to bed. He had been woken up again by another nightmare. They were nearly constant now. No matter how secure Sabo felt, he couldn't protect him from his own head. It had taken Luffy a moment to get his breathing under control and for the facade of the dream to fade away. When he came back to himself, he was laying on the floor against the wall where he had fallen asleep. Sabo lay next to him, his back facing him, fast asleep. At some point Ace had joined them. He lay on his side behind Luffy, his arm thrown over the two of them protectively. Completely dead to the world. No, not dead, just sleeping. Luffy checked just in case. They were sleeping. Both exhausted. Luffy turned over onto his side to face Ace. He poked his cheek, but the other didn't respond, so Luffy grabbed his hand instead, wrapping his fingers around Ace's slightly larger ones. When Ace still didn't wake up, he tucked their hands under his cheek, laying his head back against the cold stone floor. Safe, that was it. This place was hell. But right now, this little patch of floor felt like heaven. Laying between the two people who always protected him and took care of him. Who had done so much to save him even if he was useless and weak. They had never cared about that. They stayed with him all the same. The only ones who had stayed in his entire life. It was still dark, and it reminded him of his cell, but they were so warm. Sabo was sitting beside Luffy now, talking to him softly. Ace knew whatever was wrong, Sabo could handle it. Besides, he had something to do, something he really didn't want to do. The Whitebeards were waiting for him. The 5 of them were standing near the hallway. All of them were watching, or more specifically, they were watching Ace. He owed them an explanation, he knew that. But right now, he would rather take his chances with the Marines. Ace had never been all that good at sharing personal stuff. He had lived his entire life with the knowledge that if he did tell someone the truth about his heritage, then it wouldn't end well for him. As a kid, he had grown up hearing criminals brag about the things they would do to Roger's kid if they got the chance. Most of it was the drunken ramblings of men eager to prove themselves by dissing the ghost of a long-dead criminal. No matter what it was or who said it, Ace had never forgotten the things he heard, especially the more creative ideas. He didn't know how someone would react if they knew the truth about him. aside from his ragtag family, that is. There was no telling how other people would take it. This would all be so much easier if it were people he didn't know. But these were his crewmates, well, ex-crewmates. Ace had to constantly remind himself of the ex. He would have told them the truth eventually. Before all of this started, he had begun to seriously think about telling Whitebeard. He figured that his new captain should at least know the type of person he had accepted onto his ship. The fear of getting kicked off his new cruise ship had made him hold off. In fact, he had held off just long enough to stick around for Teach's betrayal and the kidnapping of Thatch and Luffy. After that, all plans of telling his captain what he was got sidelined in favor of saving the two of them. Some days it felt like no matter what decision Ace made, it was always the wrong one. He really was an idiot. An idiot that had ruined everything. He met Marco's eyes. They were very blue, as always. But there was no hatred there, not yet anyway. Taking strength in that, Ace moved towards them, his feet heavy beneath them. He was cursed, wasn't he? There was some ancient darkness in his blood and brought everyone around him misfortune. He remembered that time back when he was very young. Sabo had held his hand with his own, their blood mixing together. He had promised that Ace's blood wasn't poison, and at the time Ace had believed him. But now, with all the bad that had happened to everyone, it was all misfortune Ace and his cursed bloodline had brought to his friends and family. Ace stopped in front of them, his hand gripping the strap of his bag so hard his knuckles were turning white. He had hardly let the bag out of his sight since arriving at the base out of fear it would be taken. After all, Luffy's hat was in here, and there had to be a limit as to how many times Ace could fail Luffy. He had meant to give it back, but he hadn't gotten the chance yet. Ace. Thatch's voice was soft, and Ace turned to look at him. The man was leaning against the wall wearily. The worst of his injuries had been bandaged, but he still looked terrible, although still better than Luffy. He was pale and covered in a fine layer of grime from the cells. Ace didn't miss the way he leaned against the wall behind him for support, as if he would tumble over without it. "Are you okay?" Thatch asked after a moment. Thatch was worried about him. So was Luffy. They had asked if he was okay. Like Ace was the one who was hurt by all of this, like he was somehow the victim here. How messed up could this get? A bubble of laughter erupted from Ace's throat and escaped out his mouth before he could stop it. The sound of it echoed off the walls of the tiny space. The pirates before him looked at him like he was crazy. He felt crazy. "Why do you think this is funny?" Jose asked, the anger clear in his voice. The anger he was entitled to. Ace understood how much the man must hate him, the others too, even if they were better at hiding it. There was once a time when the Whitebeard crew could give each other the benefit of the doubt. When they could trust that each one of them had the other's best interest at heart. But that was before Teach, and now before Ace. To gain Blackbeard's trust and goodwill, Ace had done everything he could to break their trust in him, because if the Whitebeards no longer trusted him, then Blackbeard would think he won. It was the only way to protect Luffy. So Ace had done his best to gather the hatred of his ex-crew. He had expected them to despise him. He had worked hard to ensure it. So none of this should come as a surprise. And the way Jose was looking at him right now, it shouldn't have hurt as much as it did. He was looking at Ace like those drunken pirates used to do whenever they were describing Roger and his possible heirs. In the past, Ace used to fight back. He would beat those men up if he could, or get beaten himself when they overpowered or outnumbered him. There was a time when he actually wanted to prove them wrong, make them regret that. Because he thought that he might make something of himself in the future. How wrong had he been? There was no point defending himself anymore. Not when they had been right about him all along. "Ace?" Marco's voice was soft, cracking the silence that had overtaken them. "It's okay, just tell them what's going on, alright?" There was no hatred on his face, just understanding. Ace bit the inside of his cheek. He didn't want Marco's sympathy. He hadn't wanted Thatch's, and he sure as hell didn't want Luffy's. He didn't want their hatred either, but he knew deep down that was what he deserved. He looked back at Jose, meeting his eyes. "You're right," he told him. "You're right about everything." Jose clenched his fists in anger, but Izo put a hand on the man's muscular shoulder. "Right about what, Ace? What I did?" Ace told them, digging his fingernails into his palms as hard as he could. "I helped Teach. I knew he wanted to destroy you guys, and I helped him anyways." Once he started, it was easier to get the words out. "I tried to kill Marco Dash," Jose yelled in rage, but Ace didn't stop. "When I realized I wouldn't be able to do it on my own, I got Sabo to help me. I knew he would do whatever I wanted because I promised him we would save Luffy, even though I didn't know if that was possible. Oh, for the love of Dash dot." Ace heard Marco groan in annoyance. but he kept going, determined to get it all out to make them hate him. Then I attempted to kill Marco, kidnapped him, and lied about it to all of you so you would still trust me. Watch it! Jozu warned him. Ace narrowed his eyes, meeting the heated gaze with his deadly cold one. And then when you let your guard down, I poisoned Whitebeard. That was the final straw as Jozu lunged towards him. Ace held his ground, shutting his eyes tightly for the inevitable impact. Before the furious pirate could make it more than a few steps, Thatch pulled him back. The man's grip wasn't strong by any means, but Jay did stop, respecting his injured friend's wishes. Although he was still fuming. I can't believe you! The large man yelled across the small space. How could you? Ace met his hate-filled gaze evenly and told the first full lie of the night. It was easy. Jozu tried to get to him again, but Thatch's hand was insistent. Don't, he warned his friend gently as he tightened the hand on his shirt. The two pirates who stood beside him looked more confused than anything else, and Marco was rubbing his temple like he had a headache forming. Seriously, Ace! His soft words were mostly overshadowed by the yells. Let's use our inside voices! Sabo called to them from across the room, momentarily interrupting the brewing tension. Despite his words, Ace could see the tightness of his brother's face. Their argument was getting too serious for Sabo's liking. And who the hell even are you? Jozu asked him. If we're too loud, the Marines are going to come running. Sabo replied, meeting Ace's warning look head-on and stopping whatever snide comment he was no doubt about to say. He's right. Marco agreed, and Jozu didn't argue with him, although it looked like he wanted to. Instead, he gave one last curious look to Sabo and Luffy. They have nothing to do with this, Ace told him softly. I swear, everything was me, Marco sighed, annoyed by his confession. Ace, you're not smart enough to have done all of this by yourself or to manipulate Sabo. Well, I got smarter then, Ace said through clenched teeth. And suddenly sociopathic? Not suddenly, Ace growled. Marco groaned again, raking his hand through his hair in agitation. Why does everything have to be so hard with you? Ace just shrugged. Haruta, as subtly as he could manage, leaned over to Aizo beside him. I am so confused. Okay, Marco said, cutting across the circle to grab Ace's arm, pulling him away from the others. Give us a second. When they were out of earshot, Ace shrugged out of his grip, taking a step back, and then another for safety. Marco was either too annoyed to notice, or he was just ignoring it in favor of the bigger issue. What are you trying to do? Marco asked him. You know how Jozu gets when it comes to protecting Pops and his family. Do you want to fight him again? No. Ace crossed his arms, looking over his shoulder. Sabo was still sitting with Luffy, his arms tightly around him. Marco sighed for the millionth time that night, although softer this time as he closed the distance between them, reaching up to Ace's jaw to gently turn his attention back to him. Look, I know you're really going through something right now. I can't imagine how hard. No! Ace told him. Don't do that. Do what? Make this about me, Ace told him. Why the hell did everyone keep doing that right now? Ask if he was okay. Of course he was. He wasn't the one who had gotten stabbed and kidnapped like Thatch, or tortured like Luffy, or betrayed by someone who you were trying to help like Marco. He was not the one who deserved pity, or friendship, or empathy. He was the last person who should get that. That was the point he had been trying to prove, and somehow Marco had ended up feeling even sorrier for him. Ace didn't want to be pitied, he wanted to be despised. He deserved to be hated. Like it or not, this is about you, Marco told him. Teach went after the Whitebeards, but he also went after you. It's your secrets he's trading away to the Marines. You're the one who he blackmailed, and you're the only one whose little brother got stolen. So yes, this is about you and your family, and yes, people are going to feel bad for you, because there is no way that you are okay with any of this. They keep asking you that because you're not acting like you're alright. You're acting like someone who is so upset that he's trying to convince everyone he's some evil genius. Ace bit his cheek once more, digging further into the intent he made as he turned his smoldering expression to the floor. You're wrong, am I? Marco actually laughed, a joyless sound. What is it that you want, Ace? Do you want the blame for all of this? Fine. The fact that we are in this situation is on you. Teach betraying us, yeah, that's also on you. Luffy getting kidnapped, that's all you. You make the sun set and bring the rain? Are you happy now? I don't have time to hate you for everything that goes wrong in the world. Not even if it would make you feel better. Silence fell between them. Marco sighed, unclenching his own fists. I'm sorry, he said after a long moment in which Ace had yet to look up from the floor. I'm sorry I have to get you to do this right now, and I'm also sorry I can't unpack all of the crazy, suicidal stuff you've done lately, especially when me, and Thatch, and Pops, and basically everyone, has spent the last few months trying to make you understand that you're not this horrible, disposable person. Marco waited a moment for Ace to interject, but he remained silent. Come on, Ace, Marco told him. We aren't on opposite sides anymore. You have to trust us. I want to hear it from you, not Teach. I know it's not fair to ask after everything Teach put you through, but you need to tell us the truth. I did, Ace said, trying to get Jozu to attack you in some misguided self-punishment tactic that delays the moment when you finally have to tell us about yourself. Ace looked up sharply and Marco met his pale face with a gentle smile. I pay attention, he told him. Now come on, it's not going to be as bad as you think. Besides, letting Jozu attack you because you refuse to tell him what's actually going on isn't going to make anyone happy in the long run. Marco gestured back to the group where the four of them were waiting, but Ace didn't move. Plan B then. Or I could go ask Sabo to explain everything. Marco looked over to where Sabo was sitting. The blonde was watching the door. Luffy had fallen asleep in his arms. I think that would wake up Luffy and he needs his sleep. Your choice. Now who's the sociopath? Marco smiled at that. I'm on your side, Ace, I've always been. Now come on already, Ace sighed in reluctant defeat, as he followed Marco back to the tiny group. This doesn't mean I'm ignoring any of the insane stuff you did in the last 2 days, Marco told him. Just one problem at a time. Ace really didn't want to sit through another one of Marco's self-worth speeches. But then again, he didn't want to do any of this. He understood why Marco was worried about him, and also why he was scaring Sabo and apparently even Luffy. But the last thing he wanted was for people to try and help him. Well, the second last thing, the actual last thing, was to be in this situation. The others looked up as the two came over. Jozu seemed to have calmed down considerably, and all four of them had transitioned to sitting on the cold stone floor. Is everything okay? Thatch asked. Yeah. Marco began, only to stop mid-sentence. His gaze went straight to the corner of the cold stone room. Marco? The man's eyes narrowed as he held up a hand to get them to wait. When the moment passed, and the next one, Haruta finally spoke up. What's wrong? Marco looked back at them, and then the corner. Nothing, he said after a second. Sorry, I thought I felt I need some sleep. This place is starting to creep me out. It's awful down here. Aizo agreed. I can't wait to leave, you poor things, Thatch told them. Trapped here for 2 whole days. What a nightmare. Despite himself, Marco smiled. Sorry, not for nothing, guys, Haruta said. But there's literally nothing to do down here but talk to each other, and I am so lost at this point. It's fine, Marco said, looking to Jozu next. You good? Yeah. The big man was leaning back against the wall, looking tense but considerably less angry than he had been. Aizo filled me in. On what? Well, nothing really. After all the lies and crazy rumors going around, I figured I would just wait for you guys to tell me what was actually happening. And then I can decide if I still want to kill someone. Trust me, you're still going to want to kill someone, Thatch muttered. Just tell me one thing, Ace. Jozu continued, his dark eyes finding Ace's and holding them. Did you really help Teach and do all of those things you said? Yes, Ace told him without missing a beat. Everything. Why? I don't know. Marco sighed for the 100th time. Seriously, we just talked about this. Well, I did do it, Ace told him. So why aren't the rest of you angry? Jozu asked, still confused by the tone of the room and everything in general. Because Ace is doing that thing he does again, Aizo told him carelessly. Where he sees how hard he can make things for himself. Oh, Jozu said, understanding what the other was trying to say. So what is going on then? All eyes turned to Ace, who didn't say anything. I will go get Sabo, Marco warned as he sat down. Ace looked back at the two of them. Sabo had fallen asleep by now, some guard he was. His cheek on Luffy's head. Reluctantly, Ace sat down as well, pulling his knees closer to him. Fine, he said. They hated him already. May as well go all the way. After all, it wasn't like he could ever go back to the Whitebeards. Not after what he had done. But a small piece of him, the one that wanted to pretend there was an after to all of this, had wanted to keep the idea alive a little longer. But after he told them about Roger, and his involvement with Teach, all that was going to be pointless. It was time to let go of that in them. He looked at their faces, all of them staring at him, waiting for him to finally start talking. I really did all of that stuff and more, Ace told Jozu. I would have done much worse things if I had to. So whatever you guys might think, you don't owe me the benefit of the doubt. You just hate us that much then? Jose asked him, only he wasn't angry anymore. He looked sad. No, Ace said, finding a spot on the floor to focus on. I never hated you, he said after a moment. Now he was going to have to explain what could have possibly driven him to turn against the people who had been like a family to him even when he didn't deserve it. He forced himself to meet Jose's eyes once more. I would have followed Oyaji to the end if I could have. In another world where evil brother stealers took a holiday, and cursed blood lay dormant. But your undying devotion to Teach was so strong? Jose prompted, half serious and joking. In any other situation, Ace would have laughed, but there was nothing funny about this. No, he told him and then stopped. Teach wasn't the one he did this for. He wanted to tell Jose that Luffy was the one he had done all of this for. But he was worried how that would sound. See that kid I've never mentioned? Well, I like you guys, but I would have tried to kill you to save him. Please don't hurt them. Yeah, right. Talking about emotions had never been his strong suit, but Ace owed them more than a simple, I like him more. So he would try. He owed them that much. Anything to try and get them to understand this wasn't something he took lightly. Right now Ace wished he could be anywhere else. All eyes on him, Ace's fumbling fingers reached into his bag, pulling out the familiar straw hat. That's the hat Teach sent Pops, Izo said, reaching out to look at it, but Ace pulled it back on instinct. No, he told them, his voice sounding hollow even to his own ears. He sent it to me. Why? Ace looked at Marco, the man's arms crossed over his chest, watching them silently, waiting for him to continue. Even if he already knew this, Ace forced himself to keep going. It's Luffy's hat. For Jose's benefit, he pointed Luffy out. I know who Luffy is, Jose told him. That's literally all I know. And why does that hat look like the red-haired pirates? Haruta said. Words seemed to fail Ace today. I guess because it is his hat. This was news to everyone. What now? Then why does Luffy have it? What does Redhead have to do with this? It's not important, Ace told them. He didn't have anything to do with this, I promise. It happened a while ago. All eyes were on him again. The group looked like they wanted him to elaborate. Ace held back a sigh. Shanks and his crew spent a lot of time in the village Luffy was born in. While he was there, he befriended Luffy, and when he left he lent Lou his hat. So Shanks is fond of Luffy? Marco said. Yeah? Ace said. He seems to like him. And what about you? I've only met him once, Ace said. So is that why Teach kidnapped him? Izo asked. No, Ace said. At least I don't think so. I don't think Teach knows about that, or he would have tried to play that card. So then why did he go so far out of his way to kidnap the kid you are, Luffy? Jose was trying his hardest to stay patient. To get to me, Ace said. I don't know how. He met Marco's eyes. I know I've lied a lot, but I mean it when I say that I have no clue how he found out about him. I never would have told him. Who could have? Marco asked. Did someone else betray you? Ace shook his head. Outside of us, only 2 people knew, and they wouldn't have done that. You're sure? Ace nodded. Well, that's that then, he said. Teach hid a note in Luffy's hat for me to find. It said that I had to leave the crew and meet up with him in 3 days. Why the hell didn't you tell us? Haruta all but exploded. Ace, that's not the kind of thing you keep secret. Teach warned me not to. Ace said, his eyes turning towards the stone floor. Teach said it was between us. Plus, you guys had enough to worry about with Thatch. Having heard this for the first time, Thatch interjected. I don't think there's a maximum capacity on worrying. That's not really how it works. Ace didn't have anything to say to that. Thatch was right. It was a stupid excuse. But it made perfect sense to him. Luffy was his responsibility, especially after Sable left. His job was to look after him like he promised. Not go running to his crew who were in mourning and get them to do it for him. Plus, Teach held all the cards, and Ace was worried about what he would do to Luffy if he was disobeyed. From the looks of it, Ace was right to worry. It was my mess, Ace told them. I thought I knew what Teach wanted from me, and I was worried you guys might try to stop me if it came down to it. Marco groaned in frustration as he understood what Ace meant. You better bet I would have. Would have what? Haruta asked. Ace wanted to trade himself for Luffy. Izo translated for them. Thatch was frowning now, his face serious. Ace turned his gaze back to the floor below him. Not only had he betrayed them, but now they were also disappointed in him. As if that could possibly hold any bearing on the stuff they already knew he had been willing to do. He hadn't even started, and already Ace would rather be back to fighting Jozu. So you're Luffy's friend too? Joe's voice cut through the silence. Huh! Ace forced his eyes back up. The man didn't look mad anymore, or maybe he did. It was hard to tell with him. There was an off expression on his face though. Yeah, I am, and you guys are close. Jozu continued, slowly getting a handle on this at his own pace. Ace nodded. Yeah, I guess. He didn't think a close friend described them. He hadn't betrayed the people who had taken him in and sided with a monster for a good friend. But the rest of them already knew Luffy wasn't actually his brother. Although considering the Whitebeards had built their crew around a family that wasn't their blood, he hoped they could understand. Ace took a shaky breath, willing himself to calm down. It would be alright. Things were alright so far. If he could just make them understand, then maybe they could keep this shaky partnership going a bit longer. Maybe forever. What a stupid thought. Ace deserved their hatred. He had been through this already. But at the first sign of pity, his resolve crumbled. He really was pathetic, wasn't he? Teach wasn't lying when he said Luffy wasn't my real brother. Ace said to no one's surprise but Jozu. Wait, he's your brother? Jozu said. He's not my brother. Ace repeated. Did we think he was? Jozu asked. I did. Aizo said. Yeah, I definitely did. Haruta added. Me too. Thatch said. You guys are so alike it's scary. They seemed a little less accepting of this than he was hoping for. Subconsciously Ace pulled his leg towards him, hugging it against his chest. That seemed to excite Thatch further as he sat up a little more, pointing at him. See, even that? Even what? Ace let go of his leg to lean back a little bit, clearly anxious. Nothing, sorry. I'm just surprised. Thatch told him. You guys are so similar sometimes, if we are. And honestly, Ace didn't see it. It's because we grew up together. And what about Blondie? Joza asked. Sabo. Ace corrected automatically. Yeah, him too. We've been together since we were 5. He had been the first person Ace had ever let in. But Ace didn't tell them that. Luffy's been with us since he was 7, all alone? Thatch asked softly and Ace shrugged. All alone? None of us had parents. If that was what he meant. At least not good ones. But they weren't really alone. We were living with mountain bandits off and on. Ace wondered what counted as part of the story, and which parts he was allowed to keep personal. Plus, he was sure Dayton would thank him for leaving her out of it. Speaking of her, there was no way she hadn't noticed Luffy was gone by now. Ace would try to find a way to tell her Lou was safe if he could. Despite what she said, he knew she would rest a lot easier knowing Luffy was back with him. Were they nice? Thatch asked and Ace stared at him. That was such a Thatch question. It was also an incredibly stupid one considering the circumstances. I guess they were alright. Nice might be going a bit far. Then again, you'd be hard-pressed to find a nice person among the bandits, or in the Great Terminal. So, Teach figured out you had a foster brother and went after him so he could blackmail you. Aizo clarified for everyone. He took Luffy and then he came back and attacked Thatch and stole the devil fruit. And when Ace started acting weird and took off, I went after him. Marco spoke up for the first time in a long time. He showed me the note, and we met Teach's right hand, Burgess. You guys have met him. He told Aizo and Haruta. He was the one holding Luffy. He seems terrible. Haruta said plainly. Trust me, he's worse than terrible. Thatch told them. Everyone here is so inhuman, and that's coming from a pirate. So you guys were working together then? Joza asked. Yeah, for a while. We had to do Teach's dirty work. Oyaji knew. It wasn't like we could refuse him with the leverage. What happened? Marco met Ace's eyes and Ace looked away, staring back to his floor. He ran his finger over the cold stone, feeling the grime that covered it. The best intention always amounted to nothing when they were covered with so much dirt. Teach didn't like that we were working together. Ace told them softly. This was the part he really didn't want to share. When everything had gone so wrong. Right when he didn't think it could get any worse. He looked over his shoulder at Sabo, still sleeping away completely exhausted. He knew that Sabo was in his corner. He had promised after all. Ace knew that no matter what, either of them were ever going to hate him. And that had been enough his whole life. 2 people shy of the entire world still meant that at the end of the day 2 people would care if he disappeared. Teach told me that I had to kill Marco. Ace finally told them. Or else he would torture Luffy to death and send him back to me in pieces. Marco was one of the last people in the world Ace wanted to hurt. But he wasn't the absolute last person. So Ace's choice had been made for him. So I told him I would do it. Aizo shook his head angrily, turning away. That's disgusting. Ace already knew what he was. Why didn't you tell us, Ace? Karuta's voice was soft, filled with, oh God, That better not be sympathy. Ace met the look with his own angry one. They said if I told anyone they were going to kill Luffy and Thatch. I didn't know if they were bluffing or not and I didn't want to find out. So what did you do? He looked over his shoulder once again at Sabo. I didn't do anything. When Sabo found out what was happening to Luffy, he came and found me. He was the one that came up with the plan to save you. Sabo's a revolutionary, right? Jose said. So everyone kept saying, yeah, Ace said. This isn't some assignment to him, though. I asked for his help and there is no way I could have done any of this without him. I know, Marco said. I believe you now. And you didn't before? Thatch asked him. Not really. He can lie really well when he wants to. When I met him, he pretended to be a scared kid who had broken his leg. When I lowered my guard, he got me with a poison knife. That was my fault, Ace said quickly. He hadn't wanted to share this part. Ace, it's fine, Marco told him. I'm not mad anymore. None of us are going to go seek revenge on either of your brothers, okay? Marco waited until all of them nodded and Ace sat back with a short huff, clearly not happy but willing to put up with it. So how did you trick them? Haruta asked. Ace looked around at them. Do you really want to hear this? Yes. I laced a blade with a jellyfish neurotoxin. Ace was grateful that Marco didn't correct him by saying that part was Sabo. As soon as it nicked Marco's arm, it started working by slowing down his movements. Teach had given me 3 rules. I wasn't allowed to tell anyone, I had to do it in front of Burgess, and after I was done, he would take his head as proof. So Sabo distracted Marco by fighting him while I got Burgess. When the poison had finally started taking effect, I betrayed Marco and got him with sea stone cuffs so he couldn't use his powers. Then we fought and I stabbed him. Was that really necessary? I needed him to pass out, Ace said. It wouldn't have worked if Marco was still fighting him when the flames cleared. And I covered the entire place in fire so Burgess couldn't see what I was actually doing. It was Ace's fire, he chose what it burnt, and he chose how hot. He was in control of it, and he had controlled it to cover his friend and leave him unscathed. I had stolen a body from the morgue. I switched them out and burned that one to a crisp so not even Teach would be able to recognize whose head it really was. Ace was staring at the ground again, running his fingers over the coarse stone. He didn't want to see the looks his ex-crew were giving him right now. He bet whatever sympathy they had for him was long gone. Good. I told Burgess Sabo was just some mercenary for hire. Burgess took the body's charred head back to Teach and I guess they bought it. Now that he had started, Ace wanted to keep going. Tell them absolutely everything. Let them see how truly disgusting he was. See if they dared to feel bad for him again. We were past the point of no return, Ace said. If Teach realized I had tricked him, he would have killed Luffy, and I couldn't let that happen, so we decided that we couldn't let Marco go now. Why? Jose said. We were all so worried about him. Teach said he was dead. I know. Ace's fingers paused, instead digging into the stone beneath him until they turned white. The first thing Marco would have done was call Whitebeard and let him know he was okay. Sabo was willing to bet that Teach had planted a mole somewhere in the crew, and if they overheard anything it would have been over. Teach already was suspicious of me, so we figured the only way they would buy that I had actually done what I promised was if the entire crew was really in mourning. Not pretending to be. Plus there was no way Marco would have let me do the next part. I don't know what I would have done, Marco said, and Ace finally looked up at him. Doubt clear in his eyes. Okay, no. I wouldn't have let you go through with that. It was incredibly stupid. But you should have talked to me. There might have been another way. The tricky thing about the situation they all ended up in was everyone had their limits. Marco's was Oyaji, and theirs was Luffy. Maybe you were right, Ace told him. Maybe there was another way. But I didn't want to take that risk. Not when it came to Luffy. As unfair as that fight had been, Ace had won the power to make that decision. So Sabo stayed there and made sure Marco didn't wake up. Teach's last order was for me to kill Whitebeard. You guys know the rest. I don't, Thatch said, looking a little pale. Oyaji is alright. Right. Someone better have told me if he wasn't. He's fine, Marco promised. Or he is now. He looked at Ace. He listened to you. Ace just shrugged. To get the upper hand on Teach, it was the best option. At least that's what Sabo intended when he made the plan. You could have told us then, Izo told him. Ace shook his head. Teach never trusted me. He put a bug on me so he could overhear everything I did. So what really happened? Jose said. Everyone knows you tried to kill Oyaji and he threw you into the ocean. We thought you were dead. Was that also part of your great plan? Yeah, Ace said. It was. No way you would come up with that, Haruta said. It was Sabo's plan, Marco told them. He's a revolutionary, he's used to being strategical. Ace is protective of him. Now he could see why. It wasn't his fault. Ace shot back. I was the one who did all the actual betrayal, not him. See, Marco said as Ace proved his point for him. Ace sat back, turning his gaze to the floor. Ace, we already told you we weren't going to do anything, Aizo told him. To either of them. Not like they were planning on it before either. They weren't monsters. Just tell us the rest of it, okay? That is it, Ace said. Teach took the credit for killing Marco, but he told me if I messed up he would tell you the truth and let you kill me. I poisoned Whitebeard, and when I confronted him I left the antidote at the door with instructions to take it in a few days. Why? So people could see that he was weakened and rumors would begin to spread. Teach would get overconfident if he thought Whitebeard was dying. And he did. I don't understand why Pops waited to take it. Haruta cut in. Ace shrugged again. I don't know. He just did. Because Ace had asked, in his own way, for Yaji to trust him at the beginning of his fight. His old captain must have seen the desperation on his face because he listened. And how did you survive? We all thought you drowned. Sabo's friend saved me. What? The blackbirds? Marco told them. They weren't just a traveling flock. They're a lot less cute when he's in full form. Oh yikes, I kept feeding them bread scraps. They looked so hungry, he probably deserved them, Marco said. He worked overtime. That's our whole plan, Ace told them. Everything was to catch Teach off guard and try to keep everyone alive as long as possible. So when did you come in? Haruta asked Marco. Right after Ace fought Whitebeard. When I woke up the best option seemed to be to go along with them. It was too late to try anything else, not without alerting Teach. I contacted Oyaji and he agreed. Thanks for sharing, by the way, Haruta told him. We were so worried about you. Marco smiled at his brother. I know, I'm sorry. We wanted to tell you but everyone needed to buy it for Teach too. Aizo cut in. Marco nodded. We couldn't risk tipping him off to our plan. I'm glad you won that one, Thatch said. I can't imagine what he would have done if he didn't think he was winning. Teach was bad enough when he was in a good mood. I still don't understand something, Marco said after a moment. Just one thing, Haruta echoed. Why couldn't you just tell me Sabo was your brother? And he didn't even know how old you were. Ace frowned, his eyes going back to the floor. Was that all part of your plan? No, he said. That wasn't part of anything. He hated this. But he had promised to tell Marco everything. Apparently, that extended to things that weren't his to tell. When we were little, Sabo got into an accident, Ace said, touching his own cheek absent-mindedly as if he were going to feel a scar below. He got shot in the face and drowned. They told us he was dead. We thought he was dead and his body was somewhere in the ocean. So we never went looking for him. They were all staring at him again. Ace could tell without looking up. Luffy said he was dead, Thatch said after a moment. His voice was soft. He told me Sabo died when you were kids, so we couldn't let that happen to you. Yeah, Ace stared ahead of him at his hands. He clenched them into fists. Luffy took it really hard. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that Ace had as well. So what happened? Aizo prompted when it became clear Ace wasn't going to continue on his own. He got rescued by the revolutionaries when they were passing by. He forgot all about us and joined them until he realized Luffy had been captured. I guess even without his memory that bothered him, so he tracked me down figuring that Teach was working off my orders. And yeah, that's why he couldn't answer your questions, he told Marco. So Sabo doesn't remember you? Marco asked him. No, he does now, Ace said. Remember the really bad headaches and nosebleeds he was getting? After he woke up in the hospital, he remembered. That must have been a relief, Haruta said, partially to ease the silent air around them. Ace shrugged, his attitude preceding him. I guess. One last question, Marco said, and Ace looked up at him. He knew what the other was going to say. Roger was your father? Huh? Jose looked over at Ace in shock. Ace took his time to answer this one. He changed his position a little bit, leaning back on his palms as he exhaled slowly, as if exasperated. Yes. How? Marco said. Ace frowned, his eyebrows raising in question. How? I mean, the world government was on the warpath. I heard they killed all the babies who might be the right age in the right area. Ace had heard that too. They messed up, I guess. You're too young, Aizo told him. You're actually 19 then? No, I'm 18, but Roger died. I know, Ace said impatiently. This was the last thing he wanted to be talking about, let alone here with his ex-crew who hardly needed another reason to despise him. It was best to get this over. Rip the band-aid off. And hopefully, no, not hopefully, this would be the last time Ace would go through this again. This would be the last time he would be stupid enough to think he could live a normal life. Well, relatively normal for a criminal. It was a medical anomaly, he said. I don't know much about it other than I was carried past term. By the time I was an hour old, both my parents were dead. I never met them. They had no secret messages for me or hidden agendas. I can't tell you why he made me or what he wanted me to do, and I really don't care whatever the hell he was thinking. You aren't Roger's fan? No, Ace said. I'm glad he's dead. That seemed to catch the pirates off guard. They, Ace remembered, had actually met Roger. You don't mean that? Why? Ace asked. It doesn't matter what I think. He's going to be dead either way. Marco flinched. But Dash. Joseph spoke up again in the beginnings of protest before he remembered himself. You don't even know him. For his part, Ace hadn't expected this much pushback. They had asked him in the first place. So why did it matter to them what he thought? I think he just means Dash. Aizo cut in. That he was your dad. No, Ace said, thinking of Oyaji. He wasn't. If Roger was still alive, Ace imagined he would have just made things worse for him growing up. Dealing with the falling out of a dead man wasn't fun by any meaning of the word, but he imagined that dealing with the pushback from someone still alive, still causing problems, would have been so much worse. Plus, he might not have met Sabo and Luffy, and that hurt to think about. Sharing the same blood as someone doesn't make them your family. He thought they already knew that. But Dash. Haruta jumped in, but Marco gestured for them to let it drop for now. It was a pointless argument. Who was your mother? He asked somewhat diplomatically. This, unknown to the group, was safer grounds than they had been treading. Ace's eyeline fell to the floor once more as his face softened. He hated that just thinking about her had that effect on him. Poor Gas de Rouge, he told them. Did you know her? Marco shook his head. No, sorry. And he looked truly apologetic. I'm sure she was an amazing woman. You never met her. Yes, but she must have been something to catch Roger's attention. That man was many things, but romantic was not one of them. Yeah, Ace decided. She probably was amazing. How do you know about your parents? That was another question Ace didn't want to answer. But he had figured they would ask it all the same. Despite having a while to prep, he didn't know where to start with this one. I guess Roger felt bad about dying and leaving my mom behind on her own to deal with everything. When he was in the Marine's custody awaiting his execution, he called in a favor. To who? The rats. No, to a Marine you know of him. Vice Admiral Garp. Ace had heard them complaining about him once. Wait. You can't be serious. Haruta said at the same time Aizo said something indistinguishable. Even Thatch, who had made a point to listen politely through the whole thing, looked floored. Garp! You mean the Navy's most persistently annoying pirate bloodhound? That had been one of the nicer things most pirates had to say about him. Why did Roger ask him for a favor and not literally anyone else? Ace actually knew the answer to this. He had asked the same thing when he was little. I don't know exactly what he was thinking, but Roger told him that even though they were on opposite sides, they respected each other, and he trusted him like a crewmate or something like that. Seriously? Why? Haruta made a face. Look, I wasn't there. I don't know. This is just what I heard. And he actually did it? Their earlier disbelief was trumped. Yeah, Ace told them. He kept his word. Just like Roger had known he would. I can't believe that Garp, the military's pride and joy, would do anything against their wishes. Ace smirked at that. He supposed that was the air Garp gave off with his idiotic and increasingly annoying support. But the truth was he was a pretty shaky Marine by government standards. He was a free spirit, a lot like Luffy. He already had his own mistakes, Ace said. His son was a no-good criminal. Seriously? How did that happen? Probably the same way Ace and Luffy had turned out so lawless. I guess they both agreed that children were innocent of their parents' crimes. So Roger trusted him with the name of my mom, and Garp went to go save her from the Marines. But by the time he got there, it was too late. She was already dying and there was nothing he could do for her. They were all staring at him, wide-eyed. Haruta's eyes looked like they were going to fall out of his head. Disbelief was clear in their expression, but they didn't try to challenge Ace on anything he said. So what did he do? Ace shrugged yet again. He thought it was obvious. He did what Roger asked. The stares were starting to make Ace uncomfortable, well more than he already was, which was a feat in itself. So he saved you? Yeah, Ace said like it was obvious. He was a better man than they were giving him credit for. Marine or not. Why? They had been over this already. He was keeping his promise, and he didn't like what the Marines were doing. Because slaughtering babies seemed like such a good idea, Ace felt like they were veering away from vital information and instead heading straight into deeply personal questions. But he had promised to tell them anything, and honestly it didn't matter anymore. They might as well know everything. So do you know Garp then? Thatch asked curiously. Yeah, of course, Ace said. Like it or not, he was family. He was the one who told me everything I know about them, and he dropped me off with the bandits. They were acquaintances of his. I still don't understand why, Marco said. What was he expecting? From me? Ace asked. Nothing. He's sort of crazy, but he's a decent person. I think. He just does whatever he thinks is right without thinking about the consequences. And he didn't want to let them kill me, so he decided to save me instead. Then are you guys on good terms? Ace didn't know. Probably not right now or for a while. He wanted me to become a Marine. He thought I would be forgiven that way. Ace doubted it, and by the looks the others were giving him, they agreed. But right now I think he's probably furious with me. Why? Because of what happened to Luffy, Ace said, feeling like it was obvious. He knows that Luffy is in this mess because of me, and he wants me to save him. He was the one who got the location of Teach Space, Ace told Marco. So he betrayed the Marines? Disbelief was evident in Joe's voice. Betrayed seemed like a strong word. This goes against his philosophy, Ace told them. Luffy's done nothing to deserve any of this. He had some stuff planned for later, but that didn't matter. So Garp just goes around trying to save children who are being unfairly punished? Aizo asked. Dash. Ace had never thought about it that way. No, Luffy's his grandson. The look was back. Silence filled the room once more. It was getting on Ace's last nerve. He was tired and just wanted this to be over. Does Teach know? Marco finally asked, cutting off the other pressing questions that were bubbling up. Is that why Luffy was kidnapped? No, it was to get to me, Ace said. I don't know how he found out about me, but Teach knows about Roger, so he blackmailed me. I think they thought that I would either join them or he would kill me and get the fame either way. I can't believe he would stoop that low. Haruta agreed. Him, Ace said, feeling numbness. I don't think Teach even understands what he's doing. Not all the way. We're just chess pieces to him, and he's playing the game. They were all staring at him now. He's psychopathic, Ace told them. I know right and wrong. I know what it feels like to be betrayed, and I know how much it would hurt to lose Marco. And I was okay with that. I was okay with Teach walking away from all of this. I was even going to stay out of his way while he took on Pops. That's more disgusting than anything. You didn't kill me. You didn't kill anyone, Marco told him. I was going to. Ace snapped. He was tired of that argument. He was tired of Marco's understanding, and he was really freaking tired with the looks they kept giving him. What do you think the plan was before I found Sabo? I mean, you might have tried, Marco said after a moment. No offense, but I don't think you would have won that one. Ace threw up his hands in frustration. Well, then I would have died trying to kill you. Is that any better? Spending my last moments stabbing the one person who was trying to help me, in the back. That wasn't what you were doing, Marco told him. You were trying to save me. You were stuck in an impossible situation and you didn't want anyone to die. I already know what happened, and I wasn't even there. When you found Sabo, you begged him to help you find another option. He came up with a plan to make it seem like you killed me, saving Luffy and satisfying Burgess enough to report back to Teach without anyone getting hurt. Where were you when I poisoned you and stabbed you? Ace told him. I might be stupid, but I know enough to know that must have hurt. I've had worse, Marco told him. And I prefer that to being dead. And if Sabo hadn't shown up, Ace asked him, if I really had killed you, would you still be fine with me? Would none of you have anything to say about that? Up until then, the rest of them were letting Marco and Ace fight it out, their eyes following the argument like a ball across the tiny circle. But you didn't, Aizo told him softly. But I would have, Ace said again. I was so desperate I would have done anything. Why? Because I'm a bad person. No, Aizo said. You said you would have stayed with us until the end. So why would you do all this if that was true? It is, Ace said softer this time. Then why? I don't know. Oh my god, I see why Marco is so frustrated, Aizo said. Yes, you do. You literally just told us. I don't need an excuse to hide behind, Ace told them. And I don't need your pity. I am the last person you should be feeling sorry for. Not after everything I've done. So if you feel so bad about it, why did you do it? Okay, fine, Izo said. I'll tell you. You just told us that you are an orphan. So you did what you did because you always took care of your little brother and because you can't live without him. At least that's what you said to teach. Did you think we expected you to just let him die because we've been nice to you? They were staring again. Ace looked away from their prying eyes over to the cold, desolate tunnels around them, and then to where his brothers were sleeping. Dead to the world and completely exhausted. Yes. Ace told them honestly. He stood up, still feeling a bit shaky on his feet. Their eyes followed him as he did so. That's everything I know. Well, almost. I've told you every secret I had just like you wanted. Can you stop it with the questions now? Ace could feel a narcolepsy attack coming, sooner than later, and the only thing that could possibly make this situation more embarrassing was passing out in front of them. Marco met his gaze, cool and collected as he always was. Okay, he said, signifying to the others that everything else would have to wait for later. Ace didn't say anything as he turned away, walking towards his brothers. He had only made it a few steps when Thatch called after him. Ace? Ace paused, waiting for him to continue. Finally, he turned back to look at them. They were staring after him. Do you really think that? I don't think it matters, Ace said, and when no one could come up with anything else to say, he turned away from them. 10-ish months ago, the sky was bright over their heads. The lazy clouds were stained bloody by the retreating of the sun as it slowly tumbled into the ocean, setting the world alight with one last show of color. The entire crew raised their glasses to the sun, cheering it in celebration as it headed home for the night. Let it be known that the Whitebirds needed little, or any, cause to celebrate. But today was a special occasion. Today was the day Ace officially joined them. Eventually, through constant non-stop fighting, Ace and Whitebird seemed to come to some type of understanding through exchanging blows, well, through Ace taking the attacks. Over the course of the weeks, Ace's murderous ambushes lost their intensity and became more and more like sparring, which Oyaji seemed to enjoy. Even in his old age, the man loved the action. Once Ace began to settle into his life in captivity, his whole demeanor changed. His personality went from a feral stray cat to a genuinely friendly young man who, while could still be hesitant and guarded, was protective, and loyal and brave, and occasionally naive. 1 month in, Ace had risked his life for some of the weaker members. That was when Whitebird decided that not only was Ace going to be one of them, but he was going to be one of their leaders. Now if they could only get him to value himself enough to stop throwing himself in front of the gunfire. This is all for me? Ace asked when Thatch came and got him for the party. Why are you being bashful now? Iza laughed at his expression. You were hassling the cooks in the kitchen all day. It smelled so good, Ace said, still looking around the massive deck in shock. The crew had collected here, glasses raised, ready for a wild night. Then eat it, Thatch advised. Go wild, kid. I've seen you eat. Ace opened his mouth, then closed it, before shrugging. Yes, if you say so. He didn't need any further encouragement to dig into the feast in front of him. The crew was efficient. It only took an hour for them to get drunk, 2 to get smashed, and in 3 hours most of them were blackout, rolling around the floor like idiots and laughing hysterically at everything. Ace. Thatch put his hand on the younger teen's shoulder. At least he tried, but he missed by several feet and grabbed the air beside him. Marco, stone-cold sober, grabbed Thatch's wrist and dropped it onto his intended target. Ace looked up, a fishtail halfway in his mouth. Yeah. He swallowed it. You said I could eat everything. Not that dash, Thatch said. I wanted to ask you. Oh, this ought to be good, Vista said as he walked by, rolling his eyes at Thatch's drunken antics. Not that he was much better, as a few steps later he ran into a wall. Okay, Ace. Thatch tried again, moving to sit beside him. I always wanted to ask, but before you were kinda dash. A jerk? Ace wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Your words, not mine, Ace laughed. Yeah, sorry. I didn't know you guys. I've seen you, you're not unkind to strangers, Marco said. Just you guys. Ace agreed as he reached for another plate. Alcohol and the atmosphere had done wonders in loosening his tongue. No wonder Thatch had waited to talk to him until after his 6th pint. Why us? Ace shrugged again. Too nice, he said between bites. Don't trust people who are too nice. And you guys make me nervous. What did you think we were going to do? Marco asked, bewildered. Ace gestured around him at the party. You're scared of parties, Thatch teased. No, the party's fun. You made so much food. Oh my gosh, is that octopus? So, what is it then? Marco pressed when it became clear Ace had lost the thread of the conversation. Oh, you guys like me. Ace's nose crinkled as if he didn't like the idea. You like us too, don't you? Thatch said, trying to sober up enough for the turn this conversation had taken. Otherwise, why did you say yes? Yeah, sure. Ace said it easily. Like that was obvious. But you refine with me now, so it's fine. I just don't think it's really okay for me to be on your ship, and when you realize it for yourselves, then all this dash. He gestured around them. Is going to be over. And it'll be worse than if you guys just left me alone. Marco sort of understood his drunken ramble. Against his better judgment, Ace was going along with them, but he expected to be thrown out, eventually. And the abandonment would be worse the longer they waited. Thatch's frown grew. That's so depressing. He groaned. You're running my buzz. Yeah. Ace agreed. I should know better. But something about you guys. He shrugged again. You remind me of my someone important. And I want to trust you. So I guess I'm going to. And when you toss me out, it's okay, I get it. I think there was a compliment in there somewhere. Marco said dryly. Why are we tossing you out? Were you the one who put a giant bird's nest in my bed? No. Ace shook his head before remembering himself. Oh well, yeah. He laughed. Sorry, Thatch got like 5 of us to help him put it together. You're going to toss me out because of our dash. He stopped himself mid-sentence. Oh my God! Ace raised his nearly empty pint glass, looking inside it. What's in this? Lots of alcohol. Marco said. That would do it. Ace nodded. Whatever, let's worry about it later, okay? I guess I think that it will be worth it to hang out with you guys more. He laughed. I like you and I've never had so many people who wanted me around before. It's nice. So, are we okay for now? Despite himself, Marco smiled. Yeah, he told the drunk teenager. This is fine. When he went back to his food, Thatch started to hassle him again. I wanted to ask you something, and that wasn't it. No. The man laughed, spilling part of his drink as he did so. That was Marco's question. He doesn't understand why you're so, self-sacrificing, Marco said. Thatch waved his arms. Stop hijacking my questions. He thought for a moment. No, I guess that's an important one. Pass, Ace said, tipping his drink back. Fine, I wanted to ask you or drunk you, what are you doing here? You're so young to be a pirate. Even younger to have been a captain. You don't want power or wealth, or even friends, no offense dash. So what made you decide to become an enemy of the world? Ace actually laughed. I was going to be a criminal no matter what I did. May as well choose it than have it chosen for me. I don't know what that means, Thatch admitted. Can't we talk about this later? Ace asked. I'm too drunk for this. Will you answer if you're not drunk? Ace laughed, a genuine one. You guys are so weird. The idea seemed to make him happy. No, said and laughed again. No way. So what do you want then? Thatch asked. What are you after? Honesty? Ace raised his glass again and Thatch leaned forward. You make a killer grilled meat dish, Marco sighed. Elusive as ever. But seriously, dash. Thatch tried. What am I supposed to say? Ace was still laughing like this whole thing was the funniest thing he had ever heard. The blood of my enemies? The perfect grilled cheese? The world's supply of seafood? If that's the truth, Marco said. Fine. Ace put his drink down. He wasn't laughing anymore. You first. I want to stay with Oyaji, Marco said without missing a beat. To help him look after my sisters and brothers. Same dash, Thatch said. I want to live freely as a pirate, fighting with and cooking for my family. Damn, Ace said. I really didn't think you would answer. And you? He looked like he regretted making the deal. Pass. Denied, Marco told him. Come on, as of today, we're crewmates. You can trust us with this much, yeah? Fine, you guys are nosy G's. He raised his glass one last time. I just want an answer. To what? I just want someone to tell me, if after everything, all the death and destruction, I want to know if it was worth it. Worth what? Thatch asked, and Ace shrugged. I don't even know. All this. He wasn't making sense. I want to know if he was worth it. A frown tugged on his mouth as he thought about it. Can I tell you something? Why stop now? Thatch advised, trying once again to reach for Ace, only to miss again. You can't tell anyone, okay? Ace said, still completely plastered. Thatch shook his pinky in a solid swear Thatch was equally plastered. I've never told anyone, not even, but I think I already know the answer and am just lying to myself. Because I can't be right? Right? He was asking Marco now, his gray eyes wide with the need to know, as if Marco could somehow tell him. So then, what's the point of me? But otherwise, it's such a waste, right? All that sweat and blood for what me? Why? I don't want it. I didn't ask for this. You're making no sense, Thatch said. But somehow Marco thought he understood. I just want to know if I could ever be worth it. That was so stupid! Vista was screaming in Ace's ear, halfway between hugging him and shaking the life out of him. He wasn't alone. As 3 of the pirates in Ace's division looked over the burnt chaos with anger, Marco just sighed. What a mess. You could have died. AI, the 2nd Division crewmate, took over Vista's screaming. What happened to back up? Ace winced, his shaky hands fumbling for Vista's. Stop yelling, he complained. It's hurting my head. Good, Vista snapped. You deserve it. What were you thinking charging in like that? There were way too many for you to take on your own. Ace looked around at the still smoking carnage of the ship. Apparently not. He was smiling. Vista let him go, raising his arms in surrender. I give up, he told the world. I officially give up. Marco, can you fix his head so I can keep screaming at him? Marco's frown grew as he gestured for the group to stand aside. Ace looked like he had a concussion. Blood dripping from a gash somewhere on his head. The entire side of his face was covered with it. That plus, Ace kept wincing at the noise. You're certifiable, Marco told him, and Ace smiled up at him like that was a compliment. He helped the young man sit down against the wall. Next time Oyaji tells us to wait, that means you too. Am I in trouble? Ace wasn't taking this seriously at all. Yes, Marco lied. In truth, Ace's antics always amused their father more than anything. Seriously, they got you good. This wouldn't have happened if you just had backup. Nah, Dash, Ace said. It's dangerous down here. He had been trying to protect them. Sometimes Marco doubted Ace understood that he was the younger brother. Sides, he continued. They insulted Oyaji, and we can't have that. And there was that. Ace was defensive of their captain. A drastic change from when they first met. Marco wasn't amused. What if you had died? He tried. What would we have done? He searched the teen's hair. This is pretty bad. I'm not going to die probably. I'm not supposed to, at least. That was the concussion talking. You're not immortal, if that's what you think, Marco said, and Ace laughed again before wincing as the man pressed the cloth against the wound. So stop trying to get yourself killed, thank God for that, he said. And I'm not trying to die. It's just really heavy. Marco lifted the cloth, but Ace shook his head. No. It's like. He touched his shoulders, trying to show him. It gets too heavy sometimes. Like there's this weight, and if I think too much about it, then it'll crush me. So, you can't take backup because Dash? It helps, Ace said. You guys, everyone, they help. I just don't want anything to happen to you guys. Not when it should have been me. Not if I can do something about it. Marco's frown grew. You've got some messed up thoughts in there, Ace just shrugged. It's okay, he promised. I don't mind, Dash. It's better this way. XXX, Marco couldn't sleep. No surprise after everything that had happened. He was supposed to wake Aizu, and then Haruta, and Jozu up for their guard shifts, but he didn't bother. There was no way he was going to get any sleep after that. A great many things suddenly made sense about Ace. About everything. I just want to know if I could ever be worth it. It gets too heavy sometimes. If I think too much about it, then it'll crush me. I don't matter, nothing about me matters. Like a puzzle all coming together at once. And when you toss me out, it's okay, I get it. Why don't you ever just let me go? It's such a waste, right? All that sweat and blood for what me? Why? I don't want it. I didn't ask for this. Ace had lived his entire life thinking he was less than human. Because of his blood, because of the crimes of his father Roger. Marco thought of Roger, his wide smiles, fearless, loyal, and stubborn to a fault. There was a resemblance, but only just. It wasn't his fault he didn't realize sooner Ace was so different from the man. Aside from a few shared personality traits, Marco had never given any thought to the rumors that Roger had a kid. He figured that if it was true, the military would have handled it. They must have tried. All that sweat and blood for what me? Why? Ace understood everything that happened with terrifying clarity. And he didn't want what Roger had given him. He didn't want his lineage, or his legacy, or the crushing weight that came along with being the Pirate King's son. Some days it seemed like he didn't even want his life. Because he kept trying to throw it away. The entire time he had been with the Whitebirds, he was just waiting. Waiting for them to turn on him, waiting for them to reject him, possibly violently. He had been waiting for this. Ace had been trying to get them to turn on him tonight because he had always known this was coming. Not in this way, but the entire time, he must have been steeling his resolve for this moment. The moment they turned on him, and when you toss me out it's okay, I get it, he had literally already told them he understood. To him, it seemed like the logical move, and despite everything, Marco felt his anger rise at Ace for being an idiot, at himself for assuming that things wouldn't end like this despite Ace's warnings, but most of all at Teach. It didn't have to be like this. Nothing had to go this way. But Teach, no, he had to twist everything around, make it bad and dark. He had to go after Ace, blackmail him with his biggest weakness. He made Ace betray them. He forced all of their hands like a puppet master on a stage, and perhaps worst of all, Luffy. Like Teach hadn't already done enough damage, he had gone after Luffy. Whatever trust Ace had for them, whatever amount of care he had for his own life, and his endless capacity for friendship, Marco was pretty sure he had gotten from his brothers. They meant everything to him, and right now, Ace was leaning hard on them because they were, once again, the only people he trusted, and that scared Marco for several reasons. The biggest one being that if they lost Luffy, then they lost Ace. At least that's what Sabo thought, and when it came to Ace, Marco trusted his judgment. Luffy was dying, there was no getting around that. He should be dead already, but he had Ace's level of stubbornness. Marco could only guess how long that was going to last. The strength Luffy had just a few days ago, upstairs in the hallway as he fought against Marco's hold, trying to get back to Ace. That was gone now. Draining out of him day by day. In Marco's medical opinion, Luffy had another 2 days, maybe 3. A week if they could get him serious medical attention. But even then he just didn't know. It was like watching a shipwreck in slow motion. Marco could see it on a collision course with the rocks just over the horizon. But no matter what he did, he was helpless to change the ship's course. Things couldn't end like this. He wouldn't let them. Marco didn't want to live in a world where Teach got his way. Where the world caved into every one of his desires, as he lied, murdered, kidnapped, tortured and backstabbed his way into power. Where his brothers and sisters lost crewmate after crewmate just to fail in every possible way, betrayed by their own. Where Thatch had to go through everything he did just to watch it all fall apart. And then there was Luffy. He had survived things grown men couldn't dream about. Marco had no doubt that if he had been allowed to grow up, he would have been breathtaking at whatever he decided to do, marine, outlaw, something in between. But Teach wouldn't leave him alone, and for whatever reason, the world government couldn't seem to allow that. So Luffy had, somehow, held on through everything because he chose to believe that Ace was alive and coming for him. For what, just long enough to die, slowly and painfully in his brother's arms. While everyone looked on, unable to help, Luffy was going to break Thatch's heart now because Thatch was a soft-hearted idiot with a weakness for kids, who had made the mistake of getting too close to Luffy. Not that Marco could blame him under the circumstances. More than anything, Marco didn't want an innocent child to die because of Whitebeard's war with Teach. Especially not the person their littlest brother had raised, and Ace. God. What were they supposed to do about him? They had spent months earning his trust, trying to assure him they weren't going to betray him. Marco had basically promised that everything that had happened would never happen. But it was worse than that. Ace hadn't just gotten rejected by them, Teach made him betray them, and then he revealed Ace's biggest secret. Like adding acid to the already bleeding wound. And Ace couldn't even give the whole mess his attention because with everything going on he just didn't have time to care as much as he would have. Not when all of their lives were at stake. Not when he was terrified for his brother. While Marco couldn't understand what it felt like to be Roger's son, he knew what Ace and Sabo felt now. They loved each other, they loved Luffy. Marco knew what it felt like to love someone so much, to want to protect them so badly, that you felt their pain as if it was your own. It hurt so much. So caught up in his own thoughts, he didn't notice Aiza move until he crossed the short distance to sit against the wall beside Marco. I couldn't sleep. Marco said nothing, looking ahead of them at the abandoned hallway. They all, well aside from Thatch, who took all the sleep he could get, were having problems that night. But they couldn't exactly talk about what had happened. Not with Ace just a few feet away. His arms were wrapped around his brother's, Luffy straight against his chest. Marco needed to check him again. He had been putting it off because, well, he just didn't want to know. He still hadn't figured out if he was going to lie to Ace or not about Luffy. On one hand, it was unethical. On the other, it might save Ace's life. I wish Oyaji was here, Aiza said, echoing Marco's exact thoughts. Same. Marco said. As the 1st Division commander, and one of the most experienced, he was no stranger to acting in his father's place. But this situation was getting out of control. And Marco was used to out of control. He just wanted to try and make things right after all of the hurt. In a way only Oyaji knew how. I hope he hurries it up, Aiza continued. Because he's late and Pops is never late. Not when it mattered. Marco had been trying not to think about that. He sighed. What are we going to do? Marco had been dreading those words. But not half as much as these. There's nothing to do. Not really. Stay ahead of the Marines. Aizu gestured to where Ace lay, hugging his brothers even in sleep. What about the kid? Marco just shook his head, his eyes fixed on the hallway ahead of them. It diverged into 2 paths, both disappearing into darkness. You don't want to know, Aizu frowned. What does that mean? If there is a way to save him, I'll find it, Marco said. If? Aizu echoed. We owe Ace at least this, don't we? Yeah, Marco said. Yeah, we do. But life could be cold. And what should happen and what did happen were 2 different things. It's not going to matter. Are you giving up now? Aizu said, and there was venom in his voice. That's not like you. Why? Because you're mad at Ace. Marco knew he didn't mean that. The situation was tense, even for the calm-headed Aizu. I'm not mad at Ace. Everything he did because he didn't have a choice. Then why are you just giving up? Aizu said, his voice urgent. You don't seem to think Thatch is a lost cause, right? How is the kid any different? It's different, Marco said. Why? Because Thatch is one of us. Thatch was most likely going to be fine. He needed rest, food, medical treatment, and months of recovery. The abdominal bruising was worrisome and would need to be treated as soon as possible. But it wasn't the same. Thatch's internal organs were still functioning. Thatch was eating. Thatch could stay awake longer than half an hour. Luffy's not Kiku, Marco told him, feeling exhaustion settle deep into his bones. Mistaking them right now was going to end terribly. I never said he was, Aizu said, angry now, and Marco couldn't help but wonder what Aizu was thinking. If he was going through the possibilities of alternate futures. Seeing the possibility of Teach going after him instead of Ace, using his little sibling as bait against his family, he could probably understand then on some level what Ace was dealing with. If it were, Aizu said, his voice lower now. Would you give up on him too? Marco sighed, leaning over to put his arm over his brother's shoulder. If Aizu was lashing out, it was because this was hitting far too close. Never, Marco promised. I know this is hard for you, but I'm not giving up on anyone. You didn't see this, but Luffy has multiple organ failure. He's been dealing with it for a while. His body can't take the stress of his injuries and it's starting to shut down. So? Aizu said. This isn't about me, or Kiku, or Ace, or anything like that. You have an amazing ability? Is this really beyond you? I've seen you do the impossible. Why can't you do that now? I'm trying. But if Luffy's lungs fail, I can't breathe for him, and if his heart stops, we can't convince it to keep beating. It was as simple as that. In the meantime, he is in a lot of pain. The Marines made sure of that. He's doing a good job hiding it, but it's hard to fight death when it's all you can focus on. Aizu was silent for a long moment. I'm sorry, you have nothing to apologize for. No, I do. You are the last person I should be taking my anger out on. I'm just angry, Marco finished for him. He understood all too well. What are we going to do? Aizu asked again, sliding further down the wall. Marco just shook his head. Oyaji hadn't let them down yet. Wait for Captain's orders. Aside from that, there's nothing else to do. Crash. A loud noise from the hallway had them both sitting up. What was that? Aizu asked. The Marines. Marco shook his head. A ways off still, I don't feel anyone. A rat maybe. Must be a pretty giant rat. Marco rose. I'll go check it out, stay here. Be careful. Aizu warned him. I've got a bad feeling. XXX. Luffy was wandering down the deserted passageways of the hold. His bare feet were silent against the stone. The usual pain was far off, like a dull phantom ache being held back by floodgates. There were warnings that seemed to swirl around him, but he tried his best to ignore them. Because the more alert aware he became, the more he felt the pain, so he preferred to stay right here, safely tucked away from all of that. Safe, protected, familiar, something told him. It was okay. It was all okay. He was being taken care of. He could just stay here, oblivious if not for the second nagging feeling. Another warning, fainter this time. Like the signal was too weak. Unlike the first feeling, which was warm and full of love, security, and familiarity, this was so much darker. Luffy tried to ignore it, to stay oblivious. It was okay. They wouldn't let anything happen to him. He could stay asleep. Danger! The warning came louder this time, like an alarm in his head, threatening to rip him out of this space. He tried to ignore it, to sink below everything. Danger! Run! Run! It was getting closer, he could feel it. He could feel him. That impossibly dark presence stalking them. Something that he had only caught hints of earlier. There's nowhere you can go that they won't find you. There's no one you love that I can't kill. That was his promise. He was going to take everything Luffy had left. No! He wouldn't let him stop. No longer fighting the pull of exhaustion, Luffy struggled against it, feeling the waves of pain crash into him as he fought his way to the surface. And oh no, someone was holding him back, so tightly that he could hardly struggle. Danger! He had gotten Luffy. He was going to kill him, kill everyone. He was here! XXX. Sabo woke up to the feeling of Luffy struggling beside him. He was faster to wake than Ace, who was absolutely exhausted. No! Luffy panted, trying to sit up. Ship! Sabo tried, wrapping his arm gently around him. Lu, it's okay. You're dreaming. No! Luffy said louder as he shoved Sabo back. His attacks were kitten-like and there was no real power. No! Luffy snapped again. Let go! He was going to wake up everyone. Sabo looked over at Ace, who sleepily sat up. What's wrong? Sabo just shook his head, holding Luffy against his chest despite his little brother's struggles. He laid his cheek on Luffy's head. Sure, it's us, Lu. Calm down. True to Sabo's fears, he had started waking up everyone else as well. One of the pirates, Izo, was already awake and came over. Nightmare? I think so, Sabo said while Ace stared at his ex-crewmate silently. Sabo held Luffy's cheeks between his hands, waiting a second for his eyes to focus. Lu, it's me. You're okay. It did nothing for a long second, but then Luffy seemed to still, his body losing its fight. Sabo? Yeah, Sabo said in relief. You're okay. Luffy shook his head jerkily, looking at Ace and then Izo. No! He's here. Who's here? He's going to kill you! Sabo caught Ace's eyes, and Luffy huffed in frustration, starting to squirm again. Is he still having a bad dream? Izo prodded. Luffy caught Sabo's arm, pulling himself onto very unsteady feet, his hand tangling into Sabo's shirt. Sabo felt his finger clumsily moving through his pocket. Luffy's eyes were fixed on the wall again like they had been a couple of hours ago. He moved his head slowly, as if tracking something moving from the corner towards the hallway. I can't feel anything, Izo said, looking around in concern. Sabo shook his head. Me either. Where's Marco? Ace said, looking around the room. He heard something in the hallway a couple of minutes ago. He went to go check it out. Luffy's eyes settled on the hallway, and he growled. There was something dark about his aura, something defensive. Like a cornered cat and getting stronger by the minute he thought they were under attack. Were they? Can you wake the others up? Sabo asked, and Izo nodded. You think someone's really out there? Luffy does, Ace said. That was good enough for them, even if Luffy might not be the most credible right now. Sabo stayed where he was, with Luffy still holding his jacket. The younger boy was trembling so badly. At first, Sabo had thought it was just his nightmare, but no, Luffy was terrified. He felt the other's power as it rose up, in a mess of tangled emotions. Since when did Luffy have haki again? It didn't matter right now. Sabo felt his fear, right on the surface, then his anger and desperation, but below all of that was a single need: protect. Luffy's aura was so strong that even someone with the slightest bit of haki would be able to feel it. He was terrified. Sabo could tell that Luffy was fighting the urge to run. But he was staying there, feet planted firmly on the ground because of his almost overwhelming need to protect them. From what? He looked at Ace. He must feel it too. Ace put his hand on Luffy's shoulder. Lu? What is it? But Luffy just shrugged him off, his breathing growing more frantic until he was nearly hyperventilating. Sabo had never seen him like this. Izo had roused the pirates, and they snapped to attention quickly. What is it? What's out there? Haruta asked. We should go find Marco, Thatch said, looking at the door. Ace was watching Luffy. He was staring at the hallway now, his breath hitching. Get away from the entrance, Ace warned, already moving forward. Confused, the pirates obeyed as Ace pushed in front of them, his shoulder sparking to life. Ace dash, Izo began. There's nobody dash. He trailed off at the sound of soft footsteps somewhere in the darkness. Marco, try again. A low voice echoed as a man entered the room. He was smiling, his grin cruel. Luffy stiffened even further, if possible, his hand falling into Sabo's pocket. The man's smile grew, as his attention fixed on Luffy. We've been looking for you, kid. You can sense me. How annoying. Who are you? Ace growled at him, taking a step closer. The man just shrugged, his smile playful, like he was enjoying this. No one, not officially. Legally I don't exist, CP0, Sabo said, putting the pieces together. Oh, the revolutionary. You're a long way from home, aren't you? Getting involved in matters that don't concern you. What, did your boss beg you to play pirate? Sabo ignored him. Ace, be careful. He's the government's assassin. The man's attention shifted to Ace. I figured you would be taller. Or more somehow. But you're just a scared kid, aren't you? Ace lashed out, his flames creeping up to attack the man. But he blocked easily, dodging the attack as he jumped back, a skip in his step like they were playing a game. Oh, you are angry. I can't say I blame you. Who is this guy? Joza called. Thatch shook his head, bewildered. I have no clue. Ace moved to attack again, but there was a noise in the hallway and a sharp yell. Ace, stop! Marco reemerged in the opening, a couple of feet behind the man. The agent's smile grew. Where have you been? Haruda asked. Marco grimaced. Lost in the tunnels. I was stupid and let him lead me away. A mistake he wouldn't make again. He's dangerous. All of you need to be careful. Dangerous possibly. The government assassin shifted his attention to Luffy. What do you think, kid? Am I that bad? Luffy pushed back into Sabo, his trembling hand sinking deeper into his pocket. How do you know him? Jozu all but growled, full on defensive now. He came towards the man, but Marco gestured him to stay where he was. Oh, we got real close, he said. Listen, I'm on orders to kill you, but that can wait. I just need the kid right now. He watched with amusement as Sabo's arms tightened around Luffy as if daring him to try. Hand him over quietly, and you can live for a little while longer. I'll even get the Marines to leave you alone for now, so you can do what? Marco's voice was low, dangerous. Torture him? Don't worry about that. He waved his hand in dismissal. Are you guys pirates or not? I know you've got that whole family thing going on, but come on. It's your best offer right now. He's going to die in a day or two anyway if you guys stay down here. I might even be able to cut a deal with the government, let you escape from here while I turn a blind eye. While you guys at least. Obviously, the Pirate King's spawn needs to die, we can't just let him go. He laughed like the idea was some kind of joke. The revolutionary too, we have use of him. But the rest of you have got a pretty good shot if you don't throw it all away right now. What do you say? Marco felt Ace's eyes on him, staring through him. Ace hadn't tried to attack the Cypher Pole agent as he had expected. That was good. This man was more dangerous than anyone realized, well, anyone but Sabo. Instead, Ace was staring at Marco, his eyes practically burning him with their intensity. He was waiting. Waiting for Marco to. God, Ace had never trusted them at all, had he? Everyone else was looking at the agent with an unblinking focus. As if they could eviscerate him on the spot. Marco could feel his brother's anger. Thatch was the worst, burning like an inferno. Only just topping Aizu and Jozu's. They weren't mad, they were pissed. More so than if the man had insulted Oyaji directly. Marco caught Ace's eyes, holding his gaze with his own. And Ace stared back at him. For once in his life, he was an open book. He wasn't angry, not like the rest of them were. He was pale, noticeably so. His jaw was clenched with his usual determination, but Marco could see the tremors of his muscles, like keeping it there was wearing him out. Ace's eyes were wide as he stared down his once-upon-a-time friend. Waiting. Ace was waiting for the moment he knew was coming. The moment he had been spent their entire friendship preparing for. Marco watched as he shook his head, from side to side, softly. Almost unperceivable. But his gentle action seemed to scream at Marco. Ace was begging him not to betray him. Not to betray his brothers. Ace's eyes were a deep gray that could darken like a stormy sky when his mood turned murky. Like right now. But Marco could see how clear they were, and right there something deep in the gray, something swam. They were the color of storm clouds right before the rain. Marco had been wrong earlier. They all had. Ace had trusted them as best he could. That was why he had stayed with them. That was why he had let Marco help him, and that was why he was looking at him like this right now. Like Marco was about to end his entire world with one word. Unable to look any longer, Marco turned away, breaking contact with those sad eyes. He looked back to the Marine's disgusting lapdog. Ace wasn't waiting for him to decide. He knew that Marco had already decided. That's why he was terrified. He was right, Marco had decided. Marco met the man's heated gaze with his own. And when he spoke not just for him but for his brothers behind him, echoing their answer. If you want to touch a single one of them, especially Luffy, you're going to have to kill every single one of us first. XXX. The base loomed large on the horizon, melding into the fuzzy sky behind it. Daybreak was still several hours away, but the sky had begun to bleed red as the sun stirred. Almost unperceivable behind the troubled clouds that swirled overhead, Whitebeard stood at the helm of the ship, staring straight ahead at the cold stone base the hold. It looked as inhospitable as the weather above. His sons were somewhere in that building, surrounded by enemies on all sides. He hoped they could hold out. He hoped everyone could just a bit longer. They were delayed getting here, bad weather and continued marine interference. It seemed like Whitebeard hadn't been as subtle as to his intentions as intended. The traitor had been dealt with yesterday as he tossed aside all pretenses of obliviousness. It had been the newest member to join, a fisherman who made an exchange to work for them for a lift to his island. He had done well to stay under the radar, focusing on his craft. But Vista had done his job well. He found the traitor and used that to their advantage, indirectly assuring Teach they were still in the dark. Teach must have gotten tipped off another way. It was pointless for Whitebeard to dwell on it. His children had done their best. Now it was his time to fight for them. He tapped his huge fingers against the rail, feeling it vibrate against his skin. Teach had aligned himself with the Marines now. That was interesting. It was also very dangerous for them. But Whitebeard was beyond caring. Let them come. Let them all come. It was high time they unseated the traitor. Once and for all. I apologize, my sons, he told the base before them. And I owe you many more. He had failed to protect them in every way. I will make this right, by any means necessary. The room, or rather the cave, was huge. It made Teach's stupid throne room look small by comparison. You could fit 3 of those huge marine ships in here side by side without their masts touching the top. The cavern was made from the same sleek gray stone that everything was carved from, but unlike the rest of the catacombs, the walls and ceiling weren't built from bricks but jagged stone, carved smooth by the influence of the ocean. The floor Luffy stood on was similar to a dock, only made from stone. It extended several yards into the humongous room before dropping off into the dark water that filled the cave. Luffy knew that it must be ocean water. It smelt like it. It was nighttime outside, that's why the ocean was so dark. But moonlight must be coming from somewhere because the room wasn't pitch black, rather dimly lit. As far as he could tell, this place was empty. Hello? He called, not surprised when there was no response. Maybe this was just part of the not quite right in the head thing Sabo had told him. He was hearing voices again. The water sparkled, occasionally catching glitters of light, making it look like it was made from diamonds. It had been so long since Luffy had seen the ocean. He didn't realize how much he missed it. Luffy walked to the edge of the stone floor, dropping to his knees as he dipped his fingers into the water. His wrists were still bound, separated by several links of chain that rattled when he moved too fast. It kept getting in the way. Annoyed, Luffy bit the chain again, moving to the sea stone cuffs and then his own wrists, as he had been doing for days. The skin there was already rubbed raw by the metal and now covered in little teeth marks. Lately, he had been biting harder and harder, debating how hard it would be to chew off his hands. Did people really need them? They had feet, right? Luffy missed his devil fruit powers, he missed being stretchy, but more than anything he missed being warm and not so tired and sluggish. He wanted them off even at the cost of his hands. But every time Sabo and Ace caught him biting, they would take his hands and hold them in their own, stopping him in his mission. Ignoring that now, he dropped his hands back in the water. He felt the coolness of the ocean first, then the stung of salt against his wound, and finally, the bone-aching weariness that came with the sea. Luffy fell to the side with a sigh, catching his breath on the cold stone floor. He was getting sleepy again. That wasn't good. He tried to fight the feeling. Luffy had spent most of the last few months by himself, all alone in a dark cell, chained to a post. It had been very lonely, and cold. But more than anything it was boring. Unless the doctor, Teach, the Marines or the creepy guy was harassing him, there was nothing to do but sleep. And when even sleeping got too boring, Luffy would have to resort to something he had never tried before: thinking. All alone with his thoughts. At first, he kept seeing the bad memories, playing over and over in his head. There had been no shortage of that recently. But he quickly decided that was a waste. He had lived them once, what use was thinking more about it? Luffy made his decisions, so did everyone else. That was it. So instead, he tried to focus on the good ones. Luffy thought a lot about his little island, how warm it was there. He used to see the sky and the ocean every day and spent his days running through the woods. He thought a lot about that. How happy he had been. What the sun felt like against your skin. It used to be so easy to smile, easier than breathing. Nobody controlled what he did or said. Well, they still didn't. They kept trying, but he wouldn't let them. Not now, and not ever. Luffy couldn't stop them from taking everything they wanted. But he sure as hell didn't have to do what they said. He rolled onto his back and kicked off Sabo's socks, letting his legs hang off into the ocean, bare feet disappearing into the cool water. He was so sleepy. Worn out from all the running and fighting. The waves lapped at his skin, gently, like they were welcoming him home. His eyes slipped closed, exhaustion overtaking him. 2 years ago, he used to follow Ace to the river so he could swim upstream. There was no point for Luffy to go. It wasn't like he could do it too. But that didn't stop him. They liked to do everything together. So Luffy would sit on the shore, kicking his feet into the water. And so long ago, Sabo used to go with Ace into the water while Luffy watched them. All the while thinking how unfair it was that he couldn't swim. He hated being sidelined, and back before his devil fruit, he remembered what the water used to feel like. Shanks had tried to teach him. Luffy remembered frantically flailing in a paddling motion in the water, trying his hardest to swim to 2 feet where Shanks was waiting. He was awful at swimming, and before that, when Luffy was really little, his grandfather would take him out to the ocean and hold him dipping his feet into the water. Then most recently a couple of months ago, when Luffy had managed to escape Teach, hanging on the top of the mast. He remembered thinking at that moment that it was better to die than lose your freedom. That same thought had been floating around his head when he hit the water. Footsteps. Somebody was coming. Danger, danger, danger. He was coming. Luffy didn't know how long he had been out, but he had passed out at some point, and now he was here. He had to run, hide, get away somehow. He moved to his knees, but his legs gave out when he tried to stand. That man was going to catch him. It was better to die than lose your freedom. Luffy shook his head, clearing those ugly thoughts. He didn't want to go with a man. He didn't want to be kept in the dark and cold, where people hurt him again and again. He wanted to feel the sun on his face and see the sky. But he knew life was funny in the way it twisted and turned. He always believed anything could happen, but not if you gave up. And Luffy hadn't given up so far. Not even when things had gotten really bad. So he couldn't start now, not when his brothers and Thatch's friends had all come for them. He rose to his knees again, forcing his body to listen to him as he began to crawl towards the other end of the room. He didn't know where the corridor there led, but it had to be better than here. He remembered long ago. It felt like another lifetime now. He and Thatch talked about what they would do once they got out of here. Luffy had just wanted to eat. He had a new list of things now. As he rose to his feet, his brow furrowed in the effort it took to stay there. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, he told the room. But I'm not going to stay here. He wanted more than that. This was something he hadn't thought about in a while, not since he woke back up in that dark room all alone. He thought about it now. I want to get out of here, Luffy said, as he stumbled a little bit. I want to leave here with my brothers. I want to go with them. I want to see the sky, and see the ocean, and I want to be hungry again. Luffy's legs gave again, and he fell back onto his butt. His vision swam. But it couldn't keep him down for long. He didn't have long before that man arrived. I want my body to work right, he said, getting up again. And I don't want my stupid heart to stop again. Not until they save me. Preferably not ever. Or at least anytime soon. But Luffy was already asking for a lot, and he didn't know how the universe worked. What about revenge? Luffy did stop then, completely forgetting about the terrifying man chasing him. He looked around the room. The voices were back. That was probably bad. Sabo told him it was just his stupid broken head. It was probably just that. Don't you want revenge, cub? On those that did this to you? You're not real, Luffy told the voice. My brother says I'm sick 'cause I'm hurt and stuff. So my head's hurt too. So you're not there. Oh, but I am. You're not, Luffy insisted, getting frustrated the stupid voice wouldn't take his word already. He didn't have time to argue with anything. Stop distracting me. I need to get away before he finds me. Don't you want revenge? They hurt you, they killed you, they put you in a cage, Luffy huffed in annoyance. This thing would not be quiet. No, he told it. I just want to be free. Then you won't seek revenge? Luffy had never really bought into that. It took too much time. That's not how things work. He tried to explain. You won't get it. You're just a voice. But people hurt people. It's just how life is. But I don't have to hurt them back. That's not my job. And honestly, it was way too much effort. You're interesting. You're imaginary. Luffy froze as footsteps echoed from the hallway. Shit! He was out of time. The stupid nothing had distracted him. He felt his breath hitch in his chest. You are frightened. Luffy didn't try to deny it this time. Not to his own head. He would be caught again. He didn't want to go back there. He didn't want to be alone anymore. Don't be. The surface of the ocean rippled, swirling together like the sea during a storm. Luffy turned to look, just as a giant claw extended from the water. His eyes widened and he tried to push back but only managed to fall back. The wrist that it was attached to was massive, the arm of a giant as it came towards him. The monster's hand closed around him, snatching him up and dragging him under the surface. Leaving a puddle of water in the spot Luffy had been sitting, the ocean surface stilled. XXX. If you want to touch a single one of them, especially Luffy, you're going to have to kill every last one of us first. Yeah, you! Thatch was equally angry and less eloquent. What they said, Izo said. The man's smile grew, an unpleasant sight. That can be arranged. He lunged, but Luffy was already moving. His hand had found what it was looking for in Sabo's pocket, and he broke free of his brother, elbowing him roughly to let go as he charged at the man. He got within a couple of feet of him when Joza grabbed him, holding him back. Whoa kid, I don't think so. Luffy snarled in his grip, trying to lunge at the man, but Sabo had caught up to them. Joza passed him off, lunging at the man himself when he tried to attack. Lu, don't! Sabo snapped as he held him back. That's what he wants. Don't fall for it. Ace charged the enemy as well, summoning his fire from thin air as he directed his fury of attacks onto the man. The man dealt with Joza with a firm hit to the chest, sending the giant man flying. He dodged Ace's fire expertly, grabbing the other leg as he went to kick him and pulled him off balance, sending him crashing into the ground. Ace yelled as he hit the ground, having a millisecond to roll away as the man descended down on him with a knife from his sleeve. It sunk several centimeters into the floor before he pulled it out. He didn't get to try again as Marco caught up, kicking him firmly in the chest and sending him stumbling back. Oh, if it isn't the Phoenix, Whitebeard's loyal dog. He laughed, rising to his feet again. I wouldn't trust this one, he told Ace. He carries out Whitebeard's orders, unquestioningly. He's your friend now, sure, and he will be right up until Whitebeard gives the order to off you. Which we both know is coming, after what you've done. Don't think this truce is going to last. If you really want to protect your brother, you should take him and run. Sure, I'll catch up, but it will buy you some time. Marco frowned, turning to look at his friend. Ace. He tried, but Ace shook his head, not taking the bait. If Whitebeard kills me, then I guess I'll see you in hell. The man smiled. Not if I kill you first. Ace lowered his stance again, inviting the man to try as he raised his fists, fire running along his skin. The man made to charge him, but quickly veered left, breaking away from him as he instead targeted Luffy. Sabo swore, throwing Luffy onto the floor as he retrieved his pipe, blocking the man's knife as it came down on him. I know why you're here. He smirked. Trust me, you don't. The steel of Sabo's pipe met his knives, which cut a couple of centimeters into the metal. Does everyone else know? Know what? Sabo hissed as he stepped back, turning the block into a strike as he swung the pipe. The man ducked under, coming for him again, and the teenager was forced to take a step back. Iza had caught up at this point, sword is drawn as he came at the man's back. The man stepped away at the weight of the two oncoming attacks. You're outnumbered, Marco reminded him. Do I seem worried to you? He answered back and Marco frowned. He didn't. Which meant for whatever reason the CP0 agent had a plan. He started over. It was time to finish this. Do you know who this is? The man kept going, gesturing to Sabo. The blonde scowled. He's a revolutionary, Haruta said. We kinda got that. Yes, but not just any revolutionary, he's the second in command in the Revolutionary Army. Second only to Dragon himself. The man's smile grew as the pirates momentarily stopped. That was news to them. He's not here to help you. He's here to help his boss, Dragon. Don't kid yourselves into thinking he's on your side. Revolutionaries are on whatever side they need to be for their agenda. So what? Marco asked. Dragon has some evil plan for all of us, to do what exactly? Even your lies are pathetic. Oh, it's no lie. He gestured to Sabo. Ask him. Ask him why the military is so interested in some nobody little boy from the East Blue. Why they would risk an entire army to get him back. Why that dash? He pointed at Luffy. That thing can't be allowed to live. Thatch shook his head. What are you talking about? Don't you think it's odd? How much effort the military is putting into this kid? Marco had thought it was odd, as did Thatch, Whitebeard, and the rest of them. What was stranger was how Teach could trade just Luffy for the resources, wealth, and power he was in the process of attaining. Powerful hockey aside, and levels of stubbornness when it came to surviving, there was nothing that special about Luffy, not to warrant all of this. Throughout the whole thing Teach, the Admiral, and the higher-ups in the Navy had been insistent about killing all of them except Luffy, who they were desperate to recapture. They had tortured him. Why? It was so obvious, he didn't know anything. Luffy rose to shaky feet, his stare fixed on the man. Knife still clutched in his hand. The man's cold gaze moved to him. I know you have no idea what I'm talking about. Don't you of all people want to know why? Why did all of this happen to you? Luffy stared at him, his big eyes dark, face pale. He shook his head. I don't care. His voice was soft and broken from the abuse. You don't care? The man repeated. Not when your whole family lied to you. Even him. He pointed to Ace. The one that was supposed to be your friend lied to you your whole life. Everything that happened to you, it's his fault. It was because of him. Luffy just shook his head again. It's not. Ace didn't make you do anything. Ace didn't make any of you do that stuff. You did it because you wanted to. Stop blaming him. Nobody lied to me except you. That hadn't gone his way for sure. Despite himself, Marco smiled. He didn't know Luffy very well, but he already knew Luffy wouldn't react as people wanted him to. And he certainly wouldn't turn on his brother. Marco was pretty sure that if Ace told him to fight this man to the death right now, Luffy would do it. He had this unwavering loyalty to Ace. It would be kind of worrisome if Marco didn't know that Ace's main goal was to keep him safe. You obviously have something to tell us, Marco said. So spit it out. The man looked a little annoyed now, his anger directed at Luffy. He took a step towards him, but Sabo blocked his path. You don't get to hurt him anymore. His tone was absolute. Why don't you tell them then? The man snarled. I'm not playing your stupid head games, Sabo said. Tell us what? Haruta was impatient. If you have something to say it already, otherwise let's get this over with. It's not my secret to share, the man said. Try, Marco said, tired of this man's theatrics. We're going to kill you anyway. His grin grew, realizing he had gotten the pirate's attention. Ace snarled at him, fire rising from him once more as his anger grew. Don't, he warned. All this time, Ace Gol, still so mistrustful. The secrets you are keeping. You really can't tell anyone anything, huh? That's not my name, Ace snapped. And I mean it, shut the up. You talk way too much. Izo's grip tightened on his weapon. You do, let's just kill him now. Fine by me, Marco said as he joined the circle around the intruder. The man pointed his dagger to where Luffy stood, and Sabo stepped in front of him, warning the man not to try that again. That kid isn't an innocent. His blood is almost as dirty as that one. He gestured at Ace. His capture is the military's strongest chance of taking down the revolutionaries right now. That's why the little revolutionary is here. To save Dragon from the immediate surrender we imposed on him, which would most likely bring about the fall of the revolutionaries. Dragon's not going to step down, Marco said. Not in this lifetime. He had founded the organization after all. It was his life's work, not if he had any other choice. The grin was back. But to save his son? His son? Jozo echoed back stupidly. Shut up! Thatch hissed, losing his temper as he started in on the man again, but Marco held him back. It wouldn't end well for the injured Thatch to attack in anger right now. The agent pointed to Luffy, who was staring at him over Sabo's shoulder. The pirates followed his gaze, staring as well, as if expecting to see someone over Luffy's shoulder. When they didn't, his words began to sink in. Luffy? Thatch asked, breaking the tense silence. Really? Luffy frowned, seemingly more confused. Who? Damn it, Ace! Marco said, turning to the boy who was glaring daggers at the agent. If looks could kill. I'm sorry, he told Marco, not sounding sorry in the least. You were supposed to tell me these things. I swear to God. We just went over this. That's it, Ace told him. Seriously this time. I don't believe you, Marco said. What's Sabo? Like the long-lost heir to the ocean gods? Why would you keep this from us? A great many things made sense, and the entire picture fell into place before him. Who? Luffy said again. The revolutionaries. Thatch told him softly. The boss is your dad. You didn't know, huh? What's that? They're the revolutionaries. They rebel. You've never heard of them? Luffy shook his head. Fight momentarily forgotten, all eyes turned to Luffy. Dude, your brother works for them. Haruta told him. We just said that like 10 times. Luffy's eyes went to Ace. Not me, Ace said, halfway between exasperated and anxious. Luffy's questioning gaze turned to Joza next, who stood beside Ace. I thought you were a pirate? He said. Do I look like your brother? Joza asked, sharing Ace's annoyance. No, I'm not a damn revolutionary. Luffy's eyes went back to Ace in surprise. You, God Luffy! Ace snapped, before Luffy could go down the line. We don't have time for this. I told you it's not freaking me. It's Sabo. Oh. Luffy looked back at his other brother who hadn't dared to look away from the agent. Why didn't you just say that? He defended himself. Stop speaking in riddles. This is really serious. He meant the agent, who was staring at all of them like a cat, waiting to pounce. Okay, we're going to explain it to you later. Thatch decided for the group as it was obvious Luffy was still lost. To what end? Aizo asked, shrugging off his surprise after the tension had been broken up by Luffy's stupidity. So you kidnap him, Dragon steps down. Is that it? The agent smiled. The revolutionaries fall, the Whitebeards after them, the military rises up in the power vacuum it creates to put an end to this useless pirate era. Haruta growled at the threat leveled against their father. Yeah, right, you kill Pops. The others were angered by the suggestion, but Marco knew there was more logic in this plan than he wanted to admit. If that was true, if things did indeed go their way, then the fate of the world could very well be changed by the outcome of this fight. But for them and the 3 kids behind him, this could be very bad. But the universe never goes the way you expect, he warned the man. Fools who think they can shape the future by forgetting the past seal themselves into a coffin of their own design. Right back at you, he said. I have no intention of controlling outcomes. I just carry out my orders. He smiled at Luffy, who stepped closer to Sabo, clearly terrified despite the brave front he was trying to show. And I take joy in doing so. Who was it, I wonder, who allowed the offspring of the 2 worst criminals of this century to grow up together? You 2 should have never been born, let alone formed an alliance. The government is taking this threat seriously. Ace was glaring at him again. He looked like he wanted to say a great deal of things, but he didn't. We never even met them, he finally said. They all died or abandoned us before we were born. We don't have any answers for you or your stupid government. There is no secret plan or alliances. And I don't have a shred of ing obligation to Roger. If you kill us or fail, it doesn't matter. It won't change anything in the world. You're still going to have all your crap to deal with. Well said. Marco stepped forward. I think we've talked enough. You came here to kill us, right? Why stop now? Yes, let's. The man's eyes moved to Sabo. You've been awfully quiet. What do you think your boss would say about all of this? Sabo motioned for Luffy to step away from him, still firmly in between the younger boy and the man. I'm going to say this one more time, Sabo said. If Dragon wants to save Luffy so bad, then he should come and do it himself. What I want right now is to make sure that you and your marine friends don't get the chance to hurt Luffy anymore, and I am going to make sure of it, even if it's the last thing I do. That and your information is pretty outdated for Cypher Pole. If you had been paying attention, you would know that I'm not a revolutionary any longer. That got everyone's attention as all eyes turned to Sabo. 6 days ago, I stepped down from my position. Sabo? Ace's eyes were wide, but the blonde cut him off. I don't know if I will be able to act in the revolutionaries' best interest during the fight. So I'm on indefinite leave and I can do what I want. Maybe for a week, maybe a month, maybe forever. So no, honestly, I don't have anything better to do other than take you down, he told the agent. Well, you're an interesting one, the man said. That's almost sad that you won't be there to see the revolutionaries fall. You'll already be dead. But Sabo wasn't listening anymore, his head turned to the entryway. The Marines are coming. He looked back at the man. You were buying time. The man's smile told him everything he needed to know. That came as no surprise to anyone. But Marco had hoped they had more time. From the corner of his eye, he saw Luffy break away from the others, heading towards the back of the room. He didn't pay it any attention until Luffy yelled, breaking up the conversation. "Hey, stupid jerk!" On cue, the Cypherpole agent turned to look at him. Luffy kicked one of the flood grates with his foot, revealing another sewer pipe. "Luffy, wait!" Thatch, one step ahead, started towards him. "Leave them alone," Luffy told the man. "If you're here for me, then come and get me." That seemed to do the trick. Thatch's attempt to grab him was stopped as the agent realized his intentions. Thatch instead blocked him, grabbing him as he tried to grab the kid. They both went down, and the agent kicked Thatch right in his deeply injured stomach. He yelled in a stifled pain, letting go of the other as he rose. The agent honed in on Luffy as the kid ducked into the sewer, crawling along it. The agent might have caught him if not for Sabo, the next closest who attacked him, when he tried to grab Luffy's ankle and pull him back. "I told you not to touch him!" Sabo growled as his pipe flew furiously at the man's back. He rolled onto his side, blocking with his boot as he managed to push Sabo back a step. When he turned back to the sewer, Luffy was already gone. "Damn you!" he cussed, as Sabo came again. "No!" the furious blonde corrected him. "You! I know what you did!" he grunted as the man landed another blow on him, managing to sneak under his guard. The agent's attacks were so fast they were nearly undetectable. "I'm going to kill you for that," he promised. Marco knew what Sabo was talking about, and he understood. As the group rounded up on the man, he reached into his coat pocket. "You can certainly try." He showed them the grenade. "But that would be a trick." "Down!" Marco yelled as the man threw it. Ace was already running forwards. Marco thought for a moment he was going after the man, but Ace dove to Thatch, throwing his body to cover him as they braced themselves for the explosions. Marco did the same, shielding whatever brothers were closest, knowing that he would heal whatever the damage was. But the explosion never came. Instead, the room was filled with a blinding light and the group closed their eyes. It lasted for several moments until Sabo managed to destroy the device, crushing it under his boot. When they looked up, the room was empty, the man was gone. It was just a flash bomb. "Shit!" Sabo cussed as he looked around. "He's going after Luffy." Where the boy went was anyone's guess. There was no way to tell where the pipe led out, if at all. Luffy knew the man would follow him and leave the rest of them alone. Although the kid was the last person Marco wanted to leave with the Cypherpole agent. "We'll find him first," Marco promised. "Thanks, Ace," Thatch said as the other boy got off him, pulling him to his feet. Ace was looking at the tunnels, his eyes dark. He cussed, turning towards the hallway. "We split up," Marco told the rest of them. "Avoid the Marines and find Luffy. Quickly and quietly, yeah, or die trying." XXX, following first the boy's hockey trace, and then the dripping blood trail, the agent made his way down the maze-like corridors of the catacombs. It was an unpleasant place to be, and he wished to leave as soon as possible. But his previously flawless reputation had been damaged once already when he failed in his torturing of the kid. He wouldn't allow a second blemish in being unable to recover him. Agents like him, the elite of the elite, didn't fail. He heard a noise at the end of the tunnel, a muffled yell, and he hurried along, knowing he would find the boy in the cavern. But when he arrived, the room was empty. The blood trail ended in the center, amidst a large puddle of water on the stone steps. With no sign of the boy or where he could have went, he was just gone. He was sure, so sure he was going to drown, held under the water like that, watching the air bubbles drift up to the surface. Until even those ran out. Just as dark spots were dancing at the corner of his vision, there was a shift and Luffy felt the force holding him down, turn, and suddenly he was on the surface again, spitting out bloody water from his lungs as he retched. As the room came back into focus around him, he tried to sit up. Luffy was lying a couple of meters above the water, on the scaly hand of the largest creature he had ever seen, and he had seen some pretty massive ones. The slitted eyes of the Sea King watched him intently, its huge head lifting from the water as well to be eye level with him. Luffy stared at the monster. "The human you fear is gone." "You're real?" "He is moving further away. He will meet up with his kind and return for you." "You're giant," Luffy repeated. "I sense a killing intent with him." "It was you," Luffy said as his brain sluggishly made that connection. He had thought the stupid CP0 man had knocked a screw out of Luffy's brain when he was hurting him, because after his time with the man all he could hear was their voices. Not normal voices, they were strange, too loud, and too inhuman. Just really weird. "My friend couldn't hear you," Luffy said. "Most humans cannot," Luffy huffed, sitting back a bit on the creature's skin. He was freezing and now sopping wet. At least the scary guy was gone. He hoped that meant he was going to leave his brothers and Thatch alone. "How do you know how to talk and stuff?" "My kind has always talked. It's you who learned to hear us." "A rare skill. I've never met a human capable." Luffy's frown grew. One of you guys tried to eat me as a kid. You hurt my friend. We prey on the weak, that's the purpose of hunting. If you are angered, then you don't understand the ways of the world. No, he huffed. I know. I hunt stuff too. I guess that's fair. He had been an easy target. Why did you grab me? I almost drowned. You wanted to hide from the human man you feared. No, you helped me? Why? Hearing our voices is a rare gift, so is the will of a king you possess. It would be a waste to kill you or to eat you. You're kind of nice for a sea monster, Luffy said. You are kind for a cub of man. The monster responded, hissing as water streamed from its large mouth. Luffy could see its giant teeth from where he sat. They were longer than his entire arm and much thicker, with a pointed tip that gleamed in the dim light of the cave. How do you know that? I can smell it. You can smell me? Luffy repeated. He sniffed his wet clothing but came up with nothing but soggy fabric and iron. What do I smell like? Blood and fear. It's overpowering. I could smell you the second you entered the cave. You are right to run from that human man. I can smell nothing but bloodlust from him. If you want to keep your life, stay hidden. I can't hide forever. Luffy frowned. I don't understand why they hate me so much. They have their human reasons, no doubt. One's not worth your understanding. But it is no matter. This would have happened either way. The other humans will always hunt you. Why? Because you have the potential to be a king, because you hear our voices, and because you are different. Humans hunt those that stray from the herd. It is their way. Do you know what they're going to do to me? The humans upstairs are out for your blood. More arrive on these shores every day. It's unavoidable now. Our waters will run red with blood, and the destruction of man once more. Your kind insists on destroying our home every chance. The creature seethed, its mouth twisting into a snarl. Its claws moved again to tighten around Luffy until the grip became painful. Luffy pushed at the claws in annoyance. You're hurting me. The pressure released, but it didn't let go of him. Luffy tightened his grip on one of the claws, grasping it with both his hands. It's okay. I know what that feels like. I've seen them burn everything because they could. They tried to take my family, and they took me from my home. The creature was staring at him, its huge eyes narrowed further. There was no expression to read on its face, but Luffy knew it was considering his words. You are strange. You are a giant water lizard, he said. You're even weirder. The monster looked back to the cave entrance before shifting. The water silted under its great weight, and waves began to knock against the stone shore as it moved. Luffy felt its grip tighten once more, closing around him as he was lifted through the air. Then it released altogether as the creature put him back down on the ground. You asked why I saved you? Most humans are boring, as I said, and I did not want to waste one with potential. But I enjoy eating humans, particularly the powerful ones. Their conviction makes them taste better. You're not going to eat me, Luffy told the monster. I can tell. There were a lot of things he feared right now, but this creature was not one of them. You have great fear in you, and great amounts of pain, but you also have a great capacity to love, and your desire to protect is overwhelming. I sensed it on you the first moment they brought you here, and even now. No matter what has happened, that has never wavered. You are trying not to let your fear overpower you by instead acting to protect. That is why you ran in here, and that is what makes you keep holding on. From what I have seen observing humans, they let fear and old pains sway their decision and justify terrible things because of it. You are only a cub, yet you show traits the others could not obtain even in several lifetimes. He had lost Luffy pretty early on in that speech. His head was too fuzzy to keep up with the Sea King. For a big lizard, it talked a lot. Yeah, Luffy said, answering the parts he understood. There is no other way. That's not true. There are multiple paths to take. Luffy shook his head. Not for me. The monster nodded its large head in understanding. You have an unusual capacity for human love. As long as you continue to act on it, then you have my word I will not harm you, cub, nor will my kin in these waters. Luffy dash, Luffy said. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. More humans are coming. Leave this area quickly if you wish to survive. Thank you for saving me. I wish you well. The large creature began to slither back into the water, its limb retracting from the shore until only its great head rested above. The giant green orbs met Luffy, and he could see his reflection in them. He was so small in comparison. Goodbye, cub. And then it was gone, the water growing still. It's Luffy, he told the still water. XXX. Ace hadn't said a single word since the CP0 guy left, but Isaac could tell from his posture that he did not want to talk. Everything about him radiated tension. His hands were clenched at his sides, and Isaac knew they were shaking. He couldn't tell if Ace was furious or terrified, or sad, or something else, something dark. No one had talked to him because not a single one of them had anything useful to offer. Except for Sabo's soft, "We will find him." No one had said anything at all as they searched the dark tunnels. They had literally just told Ace they were going to protect Luffy. It was 6-on-1, and they had failed to stop the Cypher Pole agent. Now Luffy, who could barely stand, was out here alone. Aiza didn't even want to think of what would happen to the kid if he found them. They couldn't let that happen. Not to Ace, and not to the kid. The Marines were getting much too close for comfort. A couple of times they had turned down the wrong ally only to catch sight of the white uniforms right around the bend. Thankfully they managed to evade the search party, but the longer they were here, running through the same tunnels, the higher their chances of being caught. After a little while, they decided to split up, or rather Ace decided to. They turned around and he was gone. Sabo left as well after that, either to bring Ace back or to find Luffy, he didn't say. Neither boy was really talking much. There was no telling where the pipe Luffy disappeared into had led out, so they had spent a while wandering the halls nearby to try and sense him. The process was further hindered by having to wait out the passing military. Finally, Sabo faintly sensed Luffy's direction and they followed him. Like a scent trail, his energy got stronger the closer they got until everyone who was able to could sense him. And then he was gone. There was no warning, no nothing, his presence just disappeared. As if he had evaporated into thin air. That was when Ace took off, too impatient to keep waiting for the Marines to pass. After that, Marco decided they would have a better chance of finding the kid before the Marines if they split up. Aiza had been walking the tunnels for what felt like hours when it happened. He heard a now familiar voice. "Thank you for saving me." It was soft and broken from too much abuse, but undeniable. Breaking into a run, Aiza turned the corner, entering a giant room, near flooded with ocean water. The surface of the sea gleamed black in the dim light. It rippled as if being coerced by the wind, but there was no wind here. Luffy sat in the middle of the floor, his back to Aizu as he watched the water still. "It's Luffy," the kid told the ocean. "Luffy!" Aizu's voice came out much louder than he meant it to, especially with the Marines so close. But his relief was nearly overwhelming as he started towards the boy. Luffy turned around so fast, and the fear on his face made Aiza freeze midway across the room. His shock wearing off, Aiza took in the odd details about the image. First off, Luffy was completely soaked. Second, he was sitting in the middle of a huge puddle of water in the center of the room. It was an odd picture. The kid tried to stand, but his legs weren't supporting his weight, and he ended up on his knees, watching Aiza with wide eyes. Despite everything, Luffy didn't look glad to be found. He seemed anxious. Anxious about what Aiza was going to do to him. Between their desperation to find him, and the bravery Luffy had when he was with his brothers, Aiza had forgotten things between them were as tense as they had been when they first stumbled across his cell. For a moment he considered going to get Ace, but he quickly dismissed that. There was no time, and no guarantee Luffy would be here when he got back. He continued across the room, putting up his hands in a peace offering when Luffy tried to back away. "Luffy, are you okay?" Aiza knelt down beside him, and Luffy gave up on escaping when it was clear he was too exhausted to do anything other than squirm. Instead, he drew his leg up to his chest, watching. "Luffy, listen, Marines are on their way. That man is looking for you. I need you to come with me." Luffy shook his head. "You can't stay here. And it doesn't look like you are going anywhere on your own right now. Will you come with me, please?" Luffy shook his head again. They didn't have time for this. Leaning forwards on his knee, Aiza reached for him. The kid gave a noise partway between a snarl and a whine as Aiza felt the force of the heavy sea stone cuff smack his face. The same time Luffy bit into his hand deeply. Aiza pulled away with a yell, having to yank his hand roughly to dislodge it from Luffy's mouth. When he did let go, the kid fell back in exhaustion, the fight draining out of him. Yet when Aiza tried again, he received a kick to the stomach that was hard enough to make him rethink his plan. Frustrated, he sat back down beside the boy, rubbing the set of teeth marks in his hand. He had no idea what Luffy was like before all of this, but he figured Thatch was right. Luffy really was Ace's brother. It would be too much struggle to force Luffy to do anything. He had proved that to them time and time again. Aiza could only imagine how Teach and the government had fared, trying to force the kid into submission. Aiza couldn't even get Luffy to come with him, and he was too exhausted to stand. "Okay, fine," Aiza told him, and Luffy's eyes flickered back to him. "This is a lot funnier when it's happening to someone else, so I won't make you come with me, but I'm not going to leave you here either. So I'm asking you again, please, kid. You are soaked, and it is freezing. Your brothers are freaking out. Everyone is looking for you, and there is no way I can fight off the whole military. So please come with me. I'll take you to your brother, okay? You have my word that I'm not going to hurt you. He's a liar, Luffy said, turning back to the ocean. Aizu realized with surprise that the still water had started to ripple again. It seemed to calm once more the longer they sat here. I don't need his help. Aizu got the strangest feeling that it wasn't him Luffy was talking to. Despite everything, goosebumps broke out across his arm. It was probably just the stress and the grim atmosphere, but something prickled at his neck, an early warning signal that someone was watching him. Chalking it up to either Luffy's declining mental state or his declining health, Aizu asked. When did I lie? No sooner had he asked than he remembered Luffy yelling at him earlier. He had screamed that they were liars when they said Ace had died. Oops, it was worth a try. Kid, Luffy listens, I really am sorry I told you that Ace was dead. I didn't know that he was your brother, and I didn't mean to lie to you. Luffy sat up, his attention back on Aizu now. The ocean was still as glass behind him. You weren't just being mean? He asked. About Ace? Luffy nodded. Luffy thought Aizu had told him that, in the moment everything was going wrong, just to trick him. No wonder they got off on the wrong foot. God, no! I really thought he had died. It's a long story, but I swear to you I didn't know. Luffy tilted his head thoughtfully. I'm not sorry I bit you, he said finally. But I won't do it again. Aizu smiled at him as he rose to his feet. You shouldn't be sorry about anything. If I were you, I would be trying to bite off the fingers of everyone that grabbed me. But I appreciate you left me mine. Can you please come with me? You have my word, on my captain's head, I am not going to hurt you. Luffy hesitated, tucking his legs back underneath him. Your captain is the same as Thatch's? Aizu nodded. And the same as Ace's. He's a good man. Luffy nodded slowly, and Aizu smiled in relief. He knelt down, one knee braced against the frigid stone floor, his back to Luffy in a silent ask for him to climb on. When Luffy didn't move, Aizu pushed a little harder. You can't stand. I'll be quick. Finally, Luffy moved, his bound arms wrapping around the pirate's neck. Aizu stood, locking his arms around Luffy's legs to keep him in place. Don't let go, he warned him. I'm going quick. Luffy turned to look over his shoulder, his gaze back on the snow crystal still water. Bye. His hands tightened as Aizu began to run down the corridor, pausing at every subsequent turn to ensure the way ahead was clear. The one good thing about the Marines was how unsettled they were. Who were you talking to back there? Aizu asked him, and Luffy's hands tightened once more. My friend. Well, that was creepy. Goosebumps rose on Aizu's arms as he remembered the hostile aura he had felt from that room. There's no one there but us, kid. Luffy didn't answer, and the resulting silence became crushing. Aizu shifted his grip. Even though his clothes, he could feel how hard the kid was shivering. He had no idea how Luffy got so wet. Didn't he have a devil fruit? Those were certainly sea stone cuffs Luffy had looped around Aizu's neck. So then why would he risk going in the water? Or better yet, how? The risk of drowning in that deep black pool was too great to casually think about. Can I ask you something? Luffy huffed. The sound came across right next to his ear. I don't know anything. He really didn't. That was obvious to Aizu, even after knowing Luffy a couple of days. I know, Aizu said. I was just going to ask. This was harder than he thought it would be. Are you mad at Ace? Another soft huff against his ear told Aizu Luffy didn't like that question. Ace isn't responsible for the stuff other people do. You knew Dash. Aizu realized. You knew who Ace's dad was this whole time, didn't you? Luffy huffed for the third time, and Aizu got the message. Apparently, he wasn't as clueless as everyone thought. Okay, Aizu said, getting the message. It's not what I wanted to ask you. People aren't responsible for other people, Luffy said again. It's stupid to blame Ace, and if you want to blame him, then you're stupid too. He sounded tired, really tired. If Aizu was a little kinder, he would leave the younger boy alone, but he had to ask. I know, he said. I agree with you. I just meant about everything. You're like 15, right? So Ace left you on your own when you guys were younger. Then all this bad stuff happens to you. Do you blame him? He expected Luffy to huff him again, but the younger boy was silent. So much so Aizu thought he fell asleep. Why do you care? Luffy said finally. There was no annoyance in his voice, only vague interest. As if he found it odd Aizu was asking, Aizu contemplated the answer for a moment, tempted to shrug it off. But at this point, what did it matter if Luffy knew? It wasn't like he would go telling everyone. I emphasize with Ace, Aizu said. Far too much. It's not his fault all this happened, but he is paying for it all the same. And I can't imagine what that's like if it was me instead of him. And it was my little sibling who all of this happened to. You think the stuff that happens to your family is your fault 'cause you left? Luffy said, catching Aizu off guard. That's not what I said. Luffy shrugged against Aizu's shoulder. It's what you meant. No one was giving Luffy near enough credit. But how should I know? I know, it's never mind, it's not important. But it was so important that sometimes it was all he could possibly think about, and the unshakable feeling of failure filled him to the brim until he was sure he would explode. No, Luffy said finally. I'm not mad, not at either of them. When they're happy, I'm happy too. Even if I miss them, and even if it means I get left, and even if bad things happen to me. Maybe your family feels the same way. They might just be happy you're happy even if it means sometimes they hurt. He paused, considering. But I think they would like you more if you talked less. Aizu laughed at that, helpless to stop the sound that bubbled up from his chest. It had caught him so completely off guard he couldn't do anything other than keep it to a quiet snicker. I'm hassling you too much, huh? It's making my head hurt. Luffy whined again. Why do you guys keep asking me so many questions? That was the last one, I promise. Aizu told him, running through the words in his head. He had been more or less expecting that with how completely Luffy defended Ace, but it surprised him all the same. He hoped Luffy was right, he really did. As if there could be some universal little sibling logic that Luffy could tap into for him. The kid on his back shifted, resting his cheek against Aizu's shoulder as they went. He was probably really tired. Aizu's thoughts went back to what Marco had told him right before their uninvited guest showed up, and he shuddered. Kid? Man, I think you might be one of the nicest people on this entire island. Luffy shifted a little again. Am not. Being nice is too much work. I just said the truth, XXX. Luffy must have fallen asleep sometime on the way back. When he woke up, their location had changed. It was dark and cold as always. Luffy had gotten used to the cold. But he certainly wasn't alone. Dark shapes moved around the room. Luffy had been laying on something soft on the floor. He tried to sit up, but a gentle hand pushed him back down. Easy there, kid, a familiar voice said. Luffy looked up at Thatch, who was sitting next to him. The man smiled warmly at him, affection scattered freely across his face. Guys, he's up. That got everyone's attention, and the dark shapes shifted. Two, in particular, seemed to come from nowhere, materializing in front of Luffy. Screw you, Lou! Ace hissed, his arms circling him tightly. Never do that again! Sabo told him as a second set of arms closed around him, squishing him between the two of them. Luffy heard Thatch chuckle softly at their anger. You guys are okay? Luffy said, his voice sounding weak even to his own ears. He had abused his vocal cords so much lately that he expected his voice to fade away someday. But he could still use it now, so he did. Us! Ace snapped, his face a mix of relief and anger. You were the one he was after! What the hell were you thinking? I swear if you weren't so sick, I would kick your ass for that. Same, Sabo said. Seriously, Lou, don't you dare disappear on us again, okay? Okay, they were just worried about you, Marco said as he came up to them, leaning against the wall beside Luffy's makeshift bed. That was a dumb move, kid. Luffy turned a little to look over the doctor's shoulder at the others. He could see Aizu, and the other two just beyond, reinforcing the door with scrap wood. Marco followed his gaze. The Marines are right on our tail, just extra reassurance. They haven't found us yet, neither has the Cypher Pole agent, but no more stunts, okay? You're lucky you were able to get away, Ace huffed from beside him, clearly still mad. It was kind of nice to see him mad again. He had been mad over these last few days, but that was different. Before, Ace had been desperate and annoyed at the helplessness of everything. Now he was just straight up furious at Luffy's recklessness. Just like he used to be. It had been quite some time since Luffy was on the end of his big brother's anger, and he had never, ever expected to miss it. But here they were, and Luffy realized that he had missed it. How did you get away? Marco was still talking. And why were you all wet? Luffy looked down at himself. His soaked clothes had been replaced yet again. This time with pants and a shirt much too large for him. It was so bad someone had tied a rope around his waist just to keep them up. Luffy? Marco's voice was soft but insistent. Luffy looked up at him. He must have looked clueless because Marco repeated the question. Why are you wet? It's water, Luffy told him, and the pirate sighed. I figured. Where did you go? Luffy ignored the question, looking around the room again. Something felt different, better. He was a little stronger, and warmer despite his core still being half frozen. Things were a little sharper. He didn't understand why until Sabo took one of his bandaged hands in his own, flipping it over to show him his wrist. "Look, Lou, we got the sea stone cuffs off for you." Luffy's eyes widened as he turned over his wrist and the other, inspecting them. True to his word, the sea stone was gone, leaving scarred and heavily bandaged patches of skin, chewed raw by days of biting. "I stole the key from that man's pocket when he attacked me. Sabo was cut off as Luffy pushed forwards, hugging him tightly. Sabo just smiled, resting his chin on Luffy's hair. "You're welcome," he said, and Luffy pushed tighter against him. Just because he could, he wrapped one of his arms around his brother twice, despite Marco telling him not to. "It's not good to stretch your injuries," he was saying. What a buzzkill. Luffy ignored him mostly. He supposed for a doctor, Marco was all right. Aizu too, since he had taken Luffy back to his brothers. Of course, neither of them was as cool as Thatch was. But he guessed Thatch's friends weren't as bad as he initially thought, although the other two he still wanted to keep his distance from. When he finally let go of Sabo, Luffy showed Thatch how stretchy his fingers were, once more. "Yeah, I know you're happy," Thatch said as Luffy's fingers snapped back into place. "But listen to Marco on this one, yeah?" There was no way that was happening, and everyone knew it. "Give me your hands, Luffy," Ace said, closing his palms over Luffy's bandaged fingers. They were still stiff from the cold, and the skin was pale. Ace's own were warm, exceedingly so, and the heat only grew as he raised his body temperature. It reminded him of that time, all those months ago, when Thatch did the same thing for him. It had been so long since someone had taken care of him like everyone was doing. So much so they cared that his hands were cold, or that he felt sick, or that he was too tired to walk anymore, or even when Sabo gave him his socks for his bare feet. He caught Ace's wrist with his hand. Ace looked at him curiously. "What is it? Are you hungry?" Luffy shook his head. "I'll come with you guys, okay? When you leave here." Ace pulled his wrist free gently. "Yeah," he said. "No shit, Lou. Why do you think we're here?" Sabo frowned from beside him. "Where were you going to go instead?" There were other places Luffy could go. But he didn't want that, not now. "Don't run away again, Luffy," Ace told him. "We can protect ourselves, got that? We don't need you to do it for us right now." Luffy pulled his other wrist free from his brother, moving forward ever so slightly so his forehead touched Ace's. He really was warm. Luffy wasn't going anywhere now, not when he wanted to stay right here with his family and friend. If they said they could handle that man, then he believed them. "I won't leave anymore if you guys stop leaving too," Ace sighed again, although Luffy knew it was in resignation. "Fine, Lou Dash." Sabo started, but Ace elbowed him in the ribs. He huffed. "Fine." Luffy smiled at them, softly and a bit unsurely as he was out of practice. But he couldn't help it. For the first time in a really long time, Luffy let himself believe that everything would be okay. XXX, forced to the back of the caves, deep in the flooded section, the small group was far too close to the Marines for comfort. Haruta scouted the area every hour to try and see if the Cipher Pole agent had managed to find them again. So far nothing, but it seemed like wishful thinking to get their hopes up. Marco held out hope that if he got too close again Luffy would sense him. But the kid was passed out again, his arms wrapped around Ace twice, exactly like Marco told him not to do. But he seemed so happy that he was willing to let it slide. Luffy had even dropped some of his jumpiness around them, and he didn't want to risk disrupting that. As nice as the progress was, everything else was getting worse. They were running out of areas to flee to, with the Marines systematically searching and destroying the rest of the tunnels. To make matters worse, Thatch's coughs were sounding worryingly like Luffy's, and the kid's desperate gamble against the Cipher Pole agent had caught up to him, and he couldn't stand up anymore. Basically, things were bad. With Haruta and Sabo out scouting, Aizu watching the halls, Marco was left with nothing but his thoughts. Thatch was fast asleep against Jozu, talking in his sleep about the foods he wanted to make. That never failed to make Marco smile. He was weighing the merits of getting a couple of hours of sleep when it happened. The walls above him began to rattle, then the ground beneath them shook. The very air of the cave seemed to vibrate with energy and power. Marco smiled, looking around the tiny room. All around them he heard pillars crash as the bedrock of the island itself shook. Roused from sleep, his brothers began to stir beside him. "About time," Marco told the stone ceiling. "We were sick of waiting." There wasn't much to do in the mountains as far as entertainment went. Ace and Luffy still managed to find ways to get into trouble that took up a lot of their time. But in between, they would collect on the tin roof of Dayton's shack and look out at the stars together. Their favorite time to stargaze was in the summer when the air was warm and the sky above them was clear. The view was amazing, and the longer they stared the more stars would appear. Thousands of tiny pinpricks of light against the indigo sky stretched out above them. It made everything feel so small beneath it. It was just about the only thing that made Luffy remember how small Ace really was. The rest of the time there was no need to doubt him. Ace was a force to be reckoned with. Aside from physically, Ace wasn't small in any aspect of his life. He toppled most opponents in strength. He was large in terms of his voice, determination, and willpower. He was skilled in almost everything he did, especially compared to Luffy, who naturally seemed to struggle with just about everything. Most of all, Ace wasn't afraid of anything. Not even a little. Which was insane to Luffy, as there were a lot of things in this world that made him take a step back. But it was all one big challenge to Ace, and he loved a challenge. So Luffy followed him every time, because even though he knew that while he didn't have the strength in his small hands to do something, Ace would be there. He was always there to protect him, to cover him when he fell short. Plus, he had promised Luffy that he would always be around for him, to make sure Luffy never had to be alone again. And so Luffy never had to lose someone like he had lost Sabo. Because that feeling, the feeling of his heartbreaking, wasn't something he ever wanted to go through again. So Luffy never doubted Ace in his promise or his actions. And it was only when they were lying here that he was even reminded that there was a chance, no matter how small, that his brother could fail. Turning his head away from the speckled sky above, Luffy poked Ace's cheek to see if his brother was still awake. Ace groaned, turning onto his side. His gray eyes blinked open, focusing on Luffy and then the stars beyond him. "What's it?" he slurred, rubbing tired eyes. "Want to go back in?" Luffy shook his head. "When you die, do you go up there?" he asked. "To be a dot," Ace muttered back. "Those aren't dots, they're stars, not people, stupid." "I know," he said. "But where do you go when you die?" "How should I know? Where do you think S-? Don't!" Ace snapped, and Luffy trailed off. Ace always yelled at him every time he tried to bring him up. Silence passed between them before Luffy started up again, his voice low. "Do you think your parents are up there? Since when do you care what happens to dead people?" It wasn't Luffy's usual conversations, which were mostly food and adventure themed. He shrugged. "I just want to know, because maybe one day he would see his brother again." And he didn't like to think that the Ace right here, lying beside him, could be gone one day. In the blink of an eye, to the one place Luffy couldn't follow. But if they were dots, maybe they could be dots together. Along with all the people he loved, and he would never have to be cold again because all their lights would keep each other warm. He smiled, raising his hands to the sky, trying to touch one of them. It was too far away right now, but he would be taller someday. Ace was silent for a moment before he answered, his voice thick with sleep. "They're not in the sky, Lou, they're in the ground. Their bodies rot and the worms eat them until there is nothing but bones. That's just how life works." Luffy thought about that. About all the people down there. "If I die," he said, "don't leave me down there, okay? I'll be cold, and I'll get lonely." Ace was staring at him now, his expression unreadable. "I'm not going to let anything happen to you," he said. Luff knew this. But something had happened to Sabo even though Ace hadn't wanted anything to. "Just in case," he said. "Don't let Dayton, and Gramps and everyone put me down there alone, okay? Lou," Ace said, pausing for a moment. "You're right about the stars, okay? Promise, Dash." Luffy pushed him, annoyed by his reluctance. "You're not going to have to be alone," Ace said. "I promise." He held out his pinky, and Luffy took it with his own. "I'm not going to let anyone put you down there not alone, XXX." There was so much noise. It felt like all the oxygen had vanished from the world, and there wasn't enough left for him. Luffy tried to breathe, but he ended up coughing instead, and something wet bubbled up from his mouth. He was choking. This was what it felt like. Above him, he saw the dark outlines of shapes moving. Someone was holding his temples, talking softly to him. He didn't understand what they were saying, but their tone was gentle. Then a more urgent voice stood out above the rest. Why was everyone being so loud? Didn't they notice the air was gone? One of the dark shapes came closer until all Luffy could see was them. "Luffy," a voice said. "It's okay, calm down." Something heavy rested over his chest, and the area felt warm. Not overwhelmingly so, but rather in a comforting sort of way. "You're going to be okay," it continued, and he felt the warmness spread out across his body, chasing back the coldness of before. "I know it hurts," the voice continued. "But you're not going to stop fighting now, are you? Not after all of this." Luffy wanted to tell the voice that he hadn't, and wasn't planning on it. But when he tried to talk, no words came out. Instead, he felt something wet spill from his mouth, running down his cheek. He felt the hands pull him to sit up, so they could feel down his back, moving his shirt up as they did. The voices didn't stop the entire time, and Luffy didn't understand how they were still talking, without any air. Keep him still, the voice commanded, and no matter how hard Luffy tried to twist to chase the air, his body was held in place. What's wrong? Another voice said, sounding so far away. He's choking. Luffy, try to breathe in for me. Now they were just being stupid. If he could do that, he would have. Luffy closed his eyes, feeling himself sink further down. Even as the chatter above the surface became more frantic, he must have swallowed some water. The voice continued, drifting in and out of clarity as if Luffy was listening from underwater. His lungs have too much fluid buildup. They're already infected, but they can't keep up. He's going into total respiratory failure. Can we get it out? Someone squeezed his hand, and he tightened his own in response. We have to, the voice said, no longer comforting. Now it was clinical and detached. Luffy hated that voice. It sounded like a true doctor. He tried to push the hands away again, but he still couldn't move. Irritated now, both his lack of air and whatever was holding him down, he tried to thrash against it. He had been in this situation too many times, completely helpless under the glint of a doctor's knife. Luffy screamed or tried to as he felt himself be flipped to his back and held there. What the hell is that for? Someone above him said, and Luffy struggled harder. Thoracentesis, I'm going to take it out. Don't let him move at all or this might kill him. The weight redoubled, and Luffy felt like they were trying to crush him against the ground. He didn't understand why they were doing this to him, especially now when he was already struggling with the air. He felt the hand tighten around his once more, and he focused on that. Something sharp stabbed into his back, puncturing his lung. Luffy tried to struggle harder. The pain now doubled as he felt the immense pressure in his lungs snap. Stay still, Luffy. Stay still, kid. The man's condescending voice reached him before the pain did. I know this hurts, he said, fake sympathy in every word. It's okay. I'm going to help you. Luffy's struggles grew at that. He didn't need help from that man or any of them. He just wanted to be free of them. Why couldn't they just let him go? Why did they have to keep hurting him? He screamed, feeling his terror well up in his chest until it was too much for his small body, and it burst forth, radiating outwards. The pirates all felt it as they scrambled to keep their hold on him despite Luffy's panicked display of fear-fueled power. Shit! He swore. Guys, we're trying! The hands on his temples were back now, rubbing at the wetness on his cheek. Luffy dash, the voice said, sounding nothing like his usual tormentors. There was only sympathy and sadness in their tone as they continued. The words were whispered straight into his ear, and Luffy latched his attention onto them, trying not to focus on the burning in his lungs. Luffy, you just told me you were coming with me? Don't you want to leave with us? Luffy stilled at the words, even as the pressure in his lung became unbearable. Lu, the voice tried again. Once we get out of here, I won't go anywhere without you for the rest of your life if that's what you want. You won't be unhappy, I promise. I'll do whatever you want. But you have to stay with us right now. The hand on his cheek was back, and Luffy tried to tilt his head up at his brother, but nothing moved. He felt the sting move to the other side and he hissed but lay still all the same. Closing his eyes again when the pressure resumed, he remembered saying that, and he meant it. But it wasn't like he planned for all the air to leave, or for gravity to crush his lungs. Luffy hadn't meant for any of this to happen, and he didn't understand why Ace was saying that. Where did he think Luffy was going? Lu! His brother continued softer this time though. Like he was getting further away and out of focus. I've never asked you for anything before. Just do this for me, okay? Stay here. The background noise muddled together until it became murky water overhead. The voices sounded upset about something. Luffy tried to move again, but this time he felt too heavy. He wanted to tell his brother that it was okay. Of course, he would do that for him. He would do anything for him. But there was no sound in his throat. So Luffy smiled instead, hoping his brother understood. No, come on, the doctor was saying. It wasn't the mean CP guy, it was just Marco. The guy who had tried to make Luffy feel better. Luffy would tell him thanks later, and maybe sorry for how much he had bitten him. But right now, he was really sleepy, and everything seemed to be drifting too far away. He closed his eyes again, content now that the pain was slipping away. Everyone seemed to be talking at once, far above him on the surface. Shit, he's not breathing. What happened? Luffy could feel the hand holding his tighten, anchoring him to the mess of words and sounds around him. Okay kid, hang on. Luffy felt the hand in his, tear away as he was picked up off the cold ground. The warm feeling was back, all-encompassing this time as it overwhelmed him. It was a little too insistent, burning too hot on his cold skin, chasing the sleepiness away only to give way for the sharp sting of reality. "Come on, Luffy," Marco was saying, drowning out all the other noise. "Don't do this!" "Not now." The intensity of the warmth grew at his words until it was all he could focus on. It was so much power, all around him, forcing its way into his body from every direction until it felt like every part of him was vibrating with the energy. It kinda hurt a lot. Although it was nothing compared to what Luffy had survived. As everything came into focus around him, Luffy was awed by the man's power. If he was this strong, then maybe it wasn't a good idea to kick him as much as he had. He felt the man's hands start to shake with the effort. With a great deal of pain, Luffy opened his eyes again, meeting the unnaturally blue eyes of the doctor, which seemed to be glowing with the power emanating from the man. The second their eyes connected, something like relief crossed the man's face. Then his grip slipped away, and they were both falling. Luffy passed out gratefully. XXX. "Boss!" Burgess practically skidded into Teach's office, the large man uncharacteristically out of breath. "You'll want to see this." Teach scowled as he looked up. "What now? They're here," the man said. "I'm aware of that," he snapped. Burgess shook his head. "Not just the Whitebirds. Everyone." Teach cursed as he stood up, following his underling through the twisted corridors of a base to the outside. There were already several battleships docked in the harbor of the tiny island. Every one sported a military logo on the side. He knew the admiral was down there, coordinating with the other officials. "Boss, did you find them yet? What do you think?" Teach seethed. It wasn't his fault the Marines were the most incompetent swine he had ever met. How hard was it to find a group of bumbling pirates and a half-dead kid in their own base? He refused to accept that his choice of headquarters was the problem. If any of them, including the Cypher Pole's best, were competent, then the group of them would be back in their clutches now. But instead they were going to face the government, the Whitebirds, and the revolutionaries with no leverage. This was turning into a real mess, even more so as he took note of the behemoth of a ship encroaching upon them. He would recognize the Moby anywhere. After all, it was Teach's old home. Teach had no desire to play with Whitebeard as he was right now. He had seen the old man pissed, and he knew how dangerous he could be. If he squinted, he could make out the figure of the huge captain standing at the bow of his massive ship, waiting for war. "He's outmatched," Teach said. "That much is obvious. What about those?" Burgess pointed to the dots that flecked the horizon like an invasion of mites. "Ships, all headed here. Whitebeard's allies, no doubt, and more marine backup." Which would probably going to decide the war. Teach clenched his fists in anger. This was the first he was hearing about Whitebeard's reinforcements. That shifty old bastard, how had he managed that? The government was not going to be pleased. "Go down to the tunnels," Teach spat. "Find them. And if you can't manage that, I want you to collapse every single one. I would rather crush my bargaining chips than have them slip through my fingers." He would show all of them that he was not someone to be crossed or disrespected, because Teach wasn't finished yet. In fact, he was just getting started. Soon the whole world would understand that, including that senile old man. XXX. When he woke up, the room was dead silent. Luffy shifted a little, relieved to see he was leaning against Ace, his cheek resting on his brother's shoulder. Ace looked over at him as he moved. The older boy's expression seemed relieved, if not a bit pale. Flecks of blood dotted his left cheek. He offered Luffy a weak smile, letting him know it was all right. Other than that, he didn't have much else to say. Luffy looked around the tiny room again, wondering if one of the pirates had disappeared or something. But no, they were all here. He turned to look at Sabo next, who sat beside them. He looked pale as well, with fresh blood spattering the side of his face. He gave Luffy his own smile, although it was as weak and fake as Ace's had been. Luffy frowned. "Did someone die?" he whispered, unsure of the tone of the room. That seemed like the wrong thing to say because Sabo winced. "Luffy!" Thatch's voice cut the silence of the room. He sounded genuinely relieved, and his smile was much warmer than anyone else seemed to be capable of right now. "Are you okay?" Luffy nodded, giving into a big yawn, which made him wince. His lungs protested the movement. The doctor, or pirate guy, was fast asleep on Thatch's shoulder, dead to the world for now. Luffy had never seen him sleep up until now. "Weird. We were just worried about you," Thatch said. "Nobody was expecting you to just die like that," the short pirate said, only to get elbowed in the ribs by Aiza. "What?" he defended. "Tell me I'm wrong. No one knows how to handle seeing that." Luffy's frown grew. I wasn't going to die, so you said? The pirate argued back. Seriously, kid, that was a close call. I wasn't dying, he argued. You were just what then? I ran out of air just a little bit. Just a little. The pirate echoed in disbelief. How do you run out of air just a little? Maybe you did too, and you didn't notice. Luffy. Sabo's voice was soft, but it drew his attention. He sounded weird. Like far too soft-spoken. You managed to get some water in your lungs. They were already damaged, and your body couldn't cope. You stopped breathing, so Marco had to take it out. How'd he do that? With a hypodermic needle? Sabo continued, looking as pale as Luffy had ever seen. But by the time he managed to get all of it out, your body was already going into shock. So he had to use his powers to save you, like all of them. Haruta told him. It was kind of insane. Oh? Luffy looked back at the sleeping man. That was really nice of him. Why did he do that? He asked. He's a doctor? He received only blank stares. Why did he save you? Thatch repeated and Luffy nodded. One day I am going to introduce you to some real doctors, okay Luffy? I think you are going off too small a sample size right now. Just because one of them liked to hurt you, that doesn't mean everyone is that up. Luffy guessed that was fair. He tried to sit up, and Ace reluctantly let him go. Did you fall into the water earlier? Aiza asked him. You were all wet when I found you, and Marco thinks that you must have nearly drowned to get that much in your lungs. Luffy shook his head. I didn't fall, he told them, and they looked relieved. Although it was short-lived. A giant water lizard pulled me under. He looked down at his shirt. Someone had ripped out most of the buttons. That was kind of mean. He's kidding, right? The big, sparkly pirate said. Thatch's smile fell a bit. I honestly don't know. Ace shook his head. He's not. What dash? Sabo asked. I definitely did not see that when I found him, Aiza said. But he was next to the ocean, soaking wet, and I swear to God when he got mad at me, I thought the ocean was about to come after me. It was just my friend, Luffy told them. He's nice. He tugged Ace's arm. You would like him. Ace didn't respond, only shifting to rest his cheek on Luffy's head. Luffy led him, patiently sitting beside him. Ace seemed upset to Luffy, actually they all did, but no one was downright mad at him, or angry at anyone in general, so he guessed it was still okay. They stayed like that for some time, most of them stunned into silence. Luffy thought it was more peaceful this way when everyone stopped asking him questions or yelling at his brothers for stuff that wasn't their fault. Luffy's eyes started to slip closed again, leaning harder against Ace as he fell asleep. He was almost gone when he felt it again. All thoughts of sleep vanished from his mind as he sat up. He settled for his knees, leaning over to pull on Sabo's sleeve. His brother turned to look at him curiously. His gaze was still murky, like he had a lot on his mind. But Luffy could tell he was listening. He's back, he said, watching recognition flicker across Sabo's face. You're sure? Luffy nodded. Okay. Sabo rose to his feet, reaching down to help Luffy. Setting his jaw in determination, Luffy grabbed Sabo's hand with both of his as he hauled himself up. Whatever whatever Marco had done to him, he felt better. His legs still shook underneath him, but he could stand again. Sabo grabbed his elbows to steady him. Are you scared? He asked, and Luffy shook his head. He was still very scared of that man. He didn't think that was ever going to go away, but he wasn't scared like before. Luffy knew things were going to be okay. No matter what happened next. Okay, Sabo said again, as he turned to the small room, raising his voice. Can you guys manage with Marco? He asked Jozu and Haruta, getting everyone's attention in the process. Is it the Marines? Yes, Sabo said. The Cypher Pole agent is coming back. If he finds us, he's going to bring the whole Navy down on us. Shit. Aiza cussed as Jozu moved to pick up the passed-out doctor. This is terrible timing. The small room had 3 possible exits. The main one, now boarded up by old crates as a security measure, another small vent off to the side which only Luffy could manage to fit through, and finally a partially collapsed tunnel leading off from the corner. It was anyone's guess if it was still passable, but it was their best chance. How long do we have? Jozu asked. Sabo looked at Luffy, who shook his head. Not long, he interpreted. Ace helped them, holding one of the collapsed beams off the pillar to make enough room for the pirates to crawl through, into the tunnel on the other side. Jozu and Haruta went first with the sleeping Marco, careful of their brother in the small space. When they made it through, they temporarily put him down to find the right tunnel out of the flooded sections. Thatch and Aiza crawled through next, immediately checking on their downed brother. You guys go. Ace told them, but Sabo shook his head, letting go of Luffy to come to hold the rotten wood for Ace. You first, he said. Ace was unusually slow to comply. When Sabo motioned for Luffy to follow Ace, he hesitated, his bare feet rooted against the stone. Sabo sighed, letting go of the beam to hug Luffy. We're going to come back, Lou, Sabo told him. We are always going to come back for you. You don't know what he's like, Luffy said. Guys, Ace warned from the other side of the opening. We have to hurry. Sabo leaned down, pressing his lips against the crown of his little brother's head. You have to trust us, he whispered. When Luffy didn't move, Sabo sighed. I'm sorry, he whispered. The next second Luffy yelled as he felt his brother pick him up, carrying to the spot where the others had disappeared. He handed Luffy to Ace through the small opening despite the younger boy's protests, which were quickly becoming screams. The second Luffy's feet touched the cold stone floor on the other side of the broken pillar, Ace had to grab him to stop from running back. Luffy, what's wrong? He's going to kill him. What? Ace looked up at Sabo, but it was already too late. In that moment, he watched his brother lash out at the pillar. The already splintered stone cracked, breaking boulder-sized pieces from the top. The support beam broke, and within seconds the small opening disappeared to nothing but a rubble-sealed entryway. Ace let go of Luffy, pounding against the wall furiously. Sabo! He screamed, feeling Luffy at his side, still yelling for their brother. Damn it! Sabo! It didn't take long for the Whitebirds to catch up. Ace felt himself be torn away from the wall of rubble by a surprisingly strong thatch. Hey! Hey! His friend said, his hands on either side of his head. Ace, calm down! No! Ace fought his hold, turning to look back at the wall. Ace! Thatch said again, and when the other refused to look at him, the man rested his forehead against the younger boy's in a display of total and complete world weariness. Ace! Thatch said for the 100th time. It's okay. He has a plan, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have done that. I'm not leaving him. I don't want either, Thatch promised. I mean, damn it, not to say age means anything, but you guys are little kids to me. But if we keep hitting this beam, it's going to come down and bring the whole tunnel down with it. We don't have a choice. Ace set his jaw, looking at the wall with determination. He still very much had a choice. No offense, Thatch said, but I'm not leaving you behind right now. I don't like where your head is at, and Sabo's fine? No. But we don't have time to excavate the wall with a spoon right now. Thatch rubbed his face. Sorry, just. He's a smart kid, and sneaky when he wants to be. If anyone has a chance against a Cypherpole agent, it's Sabo. No! Luffy was still at the wall, banging his bandaged fists against it with such intensity his bandages were beginning to stain. You don't know what he's going to do to him. You don't understand. Luffy understood all too well apparently. Ace, Thatch said again softly. I can't make you come with us like I can with Luffy and me for asking you this, but I think one of your brothers wanted to protect you, and one of them needs you. Ace turned to look at Thatch, really look at him. And in that moment, he looked so young. Way too young for this. Turning on his heels, Ace grabbed Luffy, who yelled in protest, dragging the younger boy away from the wall towards the hallway beyond. But nothing about it was a victory for Thatch. Rather, he just felt sick as he followed them. The other 3 Whitebirds had nothing to say to them, there was nothing they could say. So they kept going, Aizo, Haruta, and Jozu alternating in carrying Marco and going on ahead to scout out the partially flooded section of tunnels. Thatch fell into step alongside Ace once more, the sick feeling in his stomach not going away. I'm sorry, Ace looked at him, shifting his grip on Luffy. The kid struggled so much his brother had put him over his shoulder. Why are you apologizing? I know what it's like, Thatch told him honestly. To feel like you're going to lose your sibling. It feels like you're dying. He had felt it countless times for countless siblings. He felt it for Ace all those times he had rushed off, only to disappear in the dust of a fight. And he felt it for Luffy, basically all the time now, just a constant aching pain. Ace looked back at the dark hallway in front of them. No, he said. We've already lost Sabo once before. It feels like someone ripped your heart out of your chest, and you just had to go around with a hole where something should be. Partway between living and dead. I know, Thatch said softly. He knew what that was like too. Part of him wanted to offer to take the weight off Ace's shoulders, hold Luffy back while he went back for his other brother. But he was worried that would get them both killed. And then Luffy would die of a broken heart, and probably Thatch too at the rate this was going. He really wished Marco would wake the hell up already. His brother was better at this, or at least better at hiding his very own bleeding heart. He reached over to ruffle Luffy's hair. He felt the kid quite a little. "We're not leaving anyone behind," he told them. "Pops is here. We're not alone anymore. We just have to hang on a little longer. Sable can handle things for a bit. It will be okay, you guys will see." Thatch seriously hoped it would be. Because he just lied to his two littlest brothers. Ace was sitting on the arm of their father's massive chair. One knee was tucked loosely to his chest, and the other hung off the edge. He was listing something off with his fingers, recounting the 2nd Division's latest assignment. He had been gone for hardly a week. But the ship had been a lot quieter. Marco hadn't realized it until right this moment. Their father hadn't seen him yet, his head thrown back in a laugh at something Ace must have told him. That wasn't surprising. Ace had always amused him. He had been amusing when he was trying to kill Whitebeard. He had even been amusing as he sulked like a scolded teenager. But now, when he was finally acting like himself, or a self they had yet to see, he was the most amusing of all. Ace wasn't shy. Not in the slightest. He was friendly, personable, and if you got him going, he would just laugh and laugh. It was odd. How someone so young could seem like he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. And then there were moments like these where Ace laughed so freely. Like he had never experienced anything resembling hardship. Like he could laugh with ease because all he had ever known was kindness. Sensing his presence first, Ace turned. His smile grew at the sight of Marco. Like just seeing him made him happier than he had been. "Welcome back," Marco said, covering all his surprise at the greeting. A month ago, the kid had hated him. Then again, maybe he had just been pretending to hate them this entire time. Ace greeted him like it was the most natural thing in the world. And Marco found that it just was. More than the manufactured tension, it was comfortable. "Thanks," Ace said, hopping off of his chosen seat. He went to go help the rest of the 2nd Division who were currently unloading one of the smaller boats. Hopping over the rail with a seamless effort, Ace landed heavily on the dock, attracting the attention of everyone. "Hey guys!" he greeted cheerfully, grabbing one of the barrels from the floor. "Oyaji said we took out the right base after all." There was a round of applause, apparently some inside joke between them. "I know we were worried." He pressed the smiling group. "But you did a great job." His statement was met with clapping and whoops. Some were sarcastic, but even so, their brothers and sisters looked genuinely happy. After spending so long without a commander, it seemed like Ace had been good for them. Marco hadn't seen them this cheerful in a while now. After their last commander left what felt like lifetimes ago, the role had seemed too big to be filled by anyone else. Then Ace came along, and Whitebeard had called it. He was perfect. Ace was unlike anyone they had considered for the role before. He was young, and with that, he was energetic and optimistic to the point of naivety. He was new to being a leader and reluctant to take a position of power. Which was why Whitebeard knew he had to have it. There are those that fed off power and titles like parasites. And then there was someone like Ace. His inexperience and age guaranteed that he made every decision with the full support of his division behind him. Ace didn't order people around so much as asked them to help him with whatever task Whitebeard assigned his unit, and he took the hardest tasks upon himself. His words to Marco were still fresh in the man's mind. Ace acted as if he was just going to be there temporarily, and as such he was just helping the group out, like a stand-in commander for hire until their real one showed up. While that wasn't necessarily what anyone had meant or wanted, there was no denying the effect. The 2nd Division would never have settled for a leader who was less than Odin. But they took to Ace almost instantly. Marco turned away from the railing, a smirk on his face. Sometimes it was annoying how often Pops was right. "So Ace's unit is back," he said. Whitebeard was still smiling at whatever Ace had told him. "What did he say?" "That the division did a great job taking out the base and there were no hitches," Marco laughed. He knew as well as his father that there were quite a few problems. The first one being, trembling hand Thomas dropping the charges too soon. But he had heard from Thomas himself that Ace managed to take out the entire wind himself, covering up Thomas's blunder. Yet the entire team looked happy, despite the mess it had almost become. "Ace is covering for him," Marco said. He wondered what exactly the kid thought they did to pirates who messed up. "I don't think Ace sees it that way," Whitebeard told him. "He's just happy they're proud of themselves." The old man smirked, taking a swig of his ale that he most certainly was not supposed to have right now. "Yeah," Marco mused to himself, looking over the rail again. "They might like him a little too much." "Whatever do you mean by that, my ever-worried son?" Marco shrugged. He had a bad habit of talking out loud when his father was around. "It's just the young ones," he said. "Ace makes me nervous sometimes." I've seen his type. They burn bright and they burn fast, leaving nothing but charred cinders in their wake. Whitebird laughed again, somehow amused by Marco's fears. I thought that was why he had you. It is, Marco said, squaring his shoulders. I mean, he's going to be fine. Marco worried about all his brothers and sisters, especially when they were still kids themselves. It's just, I get this feeling sometimes. Like the one he had just gotten when Ace smiled at him. Marco sighed, running his hands through his hair tiredly. I don't know if he wants to be saved. How do you help someone like that? Whitebird didn't laugh this time, and Marco suspected he knew exactly what he was talking about. Well, I suppose you have to show them that they're wrong, and if you can't, give him some credit, Whitebird advised. People only smile like Ace if they think they have something to smile about. With his personality, he is no stranger to danger. I'm certain of it. But I doubt he would have gotten this far if he really thought he had nothing to live for. Yeah, Marco said. You're probably right, XXX. There were so many ways this could have happened. So many outcomes. It didn't have to be this way. But that didn't matter anymore. From what Marco understood about the future, the other paths were quickly filing down to a singular one. And it ended one way: blood on both sides. People were going to die. But everyone had made their choice, and it was time to live with that. When Marco woke up, Thatch was waiting for him. The man's face split into a broad smile when he saw him awake. Took you long enough, he teased. Marco sat up, bracing his back against the wall. They were still in the tunnels. He was getting so sick of this place. Then again, he thought of Luffy, and his own complaints seemed pale. Speaking of, where's Luffy? Thatch looked back at the small, partially caved-in hallway they were currently hiding in. Thatch's smile faltered, and Marco's concern grew. He's okay, right? Yeah, Thatch said. Thanks to you, I owe you. I know it took a lot out of you, more than Thatch knew. Luffy had been tilting over the edge of even Marco's reach. But he didn't say that. You don't have to thank me, he said. I didn't do it for you. Not just for Thatch, at least. But I tried to warn you. Oh my God! Thatch rolled his eyes, surprisingly good-natured. Marco, my brother, you are a repeating proverb. What? You keep warning all of us about getting too close to the human bombs. You know, the people who you think are going to set themselves off. Because you don't want us to get hurt. But you can never follow your own advice, not once. I'm careful, he said. He was careful, right? Thatch agreed. So careful you almost killed yourself to save a kid you've known for 3 days? It's not I. He didn't really have a reply for that other than, shut up, Thatch snickered, rising to his feet. He offered Marco his hand. Thanks anyway. Seriously. Marco clasped his hand, standing up a bit unsteadily. Of course, he said. But honestly, where is everybody? Aiza is looking for a way out of here, Jozu is trying to lead the Marines away, and Haruta went after Luffy, who went after Ace, who went after Sabo. Oh, Marco said. So, they could be anywhere, Thatch sighed. Yeah. Things are kind of bad, Marco. After you passed out, Luffy figured out that that creep was tracking us again. So Sabo stayed behind to stop him. Not that he told us until it was too late, Thatch said. The Marines are everywhere. I think they've got us cornered. They just don't know it yet, and we are scattered to hell. Marco finished for him. Thatch nodded. And just between us, we're running on fumes, all of us. We will be fine now, Marco told him. Oyaji is here. We just need to get out of here. Thatch laughed darkly. Easier said than done. First things first, we need to dash. Whatever he was about to say was cut off by a deafening boom as the entire base seemed to shake. The halls threatening to cave. Was that a bomb? Thatch looked around in worry. That can't be good, XXX. It's you, the man said as he entered the room. I should have known it would be you. Crafty one, aren't you? Sabo watched him, walking the perimeter of the room like a cat, assessing a mouse's escape route. Bold of you to wait for me, cut off from the others, little revolutionary, he said. Eager to die? Sabo frowned. This monster would hardly be the first to say that to him. What do you want? To get information? A truce for your little criminal boss. Or perhaps you're sticking with your desertion story. Want? Sabo repeated. How was it that everyone kept saying that to him? Things like wanting hardly had a place down here, in this lawless island stuck right the fork of the perversion of the law and the honor of criminals. The man laughed, gesturing to his shaking right hand. Are you scared, brat? Is that it? Is the great revolutionary trembling with fear? Well, man up, this is the world and you've already picked wrong. Sabo tightened his right hand into a fist. It was indeed trembling, and it had been for the last few hours. So much so, that it was hard to hold his staff. Is it rage, I wonder? The agent teased. You're so angry at the world government your kind hates so much, you can't contain yourself. Sabo closed his left hand around it, drawing a slow breath, to calm his nerves. No, he told the man. It's fear. But it wasn't for himself. He had held Luffy's hand in his own, in some vain attempt to tether his brother to this world when he started to slip away from it. And it was stupid, but Sabo could have sworn it sort of worked. Pathetic. The man smirked. Even that kid had more courage than you. When he wasn't screaming his head off or crying about something idiotic. Sabo's fist tightened. I know you, he said, watching the man's smile grow. Oh, got me in your little revolutionary files, do you? Sabo shook his head. No, he said. I don't know your name and I don't care. I know you. You hide behind the law, but no one wants your justice. You're the same kind of killer I've been fighting my whole life. The only difference is that you have a lot more lies to hide behind. The man wasn't smiling now. He seemed annoyed. You know me, huh? Got me all figured out. What are you, some snot-nosed teenager giving me a lecture? Well, I know you, little revolutionary. So devoted to a cause, so devoted to your false justice. You are the plague you see in the world. The infection you hate. It's in you. It's in those pirates. It's in that little boy you are trying to save. And most of all, it's in that devil's offspring. Sabo looked down to the floor. His answer had deserted him. He felt it when he came in here, but now it was just as well. He may as well leave the anger to Ace. And do you still want to save them? The man asked, spurred on by his silence. There was that word again. Want? Sabo didn't want to save them. He needed to save them. There were only so many times you were allowed to fail your family. What I want, he said, reaching his right hand into his pocket, is to be like you. Whatever the man had been expecting, it was most certainly not that. Oh, his expression turned with interest, perhaps searching for some way to twist the situation to his favor. You want to be strong? Powerful? His eyes flickered to the wall above the doorway, gently pulling his fist from his pocket. He held out his hand and the man tensed, only to realize it was simply a small rock resting on his palm. Sabo had found it on Luffy when they were changing his clothes, swapping them out with dry ones. He must have picked it up from the water somehow with how smooth it was. Sabo had meant to ask him about it, but then he heard something about a giant sea lizard and suddenly he didn't want to know. I want to be ruthless, Sabo told him. Like you? Oh. The man was smiling again as if he was being praised. Don't count yourself out. You're plenty ruthless. Why else would you be there and me be here? You stayed to fight me but you're hesitating. He laughed. You can't fool me. You don't want to kill me. You want something from me. To plead for your life maybe. Has the great dragon abandoned you? I'm not, Sabo told him. Not usually anyway. He tried to show mercy, as much as possible. But there were times when some people just needed to lie in the bed they had made for themselves. But I can be. People hurt people who hurt them. And right now, the hurts just wouldn't stop. I'm waiting. Waiting for what? Sabo nodded his head to the doorway behind the man, at the persistent running footsteps he heard from that direction. Ones the CP agent was doing his best to conceal with his talking. It was fine though. Sabo was willing to play innocent if he was. The Marines were much slower to arrive. But they were numerous, worryingly so. They're coming to kill me, Sabo said. You called them. The man just shrugged. They're my backup. Where's yours? Hopefully far away from here. You're trapped, revolutionary. They'll be here any second. Enjoy the last of your freedom. Trust me, what we've got in store for you is worse than death. Is that what you did to Luffy? Sabo asked. The man said nothing. Sabo knew it was. After all, it was what this monster did best. I think you're right, Sabo said as the footsteps pounded by the hallway. I'm plenty ruthless already. He raised his hand clenched around the rock, pointing to the corner of the room. The agent turned slowly, confusion clear on his face. At first, he didn't see it. Then something close to recognition crossed his face. When they were looking for Luffy and then Ace, Sabo had stumbled across a Marine. Young, weak, and alone. It had been an easy knockout. But he had been carrying something interesting. He had barely had time to set it, placing it above the lip of the doorway, nearly out of sight. Some emotion crossed the CP agent's face. Finally, a good look for him. It wasn't fear, but it was as close as he was going to get, so Sabo had to content himself with that. Wait, the man said, taking a step back. You asked what I wanted, Sabo said. Hold on, I want to hurt you. Like you hurt him. Stop! He screamed, but it was too late. There was nothing he could do but watch that little rock, worn smooth but the ocean, sail through the air, shattering against the bomb on top of the door. Just as the Marines reached them, XXX, you! Luffy froze, halfway down the hallway. When the Marine took a step towards him, he backed up, hitting the wall of the corridor. You're that kid we're all looking for! He huffed. Maybe now we can get out of this depressing place. When he tried to grab Luffy's arm, he lashed out, sinking his teeth into the man's skin. The Marine shrieked like a child, stepping back. Then the anger set in. You little brat! Luffy kneed him in the stomach, trying to run away, but his legs gave out under him, and he crashed to the floor onto his hands. The man grabbed his foot, dragging him along the floor. Damn it, kid! What the hell's your damage? Luffy twisted in his grip, trying to claw and kick at the hands that pulled him, slowing the man to a crawling pace. You are so freaking annoying, the Marine said. I'm saving you. They're going to bomb these tunnels to hell soon. Better with us than stay here. Luffy didn't think that way. He latched onto the man's hands with his, twisting it in a way that would have broken his hand if he were still strong. All he managed to do was weaken his hold. The man let go, stepping back, and Luffy scrambled up. He barely made it a few steps when there was a huge explosion, and the entire room shook. Losing his balance, he crashed once more to the floor. Shit! The man swore. They're setting them off too early. He strode up, grabbing Luffy's elbow this time to try and pull him up. When Luffy tried to bite him again, the Marine slapped his hand over his mouth, squeezing his jaw in a warning. I've heard about you, you know. There are rumors. They say you are more demon than kid. Usually, I'm not one for tall tales, but I got to say, I heard you scream once, and I have to admit, scariest sound I've ever heard. He looked down at the bite mark on his arm with a frown. Then to the stains of blood where Luffy had brushed up against him. Luffy closed his eyes in anger. Despite what Sabo had told him, he was useless now. As useless as he had been as a kid. Getting into trouble every single time he tried to help. Just an obstacle to be saved over and over. A bag of flour to be passed from person to person. Being powerless, he hated it. The man let go of him as if his touch burned. He stepped back and swore, watching Luffy with huge eyes. What was that? He looked around like someone was in the cave with them. Luffy had no idea what he was talking about. He watched the man's trembling hand go to his sword. You really are a demon, aren't you? What else would the military want with a kid? Luffy didn't care what they called him. But he was tired of being forced to do things. He took a step back, watching the sword come closer to him. What was that? He asked again. Luffy didn't know. Ace did. That was his way of telling you to back the hell up. His brother's voice growled. Both of them turned to look at the end of the hallway. If the man thought Luffy was a demon, then he very nearly died at the sight of Luffy's brother. Ace was glowing. Literally covered in fire. His eyes were like embers in the darkness. The man took a deep breath, stumbling back. It's not. Oh God! Ace's eyes flickered, if at all possible, becoming more intense. But it was only a moment. With a final whimper, the man crumpled to the floor. Ace and Sabo had always been badass, at least to Luffy. But they were just freaking awesome now. If Luffy was feeling better, that would have been so cool. Ace met his gaze and sighed. You came after me again, huh? Luffy thought this was all Ace's fault. Luffy had made it clear he didn't want to be ditched right now. Yet somehow Ace kept being surprised when he tried to follow him. Ace seemed to realize that too as something crossed his face. It wasn't realization though, more like resolution. At having to do something unpleasant, he held out his hand and Luffy pushed away from the corner, coming to him easily. You just want to stick with me, don't you? Ace said, pressing his fingers against Luffy's bruised cheek. Just like when we were kids. Luffy looked up at him, his eyes clearly saying, no duh. He thought that had been obvious. When they were little, he hadn't wanted to be alone or left with the bandits. It was no different now. Ace smiled softly. I know, he said in apology. I want the same too. I just want you to be safe, but that's never going to happen, is it? Ace looked really tired. Like seriously tired. I'm safe with you, Luffy said, shaking his head to get Ace's hand off his cheek. As far as Luffy could tell, the safest place in the world had always been right here. No one had ever protected him like Ace had, nor stayed with him. The entire time Luffy had been taken, He knew Ace would be back for him. And once he was, Luffy would be safe again. He was getting kind of annoyed Ace wasn't getting that. His brother sighed, tightening his grip on his hand. Sticking with me right now is going to get you killed. You told me you would stay with me, you liar! Actually, both of them had. They were both liars now. But Luffy had to be mad about it later. I said after we get out of here, Ace said. He caved a bit under Luffy's stare. At least the second time. The first time we were totally lying. Luffy shook his head in disapproval. Rat-faced two-timing bastard, Ace actually laughed, the surprise on his face morphing to amusement. Oh my god! Lou! Where the hell did you learn that? Here, he said. Teach's lame-ass friends said it a lot. I'm too late. They've corrupted you, Luffy huffed. Shifting from foot to foot. Ace glanced at the Marine, deciding he was going to be out for a while. He moved to sit against the wall, pulling Luffy down with him before his legs could give out underneath him. Luffy leaned heavily against his side, moving their hands onto his lap. He looked over at the Marine. Is he dead? Ace shook his head. No. He thought for a moment. Do you know what that was? Luffy shook his head. Well, you were trying to do it too, Lou. Luffy looked at the man with a frown. I don't think I'm magic, are you? It's not magic, Ace said. The only difference is when I do it, it's... He tried to show with his hand. It's like a bullet. And yours is like an explosion. There's no way the others didn't feel that. So, they should be coming to find us. Luffy made a face at that, and Ace smiled. I thought you liked Thatch. Thatch is super cool. Luffy nodded. I guess the doctor's okay for a doctor. Why do you keep saying that? What does that even mean? And maybe the one with the pretty hair. Aizu. Luffy nodded. The rest of your friends are lame though. They're not lame, Ace defended. They're amazing. He saw Luffy's unimpressed look. You just don't know them, he said. And the last thing I need is you trying to fight them for me, okay? They started it, Luffy said. Are you guys fighting right now? Ace sighed, flipping Luffy's hand over with his. His eyes searched the bandages covering his brother's skin until Luffy got tired of that too, pointedly putting their hands back on his lap. Does it hurt? Ace asked. Why are you fighting? Luffy insisted. When Ace didn't say anything, he nodded. Teach, yeah, Ace said. There was that look again. Ace was tired. It's okay. Luffy tried to comfort him. Aside from Thatch, they're not that cool. When Ace didn't cheer up with that, Luffy moved to more drastic measures. I guess Thatch. He made a face like the words tasted sour. Thatch isn't that cool either. So don't worry about it, okay? Luffy was happy to see Ace smiling again. Did that physically hurt you to say? Luffy nodded. He didn't like to diss his friends when they didn't deserve it. But he wanted Ace to cheer up, and Thatch was so cool he was pretty sure the man would understand. Plus you're Captain Bossy, Whitebeard, Luffy nodded. Oh yeah, I forgot you met him, right? Yeah, Luffy said like it was obvious. He's bossy. Ace was still smiling like he did when he thought Luffy was being stupid. He leaned against him with a groan of embarrassment at Luffy's boldness. Thatch was right, you are definitely my brother. A moment passed before he added. I really miss you. Luffy tilted his head to look at him. Because all of your other friends are lame? No! Ace laughed. God, stop it. Leave it to Luffy to make a tragedy somehow funny. He had missed him so much. If something were ever to happen to him, and Ace somehow survived it, then he doubted anything in the world would ever be funny to him again. But this was apparently survivable. Betraying his crew, becoming an outcast, a traitor, a murderer, the cause of so much suffering, the root of evil in Luffy's life, apparently it was all survivable. He hadn't thought so at first. He didn't know how he was going to live with himself. Even when he saw the Marine messing with his brother, there was something dark and ugly in him that was screaming for blood. But then Luffy had started talking, almost like he used to. Like he wasn't falling to pieces, breaking to bits, or between episodes of heart-stopping injuries. Things just didn't seem that serious. Ace squeezed his hand. You know, if I weren't currently exiled, I'd have to kick your ass for shit-talking Whitebeard. It's kind of in my duties. How did you end up getting a bossy captain? Luffy asked him. I thought you didn't listen to anyone. Luffy had certainly never seen Ace bow down to anyone. Like literally never in their entire lives. It's a long story, Ace told him. It wasn't so much giving over control as it was giving over his trust. Trusting in Whitebeard's judgment. There is so much I want to tell you. But later, okay. When I get back. That was enough to bring back Luffy's frown. No, it is just for a little while. There are some things I need to take care of. I'll come, he insisted. I told you it's too dangerous. I can't fight these guys and protect you. I'm useless, Luffy concluded. So you're abandoning me? No. No, Ace told him. I'm ever going to abandon you. You know that. And you're not useless. It's not exactly a fair fight. These people that are coming, Lou, they're not like anything you've seen before. So, like Grandpa? He sighed. Yeah, like that stupid old man. You can't beat him either, Luffy said. Why do you get to go but not me? There's stuff I have to take care of, Ace repeated. He ran the finger of his free hand over a thick bandage taped to Luffy's forehead. I'll pay Teach back for you, he promised. Luffy shook his head. I don't need it, he said. Luffy would love that asshole to get his butt kicked. But not over a couple of scrapes, and not if it meant Ace. What do you think is going to happen? Ace asked, dropping his hand. If Sabo and I go fight? We're already outlaws, Lou. This stuff isn't new to us. We made it this far, don't you believe in us anymore? I don't think you're going to come back, Luffy said without a pause, so Ace took it for him, unsure of how to answer that. We're always going to come back for you, Ace told him one more time. I thought you understood that. One of their unspoken rules. I'm not going to leave you all alone here. You're not the ones I don't trust, Luffy said. These guys are not good. They might not let you beat them. Nobody has ever let me beat them. They'll cheat, Luffy said. There's no such thing as cheating in a pirate fight, Ace told him. I've dealt with cheaters and liars before. I can handle myself, Luffy huffed, a clear sign he was getting annoyed that Ace didn't understand. Not normal cheat. They'll do things like make you do everything they say, otherwise they'll kill me, but then kill me anyway, and then do the same to your not friends. He finished before adding, sometimes you're kind of stupid in a fight, and you seem like you would be stupid right now. Ace couldn't argue with that. Not at all. He was feeling pretty stupid right now. And sometimes in a fight, all the blood would just rush to his head and all his good intentions would just fly out the window. He tightened his hand on Luffy's. I got to go find Sabo, he said. And then do some other stuff. But when this is over and I come back, do you still want me to take you home? Home? To Dawn? Ace nodded. Luffy thought about it. He kind of missed everyone. But then again, I want to stay with you. I'll stay with you even if you go back, he promised. Luffy shook his head. I wasn't supposed to leave the island for like 2 years. So I sorta cheated. But it already happened now, so I can't do anything about it. And I thought it was so lame that I was on a pirate boat, and it passed by all these different places, but I didn't get to see anything cool. You want cool places? Ace asked, and he nodded. Okay, we can do that. Luffy's eyes seemed to light up, a smile quickly forming. Ace smiled back at him. Luffy looked really happy. Something he hadn't seen in a long time. He had missed his smile so much. Which was kind of embarrassing to admit, but screw it. They were way past that now. For the first time in a long time, Ace's future didn't seem so bad. Sure, he would be a scum of the earth, backstabbing, traitor, and the low of the low for the rest of his life. Burdened with the knowledge that his friends were now curing his name and possibly hunting him down, depending on how much outrage he had sparked, but showing Luffy amazing things, maybe Sabo too. That didn't sound so bad. There's so much I want to show you. There's this place. Ace started feeling Luffy lean into his side. It's all sand, like a beach? Ace nodded. Exactly, but there's no water. It sounds cool. It's not, it's hot, he teased. So freaking hot. You'd love it, XXX. Luffy was scared. That meant somebody was messing with him again. Jose had met up with Haruta in the tunnels. Haruta was the one who felt Luffy's hockey. Not that it was ever subtle. They were lucky the Marines were incompetent, otherwise, they would have been discovered a long time ago. It took them a while to navigate the hallways, and the two of them were expecting a fight. But instead, they could hear laughter from the tunnel. Not exactly a war scene. The Marine that Josu assumed caused the conflict was unconscious and tied up at the other end. Thatch had beat them here, alongside to his relief Marco, who appeared to be well enough if not a little pale. They sat backs against the wall across from the two brothers. The laughter had been Thatch's. Marco was busy going through his medical kit, although Josu could see his smirk. Luffy, no! Thatch said. Have you just been slamming us behind our backs this whole time? No! Luffy tried to argue. Only some of you. It gets worse, Ace told them gravely. Luffy turned to look at his brother. Stop! Worse than that, Thatch said. I don't know if my heart can take hearing you guys being called lame again. He said that you weren't that cool. Ace told him. Ace. Luffy whined. Ouch. Thatch's hand leaped to his heart like he was in physical pain. I thought we were friends, Luffy. Suddenly I'm not that cool. We are. Luffy insisted. He shook his head in disapproval at Ace. That one was a secret. I guess you're his only true friend, Ace. Marco said dryly as he rewrapped the bandages. Ace shook his head. No one is safe from Lu. Did you say you were less than awesome? Thatch teased. No, I'm a rat-faced two-timing bastard. Luffy finished for him grumpily. There was a moment of silence before Thatch died. Even Marco snorted, nearly spilling the contents of the bottle. Oh my God, Luffy! Thatch wheezed quietly. Don't bully your poor brother. And do us all a favor and don't repeat everything those guys said. You're way too sweet for that kind of stuff to be coming out of your mouth. Joseph shifted, the noise drawing everyone's attention, their good humor immediately forgotten. Everyone relaxed when they realized it wasn't the Marines. Or almost everyone. Luffy looked tense. Long gone was his sullen annoyance at being teased. Ah, guys, you scared me, Thatch said. Sorry, Haruta said, as they joined them. No Aizu? Marco shook his head. Not yet. Haruta slid down the wall beside them. Joseph moved to do the same on the other wall, but apparently, he was still actively scaring the kid as Luffy backed up a little bit, pushing closer to his brother in the progress. Are you okay? Joseph asked him, gesturing to the knocked-out Marine at the other end of the hall. He's fine, Ace said when Luffy obviously wasn't going to answer. At least Ace was sort of talking to them. Although Joseph doubted the teenager was going to joke around with them like he used. He wondered what had changed with the other two pirates that made Ace trust them again. At least a little bit. The situation was too complicated, and it gave him a headache. The literal last thing he should be worried about right now was never hearing Ace's corny jokes again. But having the laughter turn to tension when you entered a room was kind of hard to ignore. It was more annoying than anything else. Luffy was staring up at him, his eyes big. When he turned to give him a questioning look, the kid didn't turn away. But his hand did tighten in a warning. Joseph didn't realize it at first, but Luffy still was holding Ace's hand. The older boy's fingers were nearly white with how hard he was gripping it. He definitely was scared then. Being one of Luffy's villains was almost as annoying. It wasn't a part he played well. Joseph had nothing against him. Not even the fact that Luffy must have had plenty against him. As far as kids went, Luffy was kind of cute. This was surprising because Joseph had never met a teenager whose behavior could be classified as cute. It was basically a synonym. But he also hadn't met a kid who was so unconcerned with what anybody thought, who literally lit up when his brothers hugged him instead of pushing them off. Okay, Joseph said, no longer able to take the 1,000-yard stare. I'll go get Aizu, see if he's made any progress. Be careful, Marco warned. We should go, before that guy wakes up. Hey, Ace said, almost shyly. If you two, he meant Marco and Thatch. Have a moment, can I talk to you? The two pirates shared a look. Sure, XXX. The marine ships were closing in on them from all sides. But then again, so where are Whitebeard's allies? Who the underdog was here had yet to be determined. With the island in sight, and the players lining up, Whitebeard had one final thing to say to his children. He had waited, until they were all on deck beside him, facing down the opposers with the kind of bravery he had always admired in them. This wasn't just another fight. This was personal. He gave the miserable base of Sleet Rock one last look, turning instead to face his children. They were watching him, waiting for a battle cry or perhaps an epic legend. He had none of that today. Whitebeard just had the truth. One he kept from them far too long. My sons, he said. I know how badly you want to save your brother and your brothers who I sent straight into the monster's mouth. We will, I assure you that. If I have anything to say about it, we will see them all return to us. And I will get justice against those that did this. He didn't need to say Teach's name, everyone knew. I want to make this clear. This isn't a war of pride or any agenda. We are here for our family, which was unfairly stolen from us. His children were seething. He couldn't recall a time where they were this angry. They had loved Thatch, and they had trusted Teach. There's one more thing, Whitebeard told them. And I need each of you to heed my words here because I have been lying to you for some time now. Whatever they had expected, it wasn't that. The group's anger seemed to rile down a little as they looked at each other confused. I had my reasons, ones that I believed would save the life of your brothers. But accept my apology for what it is and listen to me now. There is time for talk when this war is done. For now, you need to know that Ace is not the enemy. That was met with even more silence until multiple voices spoke up. Of course, he is. He sided with Teach. He killed Marco. He tried to do the same to you. One look from Oyaji quieted them down. Teach was blackmailing him, Oyaji told them, with a number of reasons that will no doubt about to be made painfully clear by the military. But Marco the large man turned towards the base before them. Marco, I pray, is still alive, as well as the rest of them. But not if we don't help them, XXX, Thatch made a face. I don't like it, I know, Ace said. I'm sorry. I don't like it either, to be fair, Marco said. I was going to make you stay behind either way. You're not exactly in fighting shape right now. I'm fine, Thatch told him pointedly. Or I would be, but. His eyes softened. Ace, it's fine. I'll do it, Ace nodded. Thank you, guys. You don't owe us anything. Marco cut him off, loading his syringe. Like it or not, you can't do everything yourself, and I don't like it. Ace sighed as he got up. I really hate doing this, you and me both. Thatch muttered as they moved to rejoin the group. They had found Aizu, who thought he might have an escape route for them. Haruta looked up as the three came back over. Should we go? The quicker we get out of here, the less chance of getting caught by Marines. Plus, we need to check in with Pops as soon as possible. Marco shook his head. We'll go, he promised. I think we could all use a couple of minutes break first, Joza huffed, but no one challenged him. They were all exhausted at this point. Ace caught Marco's look as he passed, moving to sit back down beside Luffy. He smiled as his little brother looked up at him. I have to give you something. Luffy tilted his head as Ace pulled off his backpack. Careful as he pulled out a familiar straw hat. Sorry, Ace told him, watching Luffy's eyes grow huge. I meant to give it to you ages ago, but with everything, I sort of forgot. It was entirely too disturbing that Luffy hadn't asked about it, not once. But Ace didn't want to even speculate about why not. He watched Luffy reach out to touch it, but he drew his hand back. Like he thought he would dirty it. Another deeply disturbing thing. Luffy looked up at Ace in awe. You saved it, of course, Ace told him, offering it to him. I always save your hat. Luffy smiled up at him, delight clear on his face. But he shook his head. Can you hold on to it a little longer? Strike 3. Something was wrong with him. Ace frowned. You sure? Luffy nodded. Okay, I'll keep it safe during the fight. Can I come? He started, but Ace cut him off, wrapping his arms around him. Later, okay, he said, his voice soft. We'll talk about it later. Luffy nodded, settling gently against Ace. Like his new normal, Luffy was always prepared to fall asleep now. Ace frowned, running his fingers through Luffy's bangs. He leaned closer, so only his brother would hear him. Lou, can I tell you something? Luffy agreed, turning sleepily. I think everything good in me, I probably learned it from you. Luffy smiled, half asleep. No, he told him. You're awesome. All on your own. If you were bad, I wouldn't have wanted to be friends. Ace sighed, hugging him closer. Whatever you say. When Luffy was almost asleep, he felt the sleeve of his shirt being tugged up. He shifted a little in annoyance. The hands immediately disappeared. It's fine, Ace told him, hugging him. You're fine. The weight on his arm was back and something sharp poked into his skin. He whined, but Ace still didn't let go. I'm sorry, Lou. He felt his brother's hands in his hair. I'll come back for you. We both will. Luffy wanted to ask to come with him, but he was too tired. With his entire body getting heavier and heavier, Luffy had no choice but to trust Ace's words. When he was finally asleep, Ace stood up, picking Luffy up to hand him over to Thatch. The man was frowning, disturbed from seeing his friends drug his other friend. Ace guessed this was not the first time someone had done something like that to Luffy. I'm sorry, he said again. It was not something Ace had ever wanted to do or wished to do again. It's okay, Thatch said. He wasn't going to quit. I know. I'll take care of him until you get back. I promise, Ace nodded. He knew he would. Thank you, Thatch. Seriously, don't thank me, Thatch said. I want to do this. I'm not going to let anything happen to Luffy again. Ace smiled at his friend, running his fingers through his little brother's hair one last time before he turned away. Marco nodded at him. Ready? I'm ready, Ace said. Let's go. His hands trembled, rivets of blood flowing freely from in between his fingers. Forcing his numb knuckles to obey him, he closed his hand around the jagged shard of rock in his side and pulled with all his strength. Pain momentarily overtook him, muting the world around him. His grip on the stone slipped, wetted with blood and debris. He fought back a grimace on the verge of a sob, letting air hiss through his teeth. Sabo hurt, but he wasn't done yet. Not until this was over. Fire rushed through his veins as he once again tightened his fingers around the slippery black stone fragment. From a glance, it didn't look so bad. An inch, maybe two, of that dark flint-like material the entire base was crafted on, embedded just under his right rib cage. If he had been luckier, maybe it would have bounced off his rib bone and left him alone. If he had been unluckier, it would have pierced straight through, taking out his organs as it did so. Although it had done plenty of damage as it was, the fragment wasn't very wide, but it was deep. Sabo knew that much. He could feel it shift as he breathed. Something alien nestled against his lowest rib, grating against it as his lungs struggled to expand and contract in time to keep up with his labored breathing. Every jostle sent electric impulses racing up his arm, like a soundless alarm for Sabo to leave it be. But he couldn't do that. Not when there was a war to fight. Fingers crossed it wasn't as bad as he thought, or he really might bleed out. This time he dug his nails into the stone, tightening his fist around it with the strength he had left. He didn't cry out this time. Not so much as a sound, even as his vision swam. It was all Sabo could do to stay on his knees amidst the rubble as he stared down at the bloody stone fragment in his hand. When the bomb had gone off, some of the walls had splintered off, lodging into everyone like it was artillery fire. Sabo had been the furthest away, and he had still taken his share of damage. Between this piece of shrapnel and the two others he had pulled out of his leg, he was bleeding pretty heavily, not to mention the blood pouring down his face from a wound somewhere on his forehead, and the fact that his right eardrum had blown out. Honestly, he was more upset about that than anything else. Wounds would heal. He needed his ear to fight. Maybe if both had been functioning, he might have avoided the agent's knives. Sabo had been the lucky ones. The Marines who tried to interfere were both dead or about to be, trapped beneath the collapsed archway. The CP0 agent was another story. He had taken heavy losses as well. Sabo hadn't been paying too much attention, but it looked like several fingers, if not a good chunk of his arm, was gone. Not to mention he had received 7 of the splinters of rock, to Sabo's 3. Although none to his vital organs, which was annoying. The explosion had rattled Sabo's head, so much so that he missed the agent's attacks until it was almost too late. He had gotten 2 of the man's knives embedded into his arm for that particular oversight. Although if he hadn't shielded his body, it would be a lot worse. It was a bloody fight. Unnecessarily so. Sabo was beyond angry, and the agent, well, he had always just been out for blood. There was a sputtering sound from the other side of the room. It morphed into a drowned laugh as Sabo frowned, turning around. The stone shrapnel fell from his fingers. The agent had fallen where Sabo had put him down, his head at an odd angle, amidst a bloodied and jagged rock, his body laying unnaturally atop the rubble. Just because both of them had taken heavy damage didn't mean either had been willing to concede to the other. Not by a mile. But that was then before the man had twisted the splinter in Sabo's side so deeply that it grated against an organ, and in turn, Sabo had bashed his head against the rock. When the agent spoke, blood bubbled up from his mouth, dripping down his chin. "Little revolutionary so far from home," he panted, laughing at the thought. "Didn't anyone tell you what happens to birds that migrate too far from their flock? You're dying," Sabo told him, shifting his attention to his staff, partially buried in the debris. If he wasn't strong enough to finish this, then the metal pipe would have to do. He had meant to leave the rock in until it was all over, but the thought of keeping that jagged piece of hell in his side for one moment longer just didn't seem worth the blood he was now losing. It was possible that his brain wasn't functioning entirely optimally. Sabo didn't need hockey to see the future. They both knew what was coming. The man would die, and Sabo would win and then sometime in the near future bleed out. But he would cross that bridge when it came up. "Little bird is going to die down here, with 2 broken wings, oh what a sight." The man hummed to himself, divulging heavily into coughs before he could finish. This was getting annoying. Sabo tried to stand, but his legs weren't listening to him anymore. When he tried to push it too far, he lost his balance, still clutching his staff as he fell heavily on his stomach. He huffed in frustration, his eyes tracing the distance between them. Was this really all he had? Pathetic. He was the revolutionary's wing, for God's sakes, yet here he was squirming on the floor, unable to even get up. Blood dripped down the stone, serving only to irritate him further. "Can the little bird die any faster? You first," Sabo hissed, forcing his broken arm underneath him to pull himself up. "I'm screwed, but you're already dead." He tried to sit upright again and cussed when his arm threatened to collapse. Sorry, Luffy. This would have to do. It wasn't revenge, but it was as good as Sabo could do right now. It didn't matter if he couldn't do it himself. This man was going to die and Sabo had nothing better to do than lie here and watch. If you really are here for little one and the other, you are wasting your time. Those boys are marked for death. The man smiled again, showing his blood-stained teeth. It's their destiny. Sabo wanted to shut him up. Painstakingly he dug his staff into the ground, using it as leverage to sit up. Panting with exertion, by the end he threw the man a dirty look. There is no such thing as destiny. That's just what you people tell yourselves to justify doing stuff like this, the man laughed. There's no morality in this world, little revolutionary. You are the terrorists threatening the safety of the world government. All I did was follow orders. See how our words twist when why you try to find the light and dark. It's just fate, boy. Sabo closed his eyes against a wave of dizziness that threatened to overtake him. He was no stranger to shades of gray, but destiny was out of his scope. There was no such thing as destiny, at least not for him. He wasn't important, or a player on the board. He was just the unfortunate offspring of some mid-class scum nobles. Maybe he could have had a destiny if he had listened to his father. If he had married a princess and become a king, then maybe things like fate wouldn't feel so annoying to him. But honestly, that was never going to happen. If fate wanted him to be a king, then it should have made him someone different. Because there was no bone in Sabo's body that was cut out for that. He had always been so much happier amongst the trash, the stuff the people had thrown out, scrounging for food scraps, or fighting tooth and nail for a meal, than he had ever been in the suffocating house. All he knew was that the only future he had was the one he made. He opened his eyes, fixing his stare at the man. As far as I can see, the only fate either of us has is this. And it was dark. None of the others understood like Sabo did what it meant to be interrogated by that man. The kind of stuff they did in the name of justice. But this was about so much more than just this man. It was the world's fault. Sabo was bartering his life at a chance to pay the world government back for everything it had taken from him. And it had taken everything. This stupid man, working for this stupid broken world, was everything Sabo hated the most. If his brothers really were destined to die, then it was because of him, because of them. The world had given Sabo's heartless parents power while keeping everyone else in the dirt. The stupid system had all but killed Ace before he was even born and tried to finish the job at every chance it got. It had taken Sabo's entire life away from him, his brothers' choices, his friends' families, his comrades' lives. And now, just when he thought it couldn't possibly want more, it did this to Luffy. A clumsy kid with an oversized hat in the East Blue that liked to catch beetles and could fall asleep literally anywhere. That was who the world government decided was their deadly enemy. That's it, huh? The man said. That's it. Sabo agreed. You tried to kill my brother, I kill you, and if I die here then I die content with a world without you in it. Ouch. The man stuttered. Lil' bird has a bite. So angry. If only you knew. Die already. Sabo seethed, rubbing at the blood coating one side of his face. The panic hadn't set in yet, that was good. He didn't really want to think about how he was getting out of this. He hadn't been thinking for some time now. The K-Kid? The man said, his gaze beginning to drift past Sabo. He looked just like you. All tiny and broken on the floor. The words were slow, jumbled. As if just speaking was taking what was left out of the man. Yet he had no shortage of them. Trying to be brave. But he knew he was all alone in the world. Shut up! Sabo snarled. He whirled his pipe at the man, but his aim was off and it collided with the wall with a dull thunk. He stopped moving, and his little hand got all cold. The man smiled at the memory, closing his eyes. I watched the light leave his eyes. You're lying. No. The man shook his head. You were too late. Months and months. Do you think he's dying now? He never really came back. I told you he's marked for death. Death just hasn't caught up yet, but it will. He needed to die. Sabo stood up, with all of his effort focused on the screaming muscles. The sliced skin on his side shifted in agony, nearly drowning his thoughts out. But he pushed it down, taking a shaky step, then another. Why? Because I could. He's just a kid. We all were once. That was his mistake. I hate you! Sabo's foot slid, dislodging some loose rubble, and he fought to stay upright. It'll pass, he promised. The next time Sabo fell, he slammed into his injured side and blackness flooded his vision. He tried to suck in air, but he couldn't seem to catch enough. He passed out, feeling the blood begin to pool underneath him. He heard the man laugh, and then nothing. XXX. The passage was devastated. What had once been a narrow, twisting corridor was nothing more than a pile of broken chunks of stone, making the tunnel impassable. Ace's heart sunk. The explosion from earlier. He was used to this from Luffy. Well, not this, but the extreme worry that came along with how reckless his little brother was. Until quite recently, Ace had forgotten how reckless Sabo could be when he set his mind to it. It was strange. In his head, when he had allowed himself to think about their dead brother, Ace had remembered him as so smart and calm and collected. The good one, who would never do something like this. And to some extent he was. At least he was better than the two of them. But this was also part of Sabo. Doing whatever the hell he wanted, whenever he wanted. He had always been protective of Luffy. Sometimes even more than Ace. Sabo wouldn't let this stand. He wouldn't just let them get away with what they did to their little brother. Ace felt his stomach twist uncomfortably. It felt like having his heart outside of his chest, getting banged up every which way. Who the hell had raised his little brothers to be so reckless? He scrambled over a large chunk of the collapsed ceiling, to where he remembered the opening being. He heard the steady rhythm of footsteps reach the hall behind him. The Whitebirds had caught up. Part of him had hoped they would just let him go and go join Whitebeard. A smaller part of him hoped that maybe that would be the last time they would speak. That after the battle they could go their own separate ways, and they could recover from the mess he had caused, and he could try to forget about them as quickly as possible. He fell to his knees at the wall, uselessly trying to move some of the toppled rocks. Why did they just keep following him? Chasing after him when he had made it clear that he hadn't asked for their help, and there was nothing he could give them in return other than death and betrayal. They were odd, that was for sure. That's why Ace liked them. In another world he would have wanted to make it up to them. Or he would never have betrayed them at all. And things could have been amazing. But what happened, there was one outcome for them now, and whatever it was, Ace had already accepted the consequences when he had decided to accept their offer and stay with them. He was such an idiot. He felt a hand on his shoulder, pulling him away from the wall. When he tried to shrug it off, they pulled him away insistently. "Stand back," Joseph said, his arm already hardening to diamond. He met Ace's eyes, and it was only then that Ace realized he was staring. Stepping back, Ace turned his gaze to the floor, rather than look at anyone. Luffy had been a good buffer, distracting as he was, even while sick. But he wasn't here anymore. It was just Ace and the crew he had double-crossed, and the silence was stifling. He covered his face with his arm, turning away as Joseph set to work on bringing the already cracked portion of the wall down. The noise alone shook the hallway, probably the whole network of tunnels. Once the Marines figured out where the sound was coming from, they would be here in minutes. That's if they weren't already on their way. "Careful!" Jozu insisted as a large fragment of the wall slid away, and the already splintered ceiling groaned in warning at the abuse. Ace's face felt hot. Why did they just keep helping him? "Sorry," he muttered. "It's fine, just stop running off by yourself," Jozu said, completely misunderstanding. Ace closed his eyes. "Sorry," he said again, and he was. But there was no way anyone heard him over the shattering of stone. Losing the thread of the conversation for a moment, Ace pushed through the rubble, not bothering to wait for the dust to settle as a final piece of rock splintered. Crouching down to all fours, he climbed over the fallen rocks. If the hallway was bad, the room was worse. They had been hiding out here only hours ago, but now it was nothing but a partially collapsed corner with large chunks of rubble scaping the floor like hills. Somewhere beneath the stone were the Marines who weren't lucky enough to make it out. Ace could see their now stained white and blue uniforms from between the stone. He ignored all of it, continuing through the room, crawling over the displaced hills of the wreckage when he needed to. He saw the Cypherpole agent first, laying brokenly on a slab of stone, one leg hanging off the side, and the other one too mangled to tell. Ace stared at him for a moment, nothing even remotely akin to sympathy as he looked at the blood pooling under his head. He hoped it hurt. He hoped it hurt as much as possible.